Aloha kakayaka and good morning to you. Look at Pipeline. A few guys out getting a warm up and always a happy smile and a shaka from Carlos Munoz, who'll be in the first seat of the day. Alyssa Spencer talking to Chris Gallagher about the conditions this morning. And how about Pipeline? The day we've been waiting for. Billy Kemper helping with the call, and it pays off when he gets shacked out there to make a good decision for guys like Joey Johnston, Baron Mamiya. Local boys in the first heat of the round of 32. Conditions are clean. There's some bombs out there as well. And Elijah Hanneman was speeding through the neighborhood this morning because he wanted to grab a different board, got back down to the beach, and I think he picked the right one. Got absolutely shacked as world number one on the CS is looking for a comeback to the championship tour. Look at all these happy pipe surfers this morning. The lineup's being cleared for 4 surfers out, and we're expecting a massive day of competition. Thanks for being with us here for the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. I'm Joe Turpel, local hero Ross Williams, and one of the best shapers on the planet. And a good friend, Britt Merrick, joins us in the first heat of the morning. Britt, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, boys.
Wow, how's your trip been to the North Shore so far?
It's always good on the North Shore.
Always happy, hanging with some good friends, and obviously looking at your Team Rider surfboards and equipment, starting off with Baron. Man, what a great relationship this has been for the last few years.
Yeah, it's been unreal. Baron's been so fun to work with, and we have a really good relationship, and I've learned so much about boards over here by working with them, and I really treasure that feedback, and it's been great.
Thanks for joining us. Heat starting now. Joey Johnston in red has been on a roll, the best roll he's ever had in an event. A guy that doesn't surf in a lot of contests. You know, he's one of those local free surfers that has a day job working on the Shark Tour boats over there in Haleiwa, and they've given him some time off this week because he's still running through the main event.
He's making a little extra cash this week, and Joey's a beast. You know, Pipeline is one of these events, one of these contests where it really pays to know how to surf out here. And, you know, all the hours, it'll show for the guys like Joey. He'll find those scores easier than even, say, Baron. You know, Baron's like probably the best out here at Pipe, but Joey's sneaky good out here. He could win this whole contest. Not a household name, but this guy is top-notch out here.
Now let's prepare for the official call this morning. Eli Hanneman straight from Pipeline on the beach with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, good morning, guys, and a very good morning to you, Eli. Pitted out there this morning. You're saying your first ever roll-in at Pipe.
Yeah, I never sit in a position to get the roll-ins. I never sit far enough out, but today, yeah, I guess I finally got one, so I'm stoked.
Tell us about the conditions. Obviously, we're sitting here from the beach. It looks absolutely pumping. There was 1 million people out there this morning. The call, it's officially on. How do you make the conditions today?
Yeah, it's pretty much, you know, perfect pipeline. It's 8 to 10 feet, offshore winds, and big rights, big lefts, and tons of opportunity. So it's kind of all you could really ask for.
And we've got to talk about it. Your family, they are always down here getting amongst it down the beach. Maybe the first people down here this morning.
Yeah, they're definitely down here before I am. So they always want to get their prime spot right in the middle with the pop-up tent ready to go. So yeah, the support is in full force.
All right, guys, the Hannemans are ready. We are ready. It's going to be a great day. It's bloody pumping out there.
100%, Jesse. We love it. Thank you, Eli. Successful warm-up, which is really easier said than done when there's 65 guys out there in the morning and you go, how is this going to pay off? Is this going to set me off to have a great day in my heat, or am I going to sit there, get frustrated, and not catch a wave? Well, that was a A+ effort for Eli this morning, Ross.
Absolutely. It's chaotic. You know, everyone's trying to sort of have a warm-up, and it's a weird way to warm up because at Pipe, it's not like you're warming up your legs and your muscles. You're just trying to knife a crazy drop on a 10-footer and not die, you know. So it's more about like locking in the right board and making sure you're feeling pretty groovy for your heat.
Baron Mamiya, back-to-back two-time pipe champion 2024. Had the run with John. Had John earlier, talking about John Florence in 2025, and then had a tie-break decision go his way against Leo Fioravanti last season. Britt, you had a front row seat for both of those moments, you know, to be able to accomplish this run with Baron on this magic board that what we found worked in a lot more locations than just pipe. I mean, when you find a board that works for pipe, sometimes that's the only place you're surfing it, but it seems like Barron travels with that model to quite a lot of locations on tour.
Yeah, we developed that board, the Goldie, for here for pipe, and the first one I made him was a 6.3 right before that one he won in 2024. I brought it over a couple days before. He took it out and said, this is a board. And since then, we've been working on it, refining it, making changes. We made some significant changes this season early, and it's really opened it up. Yeah, it's kind of an all-around board now for, you know, these type of waves, but it's built for pipe.
What are those little changes, if you don't mind expanding?
Well, those are secrets.
I knew you were going to say that, Britt. I was almost seeing where we were at this morning.
No, subtle stuff. You know, we've been adjusting the foil in the front and the rails, and then I changed the entry rocker a little bit and the concaves. And what he was looking for was a little faster reaction time when he drops in and does that first pump off the bottom. He wanted that to be really quick and responsive. So the changes in the entry rocker and the contours really help with that.
Ross, give us a little update on where Barron sits now, you know, as far as pipe surfers in the modern day era, as we relive some of his highlights from the last couple of seasons in a row. These pipe events for Barron have been opening up with wins, so he started world #1 last 2 years in a row.
Yeah, he's insane. He's at the top of the mountain. You know, you argue that he's better than John even. You know, John's so good at pipe, but Barron, he competes well. And at the end of the day, if you're going to win the Pipe Masters and these events out here, you have to have that base to know how to get backup scores, know how to fight the clock and all that. But Barron takes off later than anyone, and he's got super good technique. He's fearless. He has zero fear. Like when those 8 to 10 foot double ups come Barron's way, not only does he want it, but he has perfect technique. He's just a beast.
When you think about a board for like a slab, Britt, you know, what are the features that you'd hope for in a surfboard that's going to help you maybe airdrop or take off super late like we saw Barron do there? Yeah,
you know, Barron really likes to sit underneath it. So part of what I'm thinking about is just that really quick paddling speed, because he's just got so little time to get in it and get under it. And then again, that reaction time off the bottom. Here we go.
First wave of the morning goes to Joey Johnston, pulling in at backdoor. And that one sends him straight down. He's been telling us and showing us more than anyway that he just loves going right out here. He loves the pit at backdoor, being a regular footer. Every heat he's been in, starting with the locals round, he's turned in an excellent wave. So he's already got 3 8+ rides heading into the round of 32.
Well, we talk about, you know, there's some goofy footers that surf in this event that are pretty much only looking left, and Joey's a mirror image of that. He almost strictly surfs and sits over towards gums. He really likes those deep backdoor barrels, and he takes off deeper than anyone. You know, see that crew right there out there? Joey sits a good 10 yards to the right of them, and he just looks for a very specific A-frame and gets way behind it, and that's what makes his score so big. It's a very exciting drop, and he's backdooring backdoor, sort of like that wave Xian had the other afternoon. Those are the waves that Joey likes.
Joey got a wave out here back in late December 2022 that really changed his whole career. As we now look at this replay of that giant wedge kind of entering where Joey's sitting. Britt, we've seen a lot of these things open wide for Joey, but you can still see the sizes there in the swell. It's clean, but that one just didn't give him a chance to come out of.
Yeah, the swell's really west, and so there's some crazy rights, but I think you really got to pick him today with the swell being so west.
Yeah, fun to see this guy's approach is kind of representing that North Shore underground. He got a wave in late December. It was, you know, in the running for wave of the winter. This is going back to 2022. Right before that, he actually bought 2 used boards off Finn McGill, a couple of Pangs from TNC. And when he got that wave, it was such a gem. He just started tagging, you know, Glenn Pang, TNC Surfboards on Instagram.
That's cool.
It got attention of the marketing director, and they're like, hey, should we have a meeting with Joey? And they had this meeting, and they realized that Joey's dad had shaped for TNC in the 90s, and also his uncle, so Don Johnston and Jeff Johnston, longtime TNC surfboard shapers. And they're like, wait, okay, this makes sense, almost like a full circle moment. Yeah, you're on the team. And then Joey started getting those boards, you know, to build his quiver and build his reputation with backdoor and pipeline.
Wow, what a story. That's really cool. Just see that family lineage and that connection. That's unreal. And what a classic heritage brand over here.
Yeah, so I'd say if you've got a CI, any Grom out there, tag Brit in it. Just if you get a shot.
It might work.
You never know what could happen next.
Works
right?
every time.
Works every time. But Ross, I think this is a fun story of like the underground showing up.
Sure.
That's been a fun topic ever since Pipe had events out here with Wild Carts.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's such a unique wave. Again, we've been talking about a lot because this is unique, right? It's a CS, it's a Challenger event, so we're seeing different names. You know, it's not just your Johns and your Gabriels and these top-seeded guys. We're seeing, and also the injection of 10 wild cards into this main event here. Very, very cool. So you'll see some lopsided affairs where you get these very talented local pipe surfers that surf almost exclusively out here, and they'll wax some of these high-seeded sort of WSL warriors.
Everyone's still trying to get their first ride here. Morgan Siblick from Newcastle gets a beast of a wave at backdoor. That one stretching across the reef, and Siblick
Oh my gosh.
almost maxes out the score if he could have made that one. A scary, sketchy ride, and Morgan almost going the distance.
Good for Morgan, man. That was really deep and gnarly. Almost a 10-point ride. He was really close. You can see where he came up after he fell all the way by the exit of that barrel. He did a great job.
Oh my goodness, Morgan. Wow, he has really put in some time at pipe and backdoor. Absolutely charging. Rookie of the year in the shortened season in 2021. Finished in the top 5 in the world and got to feel the Final 5 format. But even though he's drifted off the CT, his focus has almost gotten even tighter trying to come back here. Britt, what a bomb this was.
Wow, yeah, this wave is insane. He had Barron's inside on that. Got it, and I wish he would have made it. That was, look at that thing, so tall.
Yeah, you'd think Ross Barron probably really wanted this wave.
That was so sick. So a couple things, and I know he's doing a Joey to Joey. There's no priority right now, so there's still a little bit of scrambling going on, which is really sketchy when it's this big. You know, you don't want to be fighting for position out there when there's 8-foot slabs. Another thing, Britt, you're right, it is west, but you can see how short the interval is. So this is a unique morning. It's actually about 9 feet, 13 seconds. It's dropping quickly, but that's a pretty short interval. And the cool thing about that is you'll see a lot of A-frames. So backdoor will light up with this shorter interval.
19:10 on the clock. Looking at this one under priority. Joey Johnston with room to move takes a big drive and ends up getting stuck again. So this one starting with a couple of big attempts from Joey. Shorter one on his start, longer one that stretched out a bit. And judges have been rewarding the effort inside the pit, so he should get more than a 1 on that effort, Ross.
Yeah, that was Joey probably. It's interesting that Barron's been taking a miss so far. Late drop from
Siblick, and he comes down. Morgan right back into action. Almost made a crazy one, got a 2.67, and now gets a clear make on his second attempt. And now Mamiya finally getting started, and this one's gonna take him straight down.
Yeah, see, Barron's a veteran, and so he's probably got a vision of the kind of wave he wants, and the other guys in the meantime have been maybe throwing a dice a little more on some of these longer rights, and finally Morgan getting paid off there. That was a super deep barrel.
Ross looking at the board, tombstoning a Siblick. What's he dealing with right now?
He's just basically trying to not lose a limb. You know, you get torn up with that whitewash. It's so strong. So arms, legs, he's doing some underwater yoga right now.
And just having to take the deep breaths, go into your happy place in your mind, just telling yourself that this is normal. Describe your mental happy place in a moment. First, Joey Johnston, Ross.
Yeah, it's just chaotic under there. Joey did a great job. He weaved through that second section, but it filled up with whitewash. That is a result of the shorter interval as well. You'll see these peaky A-frames, and sometimes they get almondy at the very end, and they'll fill up with water. So that's a little bit challenging. This one, not the case, though. It stayed really open. You can see that shape is really nice all the way to the end for Morgan. And that's a huge score, Joe. Check it out.
9-point ride for Morgan Siblick from Meriwether Beach. Getting absolutely shacked. Stand-up pit at backdoor. And if you ever see a guy charge harder than Morgan, I don't know, man. First tee of the morning, just eyes wide open to the task at hand, especially with 2 heavy locals in the heat.
Yeah.
When priority's not established yet, Britt, I mean, he's already made a serious statement in the first few minutes of the matchup.
Yeah, that's really impressive. He's taking it to the boys. And he's getting it done. I like what he's doing. He's giving himself opportunities, swinging. Now things will sort of settle in as priority is established a bit and see where it goes.
Britt, any surprises for us? Big announcements, new team riders heading into the championship tour or even on the Challenger Series, or is the team looking the same moving forward?
We're working on some changes.
Ooh.
More secrets. More secrets.
This sounds juicy.
Yeah.
We're working on a couple changes, but nothing I can talk about yet.
Oh, I like this. Okay. Maybe we could get him, Ross, by the end of this heat. Britt's not going anywhere. We're keeping him in until we know what this roster looks like.
Big name, small name, medium name. Hawaii, California, Aussie. Give us a little hint. Come on, Britt.
His phone's just buzzing. Don't do it, Britt. Don't do it. Everyone at CI headquarters.
Gotta lock the person in first, I suppose.
Yeah, you know, anyway, look at the conditions here, boys.
Transition. Awesome, Britt. No, we're stoked on all the hard work you guys are putting in over the last few years, and especially locking in with guys like Barron for this year. He is looking more comfortable than ever. I know last year it was really fun to see him connect with Luke Egan, you know, to go, okay, I've got pipe figured out. I've got Hawaii figured out. Maybe everywhere else I can learn some new things. And from what I hear, they're signing up for another year together on tour. Yeah. So that's going to be great for Barron once again.
Yeah, I've been loving seeing Barron work with Luke, and you could really tell there's been a difference so far. You know, toward the end of last year, he was kind of putting some things together and figuring out some heat surfing. And Luke is such a legend, and I love his coaching style. You know, it's kind of a low-key, low-pressure, very calm, and Barron likes to stay in that calm place. And so I think Luke really helps him with that and feeds into that, and so it's a great match.
Yeah, Ross, I know you had a tough one paddling on the priority buoy with Luke years ago. However, times have changed, and I know you guys have so much respect for each other these days.
Yeah, Louis, he's good, man. You're right, Britt. He is very mellow, and that's a good way to deliver information, especially with all the nerves and energy around an event. You know, some guys like to get hyped up. That's more like a Doug Silva type coach, but Luke is a pretty calm good dude.
Barron Mamiya grabs the rail real deep. That end section's really shutting down quickly. And we've seen that happen on quite a few waves this morning, Ross, where it's starting wide open and then the door shutting fast.
Yeah, this swell was massive, but it got sort of graded up with a lot of onshore breeze, and that's another reason why this interval is so short. You know, sometimes you get these big swells with long, massive lines, but this one's the opposite. It's really broken up from that wind we had the last few days. And you'll see that. You'll see a lot of these waves barrel really well at first and then shut down.
Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica grabs a rail, and that one will let him out without a problem. We saw him the whole time, but in a morning where a lot of guys have been shut down, a nice smart start from Carlos. Happy guy, always positive vibes. We'll watch the replay here again, Ross.
Yeah, Carlos was taking a slower approach, trying to gather himself, and that's something that's different about competing at pipe. You know, it's so radical. You're out there and there's just so much energy, and it's kind of risky. Sometimes it takes a minute to realize that you're actually competing, and that's what separates a lot of these really good competitors at pipe and backdoors. They compete right away. They look for backup scores. They don't forget to compete because you get so hypnotized by the power out here.
Carlos is someone we've seen for a very long time, had CT opportunities in lower trestles back about 10 years ago, and worked really well with Jimmy Hogan, a guy from San Clemente, great coach and super enthusiastic about pro surfing. Watch this, Siblick already has a 9. The Australian packs this section, and that blue jersey was shining bright through that lip.
Wow.
This guy is on a roll, Britt.
He's putting together a great heat. I mean, he just backed up his 9, and his work is coming along well. He's almost done.
Oh, what a moment. I love pro surfing so much, man. It's just one heat. Some guy could just get on a roll and really change their reputation at a wave like pipe and backdoor.
I don't remember the names, but he had a tough heat in his first round in this event, and he smoked it too, and kind of surprised everyone. And one thing that Morgan's really good at is he's got high energy in heats. He's always really switched on. He's mentally engaged. He doesn't just chill and kind of sit on his board and hope waves get in his way. He really searches in heats, and and looks for ways to win the heat, even in big pipeline and backdoor. You know, Morgan's an Aussie guy, and he's known to be sort of a tour guy, but he's obviously showing that he's got the courage, and he's finding these pretty gnarly backdoor barrels. He's a little further down the reef towards off the wall, and it's paying off for him.
Big names for Morgan Siblick that heat Ross was referencing. He got a solid win over Mateus Hurdy, Finn McGill, Jackson Bunch. So yeah, it was a tough pack that he dealt with, and that built his confidence into the round of 32. Carlos on the beach having a quick chat, heading back out to the lineup as we will still enjoy our conversation with Britt Merrick. We'll be right back. Always a big thanks to our friends at Surfline, Kevin Wallace and the crew for giving us the forecast here for the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong after a few lay days. Ross, it's game time. What are you seeing here?
A lot of weather, a lot of cut-off lows, a lot of swell energy. That's the good part, and a good direction coming from Japan. But when you get these cut-off lows arrive this close to the islands, it does cut off the trade wind. And so we've been dealing with the wind. That's been the culprit, but no lack of swell. And there's another swell coming in a couple days from now. So we've been hit one after another, these huge west swells, but we have to, you know, kind of deal with this sort of wobbly wind, Joe.
Yeah, it's been a wild winter so far, but now cleaning up to see what we have today. 12 to 18 foot faces. It's been bombing all morning long. Today, Thursday, tomorrow's Friday, so you see 6 to 10 foot moving to onshore in the afternoon. Things get a little dicey towards the weekend, so kind of the word on the ground we're hearing is today and tomorrow are going to be massive days, looking to hopefully finish before the weekend. We'll see how it goes. Thanks, Surfline. And thank you, North Shore of Oahu. Waking up to a beautiful sunrise and seeing all those famous pipe houses where the legends have stood for decades, watching pipe and backdoor. School's in session across the street where Baron Mamiya went to school at Sunset Beach Elementary, so he always felt like he'd be a part of this event at some stage of his life. He remembers hearing the horns go off when the Pipe Masters was on, and a lot of times the teachers are so cool that he got to take a walk across the street to watch his heroes compete.
They did. I remember reading with Baron because my wife taught second grade, and I remember, you know, helping out Jen and reading with Baron. He was such a mellow, quiet kid. He's always been very chill, that kid.
And just his destiny was ahead of him. We talk about these prodigies in all parts of the world when they get discovered, and you know, Baron's one of them. You know, everyone was calling him Backdoor Baron when he was a little kid, and I know guys like Joel Centeo were really quick to sign him up for sponsorship and help him get to where he is today. Joey Johnston with priority, doing the dance inside the cave. Wow. He comes flying out. His roll continues at Backdoor. Taking a break from the Shark Tours, and I don't know, he might need to ask for more time off after this performance.
He's amping, so sick.
He has got everybody on his side, all the local surfers' favorite surfer in this event. And remember, Britt, we started with a locals round of 20. Top 10 moved on into what was the round of 90. And there's 2 left representing that round. One Joey, one Benji Brand, and it looks like he might go further. Britt, what'd you see here?
Well, he perfect kind of roll into that thing and just manage his speed perfectly. You couldn't have done that any better.
Ross?
Yeah, he waited for it. This is the kind of wave that Joey likes, and it stretched across the whole backdoor reef there. Sort of had a secondary section there that was questionable if he was going to even make it out, and that'll make the score really, really big. Judges love it if they don't know for sure if you're going to make it out. That means it's a difficult tube ride, and he got 1 pump, 2 pump, and this is where it stretched again, and he went through that foam ball and got spat out. So that's what made Joey so amped. I think even he himself wasn't quite sure he was going to make it out of that barrel. Those feel really good when you escape sort of that barrel that you're not 100% going to make it out of, and you know, he was really amped up.
He's had an 8 in every single heat that he's been on throughout this event. And a guy that grew up, you know, over at VLAN, surfing with Kona Oliveira, Keone Lemos, Kalani David. He was open about saying, hey, I'm not really into pipe and backdoor. It's too crowded, it's super scary. And then he mentions one moment that changed that. Reef McIntosh called him, said, hey, we want you to join the team in the backdoor shootout. And all of a sudden it just was like, whoa, I've got to prove myself. He remembers a closeout that he packed. That was the biggest of his life. And he goes, whoa, that felt good. And then he just all of a sudden was like, that was it. Now I'm going to be surfing out here all the time. It was like a quick change. And it really started with that phone call from Reef.
Wow, well, if you're saying packing a huge closeout out here feels good, you're a certain kind of guy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Britt.
Well, forget about the 8s. A 9.33, his best number so far throughout his run here at Pipe. And now he's into second behind Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, he's probably putting Barron in shock right now too, because Barron is by far the favorite in this heat, and sometimes pipe and backdoor goes against you. A lot of times you'll have heats like this at Haleiwa where one guy in your heat will be having a time of his life and the guy right next to you is having a shocker. And sometimes the waves don't go to you. A lot of times we call that rhythm with priority and waves, like set waves coming your way, and everything's working just against Barron a little bit right now.
Baron Mamiya needing a 9.89 now, a guy that definitely has had some 10s out here in the past. Those upside down, almost looks like he's about to do a cartwheel on the top of the apex of a pipe left. It's something that I only think maybe Baron can do. He's got to be willing one of those waves to come through right now.
He'd be excited that he needs a 10. He's definitely going to have his eye on that. We know how doable it is for him. I'd say his failure in this heat so far is probably due to his boards.
Britt, you know, with that, I have to say how entertaining it's been watching the Stab in the Dark series with you and all your peers, your friends, maybe rivals.
Very fun.
And the way that Stab's put it together. Shout out to you guys for keeping us all on our toes and seeing this rare inside view of the best shapers in the world talking shop in a really fun way.
Yeah, that was so much fun. I'm really grateful that Stab got us together and kind of facilitated that thing. And we'd never done that before. All those guys in the same room, you know, outside of a comp, and it was entertaining.
I like the lack of confidence. Everyone was just really like, you know, there's some characters in there with Paizel and Darren and everyone and Matt. You guys are, I would say, you know, with all the knowledge in that room, it was just built for that tension, and you could really feel, that's what makes it so gripping. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's fun to be a part of it. I can't believe I'm a part of it, and we had a good time. I'm in trouble with my mom, but it's been good.
Keep the sass up. We like it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's real. We've been loving it as we watch Barron now late. Look at that perfect drop. Comes out really quick. And he's looking to maybe ramp up, misses the alley-oop attempt. But that was an absolute shack that he pulled into. He came out with so much speed, but he's definitely breaking down the 9.89, Ross.
Okay, so a couple things here. There's jet ski assist, so he can hop on a sled right now and get zipped back out. He has time to get 2 scores. So not too worried that he needs the 9.89. Yeah, he's not going to get that, but he's going to get a great score. And if you look at Joey's score line, he does not have a good backup score yet. So Barron is still in this thing.
Baron Mamiya gets the lift from the Hawaiian Water Patrol, so that could give him a shot. However, he will be in the back of the line for priority, which doesn't always matter with local surfers that know the reef really well. So we get to watch this one again. How's the board look here, Britt?
It's doing what he needs to do there. He's on a 6.5 Goldie. And kind of surprising that he came out of that barrel so quickly.
Yeah, he was just going so fast. It was a real peaky A-frame, so I didn't see anything he could have done, really. Would have been super tough, Britt, to stall on that barrel. So he did a good job, but you're seeing some extreme A-frames today. It's real peaky.
Yeah, is that part of the low period equation?
Yes, and all those westerly winds we had, it chopped up the swell on the way to the island. So there you go, 4.5. You think, oh, well, that's not that great, but look at the average he needs now. Very obtainable, Joe.
6.67, so that put Barron in a great spot. Doesn't have priority, but look, he's already bailing the pack.
Right.
To see if he could pull something off here. The biggest name in the draw, representing just back-to-back pipe wins and his local knowledge, and a full-timer on the championship tour ever since he got that wild card win at Sunset Beach. He's been on tour ever since.
Where's Joey? Because Joey's not your normal competitor. You know, he might not know to sit on him.
Yeah, I would imagine he'd be all over him like glue. Looks like he's on the outside and Barron's lurking the inside a bit.
Yeah, he just paddled past the heat that's on deck. Joey still in his spot here looking for another right. So yeah, with just a handful of QSs behind Joey going through the last 10 years.
Right. Barron trying to lurk over there maybe for a peaky gums wave, but really running out of time here. Big upset.
Yep, that's a big one. He'll be pretty rattled by that. I think everyone's a bit surprised.
Darren Mamiya, two-time pipe champ, preparing for the CT to begin at Bells Beach in April, and took a lap on his home court, was the instant favorite to win. His run will stop in the round of 32. Carlos Munoz out, and Joey Johnston moves from 8s to 9s, and Morgan Siblick just changed his reputation at Pipe and Backdoor overnight. What a way to kick off the morning. Britt Merrick, we always love your company. We love your time. We love your sense of humor and your surfboards, man. We'll keep in touch. Maybe we'll do this again.
Thank you, boys. I really
Thanks,
appreciate
Britt.
it. Good
Right on,
being
buddy.
with you.
Right on, Britt.
Love you guys.
Action continues here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Up next, Cole Hausman, Jackson Bunch, Cowley Vost, and Lucas Silvera take on Pipe and Backdoor. The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger. One guy that was screaming the loudest on the beach was Nathan Hedge. The Hog breaking things down with Morgan Siblick. That guy's eyes pop out of the sockets when he's in the water, stoked on surfing, but as a coach, it's even wider. He hasn't blinked in about an hour. Just glued to Morgan's performance. There's an energy transfer right there, Ross.
Oh,
beautiful.
Between Hog being in your corner and Bam, because Bam's Rip Curl guy, he's down there. I don't know that you can lose. That's a good duo right there.
Oh, okay, Cole.
Lot of energy.
Also, Mililani Malka in the house. I love it.
Yes.
Cole Hausman, Jackson Bunch, Kyle Voss, Lucas Silveira. I really love this heat for a lot of reasons. Remember, Silveira was the one that got the win over Baron Mamiya. They advanced together in the round of 64, but a huge one for Lucas getting the 8-5. He'll be feeling that momentum into this heat.
Absolutely. Cool international heat too, representing all corners of the globe. And I'm excited to see Jackson as well, local boy. He's always sneaky good out here. We talk about some of the favorites at Pipe and Backdoor, but Jackson tends to find some really good barrels out here as well.
Kyle Voss going backdoor, the Tahitian with his head down, a quick make to get things started. Olympic gold medalist in a position to potentially qualify for the tour at this event.
Wow, that's a good call, Joe. I mean, that's all the pressures, you know, there's the bulk of it would be on Cowley. He's really got the ratings on his mind.
Watching the left set up for Lucas Silveira, just a little warm-up wave as he's feeling his equipment down the stretch. Absolute hard-charging surfer. He's thick, he's strong.
Bro, that's a big dude.
Yeah.
He's like an athlete.
He is super, super solid and always has been willing to charge. Had some early Jaws missions. When he was coming over to the North Shore, he'd hop on over and get some really big waves and come back to get prepped here at Backdoor and Pipe. So he was one of those surfers that knew that he had to get here to the North Shore at a young age. And so, gosh, he's like a veteran in a lot of ways of just understanding the ropes around here, knowing what waves he wants to try to get in a heat when he finally has priority.
Yeah, interesting. So I didn't know that Lucas liked to surf Jaws.
Yeah, he did it really early. You know, he was really good friends and close to the late Ricardo dos Santos. And so Ricardo just was getting wave of the winter, was getting wild cards into Pipe, Tahiti, Brazil as well as we got action. Kyle Voss on his forehand this time is just a little bit out in front. The other day, Dorian made a call. If you're going left, you're losing. Is that theme going to stay the same today, Ross, or do you think there might be some options at Pipeline?
Still some lefts today. Yeah, that I know what Shane was talking about. That was definitely mainly backdoor was the option that day. But today there's still some good lefts. The rights are a little more hollow though, for sure.
Cole's looking left as well. He had to fade the takeoff. You can still see the tip of that Mayhem, but it's going to stretch on him, and he gets double barreled on his first wave of the morning.
Well, bonus there for Cole.
Haushi came over nice and early. He's been hanging with all of his good friends. Had his dream run when the San Clemente crew just took over the CS. That was the year that Cole Hausman qualified, Crosby Colapinto qualified, and kind of an adopted member of that crew is Eli Hanneman when he went all the way to qualify the first time. How'd you like that fade to start?
Yeah, it was a good call, Joe. Yeah, that's what I saw too. He kind of squirted a couple extra points out of there. Oh, is that Lucas Silveira?
That was Lucas.
Nice.
Rushing that little cone.
Good grab rail there. Yeah, Cole, when I think of Cole surfing, I think of a wave like J-Bay or Bells. He's got real solid backhand surfing, strong, big dude, and just kind of squares up. But yeah, it's cool to see these guys out at Backdoor and Pipe too, because you're displaying something completely different. Tube riding is such an art form.
And everyone's approach just slightly different. Cole building his relationship with Pipe and Backdoor, and still just seems like he's in the early stages of his whole career on the CT, but already picking up 2 major wins. One at Bells, one in Brazil. And for guys sometimes spend 10 years on tour without a win. And for him to get one each year that he's been on tour so far, he's off and running.
That's a good call. Yeah, he's just he's an athlete, and he really, like I said, he really squares up. So the judges love throwing big scores at surfers that are just not shy at smashing a lip 2 or 3 times. He doesn't get too sucked into the world of airs and tail slides. He just really squares up and hits it hard, and that usually spells for big, excellent scores on tour. But he reminds me a lot of Jeff Booth, for my people that are older like me or 90s surfers will remember that name. Cali surfer, real solid, similar style and technique. But Jeff was also really good good surfer here at Pipe, and it took Jeff, a few seasons to get warmed up out here, but maybe Cole can channel his inner Jeff Booth.
Kind of looks like Brook Street this morning. Morning,
Shout out to Jeff. I think Jeff has a son that goes to UH too.
Oh, no way.
There's a little connection there.
Oh, that's awesome. Wow, what a legend. Jeff Booth coming here for many years, has spent a lot of good years on tour and definitely thrived in the world-class waves on the CT in his era. Cole Hausman from just down the road from Laguna in San Clemente, California. His dad had a good run playing soccer professionally and got his son out at Doheny in the early stages. So some people have surfing families. Cole didn't quite have that, but his dad knew to get him in the water as soon as possible, and he took it, ran with it. He was kind of an underdog when he was growing up. He was kind of shadowed by, even the Colapintos and the guys that were winning a lot, and then he grew and was just a force, and made a really quick transition from the QS to the CS to the Dream Tour.
And was he a baseball player?
He played a lot of sports. He really liked baseball, and he probably could have played a lot of things with his build and just athletically, like 6'3", 225. And now he's just focused on surfing, which is what we love, and getting boards that carry about 35 liters of volume.
I was going to say, it must be.
Which are, I think, the biggest boards on tour, bigger than Jordy's.
Right. Again, with his style and technique and what he likes to do on a wave, he's going to win that battle. When he gets up to the section and hits the lip, that lip is going to get annihilated. That's a lot of human. And so it's a good recipe for consistent scores on tour. He's got a long career ahead of him.
Last heat winner, Morgan Siblick. What a show that was. We'll send it to the beach with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, everyone is frothing down here, Morgs. 9-point ride. I mean, that wave, how deep you were, where you traveled to. I mean, I feel like I could hear the hog from up here.
Yeah, I was that stoked. I kind of just been coming out of my first one and it stung a bit. I don't know, I was just frothing to get the opportunities to have a crack at some of those waves. Don't really get too many opportunities in the free surf, so just to be in the spot and be able to go just feels so good, and it's so good for your surfing. Being in the heat, I don't know, just positioning wise and whatnot, and on the second one I just held my line and just come out, so I was stoked.
Let's talk about some of those names. Barron Mamiya, Joey Johnston, some of the two standouts. Obviously, Barron arguably the best out Pipeline. You just took him down in a heat in his backyard. Going on to quarterfinals, that's a massive confidence boost.
When I saw that heat on paper and I saw the waves this morning, perfect backdoor. Joey's just been getting nines left, right and centre out there. And I know Barron is Barron, and Carlos he's been coming here forever and put a huge heat total in his first heat as well. So I was kind of tripping, knew it was going to be a really challenging heat. And I don't know, I'm stoked to come out on top and hopefully keep a bit of momentum going. Love to go deep here and just get some more time out pipe, and with no one out. Doesn't get any better than that.
And Morgs, just thinking back to, knowing you for so long, we think back to the Rip Curl Grom searches down in Jan Jark surfing BTs. Thinking back to that Grom and then what you just achieved in that heat, I feel like young Morgs would be pretty bloody frothing right now.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd be pretty stoked. Just, I don't know, just being here in Pipe, surfing waves, something that you've always dreamed of as a kid, watching the Pipe Masters growing up, all your heroes getting spat out of kegs, and I don't know, crowning world champs here. It's got so much history, this joint, so good to come here and get a couple heats in the Rashi and hopefully a few more.
Let's keep it going, Morgs. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Morgan Siblick with a big opportunity, sitting 14th in the world coming into this CS event. And his home break will be the final stop, so he's in a great position to creep into the top 10. You can always look at the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. They're updated in real time if you're trying to follow Morgan's road to requalification. Let's get caught up, Ross. Jackson Bunch at Pipeline.
Wow, Jackson did a really good job getting behind that A-frame, so backdooring the Pipeline wave, and wow, what a critical job from Kauli. Those scores are just about to come in for him, and we talked about ratings. Kauli could seal the deal here if he goes deep in this event, and that was a really good way to do it. Wow, we're getting all kinds of highlights during that interview. Cole Hausman throwing his hat into the ring as well. 7.3 for him, so all kinds of scores to catch up on.
Silvera pulls in a dreamy small insider. They always look at the size of the wave, the size of the barrel before putting a score in, but that was just a fun little pit. But it's going to be compared to that last series of waves, so he's going to get left behind score-wise.
Today's a unique day because the right and the lefts are almost mirroring each other. They look kind of identical, so they're tricky backdoor waves as well. Usually backdoor stretches for you, so you can bottom turn and casually get a long barrel, but today it's really A-framey, so you really have to backdoor these sections. Whether you go right or left, you got to get way behind it.
It's a scary proposition, especially if you don't have a lot of reps.
Yeah.
Breaking down that late takeoff and signing up to be behind the throatiest part of a wave that is this dangerous, Ross.
Right. Absolutely, and it's no cakewalk, and sometimes you don't have a lot of time. The interval, Joe, is so short. These surfers will come over a wave and be like, oh shoot, I'm on. And they'll have 3 seconds to get themselves behind the peak. It's you really got to think on the fly. But that drop from Kauli, he got an 8.5, by the way, was the gnarliest backdoor drop I've seen for a goofy footer in a while. That was really well done. It reminded me of Pipeline. It was like a regular foot going left. That's what you see with that technique. But it was a goofy footer going right. It was very cool.
And Kauli was talking to Jesse Starling the other day going, yeah, I mean, I go left all the time at home. So he was really looking forward to more reps backhand. Look what he turned in on this 8.5.
I mean, it just looks like John at Pipe in a mirror, going the other way here. So really well done from Kauli. Again, not a whole lot of practice doing that kind of stuff. That's just natural talent. He's like, I think I can do it. And it's probably the first time he's ever had a drop that critical and that late under the hood like that at backdoor, and he just handled it perfectly.
Gosh, I wonder if John saw that, because that looked like a bit of John reverse. That late grab rail where you stomp it and then get traction to get spit out. That is one of the coolest ways to get barreled if you're that talented. Kauli Voss takes the lead. Cole Hauschman, 7.33. Jackson Bunch, opener, the 6.0 was solid. Jackson's got priority. And Lucas, that small little running pit at backdoor, just a 4.4. But you never know how it's going to add up with your top two. Lucas now needs an 8.43, so he's still, of course, in the mix. Focusing on Jackson Bunch from Hokipa, running things at Pavilions as a young Grom. His dad, a lifeguard on the beach. Real fun style, real fast and whippy. That rookie year just went by in a flash last season. Really love his demeanor on land and his approach. Charges, big airs, really quick, almost flashes of Kalani Robb at times.
Yeah, good call. I like watching him. He reminds me of Yago Dora too. That style, he's lanky, but he's got super good technique. He's got soft limbs, meaning he can get in tight spots. He can do airs. He can do little groovy tail slides over the lip line like a Griffin Colapento. And Jackson Bunch is very well-rounded, and he's good in hollow waves too. And he's such a Grom. He's young, he's skinny, he's still filling out. We're talking about how Cole has a long career. This kid right here, Jackson could potentially be a world title contender. He's that good. He's really good in the air. He's got a crazy whippy snap on him. He's a very exciting surfer, and he's getting better.
And he always had the coolest airbrush done by Jeannie Chesser for many years.
Sick.
On his surfboards. Yeah, he always really enjoyed to see what she would come up with.
Also, shout out to Glenn Manami, who he rides boards from, because Glenn is, underdog, the former owner of Blue Hawaii Surfboards, which is an iconic brand in the 90s. But Glenn is a legend here in Hawaii. He's been shaping for a long, long time. And but that's a kind of an underground label that Jackson surfs for, but can't argue against the results. Jackson rips on Glenn's boards.
Yeah, he's been around a long time. Potts had a good run with those surfboards too, and a lot of great surfers. Dane Kealoha and Jackson Bunch ripping. 6.0 for Jackson at the moment. Cole Hauschman in the second spot. Kauli Voss coming to this event, number 6 in the world on the CS. We just got word in from Milby Shannon from Galveston, Texas, that Morgan Siblick just moved up to 10th with that heat win, moving into the quarterfinals. So at the moment, he just took that 10th, which would be that final spot if the season ended right now.
But sliding right into Newcastle, right? He's going to be feeling really groovy over there, his hometown. So,
gosh, you remember all those wild cards he had, and
right.
And then the Achilles heel for John Florence, that shortened season where this rookie that was relatively unknown took out John twice in that 2021 season. And then he showed that he's a great wild card guy. Last year, Bells and the Gold Coast. He's upsetting everyone in the world title race, but I even think he did it in a better way last year with his improvement with all aspects of his game.
Good call, Joe. Yeah, I like watching Morgan because he's your classic Aussie. You know, he's kind of cocky, but in a good way, very sure of himself, and he's fun to watch compete because you know he's having fun. He's very engaged. Some pro surfers, you know, they have that aura of like maybe they don't want to be there, but never Morgan. He's really grindy and competitive, and even here at Pipeline and Backdoor, he's not known to be the favorite out here, but you know he's giving it 100%. He's got a lot of good energy at comps.
Cowley Voss moving quickly on the live rankings as well, from 6th to 4th at the moment. And he's got a big lead with an 8.5 and a 4.33. And Jeremy Flores in his corner. We'll be right back. Lexus, a proud title sponsor of this event, officially connecting with the World Surf League back in 2024. It's grown into a really incredible partnership between Lexus and the WSL, adding Griffin Colapinto as the first ever surf ambassador, bringing the brand even closer to the sport and its athletes, and leading us into this incredible CS event and beyond. Cowley Voss, Cole Hauschman, Lucas Silvera, Jackson Bunch still have the lineup now with 8:30 on the clock here in the round of 32. Joe Turpel with North Shore local hero, Ross Williams, who's finaled at every stop on the North Shore through a great career and made a lot of great movie parts through Taylor Steele, Sons of Fun, and made a lot of cover shots too. Did you ever get a cover at Pipe and Backdoor, Ross?
Yeah, I've had at least one at Backdoor. Pipe, I was very average. I was just super regular foot itis guy. I was on Joey Johnson's peak over by Gums, looking right only. But yeah, I think I had one cover. It was a guest editor too from Jack Johnson, and it was like a fold-out, huge Surfer magazine one.
I remember that issue.
I was psyched on that. That's probably one of my best shots I've ever had.
You might text Jack and just thank him again.
I'm trying to remember the photographer. He was legend water guy. It'll come to me at some point. I'll just shout out a random name, so I'll apologize in advance.
No, it's going to happen at some point in the seat. Don King, maybe.
Oh. Someone who's not around much anymore. I mean,
Aaron
he's
Chang.
like, moved. No.
Okay. We'll work on it.
We'll work on it. Yeah, you're good with names too, Joe. So
If
I know
you guys know out there, send us a message at WSL on our social channels. Do you remember who took
really good water
shot?
photographer. Almost exclusively water guy.
Ross Williams cover, Jack Johnson, guest editor. Great job to Jake Howard and the crew at Surfer Mag these days. Love the magazine era. Pipeline featuring on page 1 more than any other wave on the planet. Late takeoff, all kinds of control as the giddy up continues for Jackson Bunch, making a gem of a wave. Everybody loving it. Patience paying off for Bunch.
Insane.
6 to start. Needed a 6.84 to move into the top 2. That's going to happen.
Yeah, wow. Again, really, it's a nice hollow wave. Some of these pipe waves this morning have been a little more almond-shaped, but not this one. That was a keg, and he came out right before it pinched. So really well placed behind the peak here. Pretty critical drop. The judges will like that. It's going to be probably an excellent score. So, wow, we have a shakeup here. Right now, Cole and Cowley were tied for first, and Jackson's going to throw down a big score here. Right now, Jackson has a good backup score, too. He already has a 6. So he's going to be looking good in the last 5 minutes.
Great read from Jackson Bunch, the 4th. Looking to pull up into the top 2 scenario. Had some great moments on his rookie season. I think maybe one of the bigger ones was in Abu Dhabi, upsetting Griffin Colapinto. Giant airs, just full rotations into an alley-oop, showing he can go both directions in the air on the fly and transition. Not many guys have that skill set. And then you look at his barrel awareness and how good he is in heavy water. Total CT act. I'd really want to see him back on tour.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's nimble. He's really limber. You know, he's young and he's got great technique, so it makes sense that he does well somewhere like Abu Dhabi because he can fit in those tight little sections there. And beyond that, and bust those above the lip line aerials. Wow, massive score for Jackson.
8.77 into second place now, or instead into first place. Cowley drops to second, and Cowley Voss with priority. A-frame peak, super glassy. Silvera in the heart of it. Nice, easy read, short opportunity, but he doesn't make it.
Wow. Yeah, Cowley enjoying the tiebreaker score. He has the same score line as Cole, but he's got the bigger first score, the 8.5. So, and we've been talking about him. Well, live rankings, I think Cowley moved up to 4th, but still, he does not want to go down in his heat. So, he's got priority. He's got good coaching with Jeremy Flores and Joan Deroux on the beach. Let's see if he can close this heat out, Joe.
Yeah, what a crew, man. That's an intimidating crew in a heat. Joan Deroux,
right.
CT experience, Jeremy Flores. You add Michelle Perez to that list as support crew for Cowley Voss. Nice make there for Jackson Bunch.
Jackson in 4th priority, just taking the scraps. Not going to probably better his 6.
Any point to riding that wave, Ross?
Yeah, he was probably just taking off knowing it wasn't going to be a huge score, but just in case, kind of a 4th priority deal. And not much he can do right now, other than somehow look for a wave better than a 6 with 4th priority. That's tough.
3:30 on the clock. This one's rolling through, no takers. Yeah, Cowley Voss getting helped out by Raimana at a very young age and started to learn the ropes at Teahupo. And now you can't think of that wave at Chopes without thinking of Cowley Voss and the Olympic gold medal that he achieved when there were years of pressure that could have amounted to make him scramble. But when we saw him under pressure and representing his hometown and that beautiful part of that island, it only helped his performance. When he had wild cards on the CT as well, you can tell when he paddles out, he's like, hey, this is my wave. This is my spot. Yeah. I can take off anywhere I want. And that confidence is just almost unbeatable, really, when we get to that part of the season.
Yeah, he's got good swagger, doesn't he? He's very confident. One thing that Jeremy Flores teaches a lot of the surfers that he's coaching is to have that sort of unapologetic swagger and heat, maybe ruffle feathers if you can. I think that's just part of the game.
Scott Eichner.
Ah, who told you?
I just...
Did you figure it out?
I just kind of figured it out.
It was Scott, shout out to Scott Eichner. He was right underneath me, like in the pit, in the water. He was such a good water photographer.
Knew we'd get there in the end.
Wow,
huh?
Joe,
Hey,
that just pop in your head?
I don't
wow,
know.
you're a legend.
Lion's mane, bro.
Joe is a savant on the mic. He's just second to none. I'm not even trying to spread butter. You're gnarly.
I totally cheated. That was our director of broadcast, Milby Shannon.
Oh,
chiming
Milby,
in.
shout out to Texas.
Galveston's in the house. Love it. Thanks for joining the conversation, everyone that chimed in on our social media channels at WSL. This one's got 1:45 left in it. Jackson Bunch out front. Cowley Vost in the second spot. Important one for Vost as far as clinching.
Joe, notice Cowley where he's sitting underneath Cole. Very smart, not giving him an inch. So he's not looking for his own wave. Really, he's just playing the game. He's messing with Cole. All eyes are on Cole. He just wants to block him.
1:20. Priority with Cowley Vost in white. He will take it off the pack. He looks at Pipeline and has just a short make, a fun make. Not going to affect the score line.
4.3. Yeah. So it's sketchy times for Cowley. He has a minute to just watch Cole and see if he gets a score. Cole needing a 5.5, Joe.
That's right. Like Ross was saying, tie-break situation. The high score of Cowley's 8-5 over Cole's 7-3-3 breaks the tie. But here's Hauschman looking to knock out Cowley Vost from this event. Gets barreled, throws the wrap.
Interesting.
His low score of 5-5. I think what's really helping Cowley now is the separation of their best waves.
Yeah, agreed. So Cowley got a 3.17 for his wave prior. Cole's wave was a little better, but not a whole lot better. So my hunch is Cole will not get the score, but we'll have to wait and see. Judges might look at a quick replay right now.
15 seconds to go. Hauschman paddling in to see if that will be enough. Cole getting a 4.17. Cowley Vost last doesn't matter, and we will run out of time on this heat.
Judges queuing up that wave, making sure they get it right before they drop it too hastily.
And looks like we will have these scores coming through. Last wave to ride in for Lucas Silveira after the horn. And that'll do it. Not enough for Cole Hauschman.
All right.
Lucas Silveira stays in fourth. Cowley Vost getting a little bit closer as well to qualification and the heat win by Jackson Bunch. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Mitchell Salazar for the call right after this.
I don't know whether to call you Chucky or Logan. This thing's pretty official. We got the mic. You guys just flew in on that private plane? Where's my plane?
Yeah, we just pissed.
What?
And then later that day, my heat was Carissa Moore, Betty Lou, and Molly Picklum. Just like three of like some of the best girls out there.
The level from then to now is so extreme and crazy.
Surfing is just a beautiful diversion.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Always fun to listen to the 805 Cold Beer Surf Club with Connor Coffin and see who his guests are. You could just stay tuned. Even World Surf League will post all of them as well along the way. What a heat for Jackson Bunch. 14.77 combined total. As he has have a lot of shakas, a lot of high fives, a lot of hugs. The Maui boy into the quarterfinals as we bring in a brand new heat. Joe Turpel and Mitchell Salazar for the call. Jorgen, Taro, Ryan, Lucas, top two move on. It's crazy how fast this format goes in format heats. You know, the Challenger Series, you usually get to the man-on-man format. Here at Pipeline, there'll be format heats, so we're losing some big names quickly, Mitch.
We are, and Taro and Ryan, really good friends. They have a lot of history together. They've actually shared a final at Morro Bay before where Taro was able to win, and super impressed with both of them. I mean, Huck had the wave of his life the other day at Pipe Joe, but Taro Watanabe had a 9 the other day during the comp, and he is spectacular in these types of waves when he's on.
Let's get caught up here, Mitch. Scrapping into this one. Watanabe got things started.
Yeah, Jorgen was really interested on that one, so one that kind of shouldered off. It actually worked in Jorgen's favor right here, and that'll be a quick one. I would think a throwaway at the end of the heat for Watanabe out of Malibu. Great surfer, one of the smoothest styles on the Challenger Series, Joe, and I think myself included, many others worldwide are expecting him to not only qualify for the championship tour one day, have a lot of success given that those waves suit his style on tour.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you can't think of Taro Watanabe without thinking style, thinking technique, thinking wave key with Brad Gerlach. I mean, this guy is so fun to watch. You could sit on the beach at Rockies and post up all day and enjoy Watanabe surfing. It's really different and unique. You know?
And as you said, working with Brad during the majority of his life and now working with Gally, Chris Gallagher, former CTer out of Santa Cruz, it's a great combination, and I think you want different perspectives when it comes to a wave like this that could potentially have big consequences in the long run, Joe.
I signed up for Wave Key after watching Taro Watanabe surf, and I'm really excited to dive into it a bit more. It's amazing what a technique coach and someone who's been there, been in the world title race can pass down, not just in free surfs, but also competitively as well.
Totally.
Gur working with the Coffin brothers for many years back in the day as well. As we have the number in for Watanabe, 233, Huckabee 0.3. So now Jorgen and Lucas will battle for the next wave. It'll be a quick battle because Jorgen is lunging into this section. It's staying hollow. Kuzane gets the exit. Fired up, representing France for a long time. A guy that we've seen get called up to the CT as a wild card. He's been in that conversation of needing maybe one heat or two to qualify. He's come extremely close.
Yes, he has.
And that had to feel great, Mitchell.
Oh, 100%. I had the chance to surf with him the other day. It wasn't good by any means, but he was out there. He's put his time in, Joe, and it's really shown so far throughout the event. I mean, look at the way he threads that line, chooses the same high line the entire wave, and you can just see the emotion right there, the passion. And as you said, it hasn't been once, it hasn't been twice, it's been multiple times. He's gotten so close to qualifying, but it's just that extra pump right there at the beginning of the wave. He picks the right line, and backdoor, no joke today, Joe. It is sizey out there, and as you can see, perfectly positioned behind the peak, great angle right there. And to me, you know, this guy's a big dude. That reflects the size of the wave right here. It should reflect the size of the score too, Joe.
8.33 for Jorgen on his opener here in the round of 32. Representing France, he's had some crucial wins in his career and just come very close to qualifying a few times, dealt with some injuries along the way. A guy that has a lot of depth. I've seen him in person do rodeo flips down the way at Rocky Point. He's versatile above the lip. And now he's got those reps, you know, those battle wounds of the tour, you know, almost as long as maybe like a Jacob Wilcox in a way.
Oh, for sure.
But with less CT call-ups. And so, you know, Jorgen, still a serious threat to put himself in a good place on tour one day.
One of the older guys in the top 50, 32 years of age, which by surfing standards, you know, is a little bit, you know, upper there, but I would say out of Reunion Island, you have a lot of heavy waves. You're used to reef breaks, and of course the color of the water, the climate's pretty similar to here in this part of the Pacific Ocean. But Joe, another thing too that you got to consider, 20th on the CS, so that's pretty good, especially heading into the last two events with the chance to maybe clinch it here or potentially going into Newcastle at a better spot too.
Great call. Yeah, what a position to be in. Jorgen 20th, Taro Watanabe 19th. Both in a very similar spot with some shaded names ahead of him, meaning some guys that have fallen out of the event already. Let's hear from winner of the last heat, Jackson Bunch with Jesse Starling.
Jackson, you just said to me it's nice to be back on the glass. It's nice to have you here, and what a way to do it with that heat.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'd say that was one of my better served heats out at Pipe. I mean, was able to get a couple scores. I feel like all my other heats are just one big score and a small backup. So stoked to get a couple little barrels and the one really good one. And yeah, just haven't made a heat all year, last year on the Challengers, and what a way to start it back at home and making some heats.
There can be, a last-minute run to the finish line. We've seen it before in the past in the last two events. Obviously, we see you belonging on that championship tour. You want to get back there. Feels like you and Hawaii obviously have this incredible connection. Let's talk about the Hawaiians this week and just how good they've been here at Pipeline.
I mean, local knowledge, Pipe is not really as much surfing against your competitors. You're battling Mother Nature and Pipeline, and I mean, it's such a gnarly wave, and just when you see that wave, you got to be head down and you're going. And super sick to see Joey making it through all these heats, and man, he's sending those rights. It's pretty sick to watch.
We'd love to see you go further as well, maybe meet Joey up in one of those heats. Obviously, you competed here last year in the championship tour. Coming back this year, it feels like you have more of a hold on the competitor that you are. You look a lot more confident, especially out here at Pipeline. You've been doing a lot of reps out here in the off-season.
Yeah, I mean, last year, the back half of the year, I was kind of struggling with a couple injuries. And then, I mean, I've been surfing out at Pipe since I was a little kid. And this year, it's been super crowded, kind of just more dodging Pipe and trying to go and surf Rockies or maybe gas chambers just to try and get some late drops in and just get the feel of Hawaii. And yeah, it's just nice to be home and surfing heats, and man, the waves are firing.
Let's hope home takes you all the way to the final. Jackson Bunch into the quarters, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Jesse, and thank you, Jackson Bunch IV, for ripping. He is incredible, man, and he's had to read the conditions on the North Shore. Hasn't been easy. It's been an interesting winter with a lot of storms that have been really close to land and changing. A lot of steep norths to kick off the year, and he's been mixing it up, but he is match ready, as you can tell. Let's get caught up here, Mitch.
Yeah, Huck right here. This is going to be his best wave. Deep throaty barrel, maybe a smaller one by today's standards, but that's going to score well. Should easily be one of his top two at the end of this heat in these next 20 minutes. But I feel like Ryan the other day proved to himself that under pressure, he was able to make it out of those 3 and 4 spots, advance, and got a heat win out of it too. Dropped an 8 the other day, and potentially going to drop the second best score of the heat. Kid out of Flagler, former team captain for the U.S. junior team. And Joe, he's looking good so far. That's also one of the taller dudes in the event. And then you have Lucas Vicente out there, former world junior champ out of Floripa, great surfer. He's looking to prove a lot more, coming off of 5th in Ericeira a few events ago.
Gosh, good variety in this heat when it comes to where they come from and what they've accomplished so far. Huckabee accomplishes a 6.5 on that last wave. The surfer that really put Flagler Beach on the map, Frida Zamba, 4-time world champion. I believe she's living in Costa Rica these days. But once you get 4, you call that a dynasty, don't you, Mitch?
Yeah, I think once you get 1, I mean, for me, I'd be like, hey, I'm good. I could retire after this. But no, I think...
But like owning an era.
Oh, for sure.
And when you can use the dynasty word. Yeah. Is that 2 for you? Is that 3?
I'd say 3+.
I mean, 4 feels obvious.
Yeah. I mean, Los Dodgers are pretty close to doing that
I'm glad you brought that up. The Dodgers, World Series champions.
But I just think Florida in itself, a lot of people that still have, a lot to prove, and people that prove things and they still weren't even world champions. I think the Lopez brothers are big examples of that. I think CJ and Damian, big examples of that too, even though CJ did win the shortened season back in 2001 as a world champion. But I think overall they've been probably one of the biggest representatives of surfing worldwide, and they still go pretty under the radar too, Joe. Just because they're so good in beach breaks, people forget how good they are in these types of waves too. They have something to prove.
You mentioned that final at Morro Bay. What a contrast of what we're sitting watching right now. Freezing cold,
Yeah.
Central Coast, California. You remember how that final went down?
It was back and forth, but Taro was just on a roll. I think he made 3 finals in a row in the regional QS, and kind of same thing for this guy. You know, you get into that flow state, you just end up having a lot of fun, and things go your way, Joe.
This guy's been on a roll. Finished 3rd in the world, then 3rd in the world, then runner-up in the world. What's next for Griffin Colapinto? It can only be one thing. If he keeps going up, it'll be a world title in 2026. Grabs his Apple Watch, focusing on the lineup with Beach Marshal Ray Shito and also JP on the assignment of breaking down how the Apple Watch works for our competitors. This pit going wide and then shutting down. That's been happening to a lot of our competitors, and it happens to the first wave of the matchup for Lucas Vicente.
And primarily on most of the lefts too, it goes into gums, more the sandbar section, so it doesn't stay open as much, Joe, and those are the ones where it could potentially be a backup. You just got to try to punch through and capitalize in a small score. But as you said, 2019 World Junior Champ defeated Caden Matson in that final over there in Taiwan, one of the best junior finals ever too. So Lucas has experience, you know, in both big moments and in heavy water waves. But right here has 1640 to make it out of this big hole he's in right now, because both Huck and Jorgen, they already have a keeper score at the moment, Joe.
Gosh, what a good feeling for Jorgen and for Huckabee. Ryan Huckabee on the Timmy Patterson surfboards.
Yeah, longtime team rider.
Typically at Pipe and Backdoor, they're on the next level model. It's just single concave, built to go really fast. Some nice tail rocker, enhanced nose flip for those late drops as we got a little drive for Lucas. Just wanted to get a make. Hunting, maybe a bonus pit, not super deep, but it'll be better than his start.
Yep.
And now a cone funneling around Ryan Huckabee, but he gets caught.
Yeah, Huck was close right there. He was nearly punching through. I mean, you could see the helmet literally going through the white water, through the lip line, but it's going to be an incomplete for Ryan. At the moment, it's going to be his backup, though. Just under 16 minutes, Joe, and right now under pressure is Taro. He has priority, needs a mid-4, and this is where you got to be able to make your money and make John Pizell proud, too, because John the other day, you know, was claiming that Taro, not only one of the most, you know, underrated surfers in the world, he thinks he's undeserving of the recognition he hasn't gotten outside of the jersey, you know. So been a member of the Snap 5 team before. I think he's really good in these types of waves too, but overall has a lot to prove, you know, and I think people are expecting him to win a Challenger Series event in the future.
Snap 5, is that the last?
That's
or is there going to be another one?
I think
I heard there's
Chucky's tired. Chucky's tired, and I know he's listening, but I think Chucky has at least one more in him if he wants to.
Let's do one more. They're too good.
Can we do an uncle section too?
That would be fantastic. Here's Huckabee on his last wave.
Yeah, good line that he picked, but as we said, I mean, these lefts, even if you pick the right line, they just tend to clamp right at the end, and it seemed like it did that just a little bit. And this one, you know, a high 2, as you said, a confidence builder. At least you got the one fall before that out of the way, and you get something that feels way better. So smaller wave, but complete, Joe.
Lucas Vicente 2.83, last of Huckabee, the fall 1.6. So Jorgen still out front, Ryan Huckabee second. You'd think for Ryan he'd even have more incentive in this heat to get through, having the heat with Dimitri Poulos earlier. I think they're staying together, good friends, and Dimitri being number 11 on the CS heading into this event was eliminated in that heat. So Ryan advancing through is like, well, I better make this one count. You know, eliminating a good buddy with a lot on the line. They all know.
Deep.
He's got to go deep now, Mitch.
Yeah, and I saw Dimitri this morning, and it's so cool that surfing's this way. You can be the best of friends. You can go out there and have to eliminate one another. But he's his caddy right now, and he's got his backup board, and I think that is so legit. And I just think it shows a lot of responsibility on their behalf, too, just being there for them the entire time. Travel buddies, you know, it can be a lonely tour at times, Joe.
As we see this one setting up for Taro Watanabe. Nice patience, and unfortunately, it was so peaky, he wasn't really able to get barreled there. But that's a hard task when it's just got this extreme A-frame peak and just needing to be really deep behind it. I love how smooth and just calm he was, though, on that takeoff.
And at that point, you commit to the paddle, you might as well go. And You know, it wasn't that short of a pocket ride, and I think the turn will add some value into it too, although it is still pretty sizey out there, Joe. The drop, magnificent though. I mean, you look at the bottom turn and how big that wave was. So not the longest of barrels and not super deep either, but the turn was quality. So interested to see how they score this right here.
13 minutes on the clock. Right now, Taro with a 2 and a 1 range score. Hawaiian Water Patrol always on fire, doing a great job, always starting in the dark, getting their skis ready, all led by the legendary surfer, waterman, Terry Ahui, creating this water patrol idea with Brian Kealana back in the day, saving so many lives and making these events really smooth. We'll take a quick break. Jorgen, 833 and out in front. We'll be right back. Big morning here at Pipeline, and a big morning for the Challenger Series rankings. As we look at the live rankings, Cowley Vost advanced on in second under Jackson Bunch, and that advancement to the quarterfinals has given him the lead over Eli Hanneman. Remember, Eli hasn't surfed in this round yet. He is coming up in heat number 6 against Jacob Wilcox, Nolan Raposa, and Jackson Baker. Woo. So he'll have an opportunity to answer back. At the moment, Cowley, Eli tied on points. Back to this one, Lucas Vicente standing tall, and he will have a nice make and maybe his best so far with 10 minutes to go.
Oh yeah, 100% his best right here. Needs a mid-6 for second. Don't know if he's gonna get that, but definitely gonna build on his score line, and seems like Huck's still being able to hold on to second place at the moment. The score's in for Taros and 4.33, so they appreciated the turn. And this is the backup at the moment for Huck, Joe. So 2.93, quicker barrel, but at the moment it's getting the job done for him in second. Just under 10 minutes, pretty important part of the heat right here. And then Lucas with a good answer back. Much deeper on this one. Frothier, they don't necessarily like that too much on the pipe waves, but it'll be a score out of it.
9:30 on the clock. Ryan Huckabee released an edit called Huck. And that was really fun to watch. You think of Huck, you think of big airs, just hucking it into the flats. He's really well rounded as he is scratching for the sled now. And we'll get a whip back out into the lineup.
Spent a week on Maui earlier this year, or at the end of last year. It was either or, but with Albie Layer and the crew over there, got a couple of sick ramps, and I think he's holding on to a few airs for an edit too.
Give us a little breakdown, Mitch. Well, hang on. We've got some waves to watch. This is what Ryan just did.
Yeah, so this one seems like it's going to be a throwaway. Too deep right there, but he clears that section. He's definitely improving on the high 2 that he has at the moment as the backup. Nice attempt there from Huck under priority.
North American QS still has an event to surf. So yeah, Hawaii Air Tahiti Nui is all wrapped. That's all complete, and they've got some CS qualifiers for the upcoming season. Still a wild card to be announced for this region coming soon. But with Barbados, a QS 6000,
yep.
Taj Lindblad coming off a big win. There's some excitement coming out of North America.
Oh, it's such an incredible region. There's a good diversity of surfers. And realistically, if you're in the top 40, you do well in Barbados, you're making the semis or better, you're most likely qualifying for the Challenger. I mean, that's really got to be your goal. Every other event, you want to be either making the final or winning. In Barbados, a quarter's really going to matter. And as you pointed out, Taj Lindblad, he's been so close to qualifying for the CS multiple times. He's already won multiple QS events. He wants to be there. We got a real good field on the women's side, too. Really excited to see the new talent that's coming up from the region of North America, which covers a lot, too, by the way. Canada all the way to the Caribbean, including Barbados itself, Joe.
Big shout out to Brian Robbins. Everyone knows him as Ruby, managing the North American region for a very long time now. Must be getting close to 15 years with Ruby. Doing a great job in North America and beyond. Also making the calls with Billy Kemper at this event. 7:30 on the clock, and Jorgen still out front. Huckabee hanging on to second. Taro Watanabe in a very interesting position because the only guy with priority over him is Jorgen in the red and needs a 5-1-1 to move into the top 2.
And at the moment, you got to be thinking that Jorgen's probably going to be looking right. So you got to be content with getting a score off of a left right here if possible, if you're both Taro and Lucas. And, you know, Vicente got the high 5 right there for the left, and right here, Watanabe needing a 5-1-1. So door's still open. And, you know, Jorgen had the 8, he had the 1, which was the attempt going left. But after that, slim pickings out there when it comes to wave selection, Joe. And that's where I give props to Ryan right here. He's caught the most waves out of anybody. He's tried to really find those potential barrels. And right here with 4 waves ridden, that's a good heat by today's standards. You want to be on many more waves. The one thing I will say, there is potential for you to surf at least twice today, so you do have to pace yourself.
Challenger Series format adjusted slightly for this event here at Pipeline. It's typically the round of 80 for men. It's the round of 90 at this event because the locals round added 10 surfers to challenge the international field. Top 10 men from the Challenger Series, ending at Newcastle, will be on the championship tour. Top 7 for women will qualify for the championship tour. As we know, we've got 2 already, Tia Zabrowski and also Yolanda Hopkins, so 5 remaining with the women still on hold for the day. But then you look at all the regions. This starts with doing well in your region on the QS from Africa, Asia, APAC, Europe, Hawaii, North America, and South America. So each region has allocations for a certain amount of surfers from the QS, like Oz with 7 plus a wild card, North America being a big region, 7 plus a wild card. You go to South Africa with 4 plus a wild card, you know, and it's all doing well in your local events, which is nice because you're not traveling across the planet to qualify. You could do it at home.
Right.
Once you get that seating up, then you've got to expand your travels to be a part of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's still tiring, but it's less tiring than before. I can tell you that. I mean, you had to go from one event to the next, and you'd be pretty much on the road 10 months out of the year. Now it's a bit more compressed. If you need to make up money somewhere else in between the down season and whatnot, and especially to prepare yourself physically too, makes a big difference. I know there are some regions that potentially have better waves and better locations than others, but the whole aspiration is to eventually get to the Challenger Series and then the Championship Tour. I mean, there's a reason why it's called the Dream Tour, Joe.
And it's going to go really quickly this year. Newcastle next, and then very quickly, if you're qualifying at Newcastle for the tour, you better be ready for bells because it'll be happening soon. Late takeoff, airdrop. Jorgen Kuzene does not find room to move out of that one, but I really appreciate the commitment.
Oh, yeah.
To backdoor.
And it seems like somebody forced him to use priority on that one right there, and hopefully he's okay. Grabbing something that seems like lower back, but he's all right. Might improve on the 117 right here, Joe, and could be making a huge difference right now with 4 minutes to go. And Water Patrol right here doing an incredible job, as you said, all event long, but yeah, he might have hit the reef right there on the back door, Joe.
Getting up slowly and grabbing the back of the sled and his surfboard. And we'll check on Jorgen in a moment. This is what he just did.
Yeah, and Ryan was interested, so Jorgen had to use priority to block him on this one. And, I mean, an incredible drop. Sensational, really, but just a bit too late on that one. Wasn't able to generate enough speed, and you can see right there, once he makes it to the bottom, he didn't have enough time to get that high line pump. And props to him just for going for that one, but it's going to be an incomplete ride. But he does improve on his backup, Joe, slightly.
1.67 instead of a 1.17. Every little increase matters, especially when guys are chasing you down for that lead out front. So Jorgen's got 3:20 left, still in the lead as they're S-ing their way back out to the lineup, punching the short brake. Jorgen will jump on the sled and reset.
Yeah, you got to be careful right here in the short brake, and you know, you can have as much experience as possible. You have to be adaptable right here on the ski too. And a wild ride right here, Joe. I mean, he just literally got jumped off of the ski right there. And I think that was a good decision not to grab the sled right at the end and duck dive this wave right here, because then you're putting yourself in a more precarious position. But good props to Jorgen. He's still got 2 minutes 40 to make it back out. There he is.
So more of a wild ride to get back to the zone after a big wipeout at backdoor for Jorgen.
Yeah, we got some Coastal Cowboys. It's all good. Giddy up.
Oh, yeah, they're on it. It's so great to see the Hawaiian Water Patrol in action. Jorgen had a chance to catch his breath. I mean, think about taking a beating like that.
Yeah.
Might have been nice to just have a few more minutes to just catch your breath, reset, and his lead hasn't been tested since he left the lineup.
That's the best part about it. That's where you got to be paying attention to both your Apple Watch and to the beach announcers too. Ask for time, make sure the situation is updated a couple minutes into the heat too. And right here with 2 minutes to go, look who has priority, Joe. Taro needing the low 5, and Lucas, he's still in the heat needing a 3.61. So this heat far from over. Still good amount of time out there for those two guys.
It's cool how these guys manage their time in the Hawaiian Islands, and with all those Kona winds we had, some people got mobile, and even Ryan Huckabee flew over to Maui, just catching up with Micah Nickens, longtime legend over there on Maui. He was like really impressed with Huckabee, kind of going toe-to-toe with Albie Lair.
Yeah.
He said Ryan really elevated that lineup with intensity, and Micah just took note. He's like, this guy is North Shore ready, just the way he was approaching things and having a fun battle with a guy like Albie Lair, and then jumping back over here to Oahu to put the jersey on.
Pretty risky too, going to get a trip right in between probably the most important event of your life, as well as at the heaviest wave in the world too. But Uncle Micah doing the uncle's movement proud too. That's pretty sick, and pushing on the stoke. Joe, 60 seconds right here, and both Taro and Lucas needing a wave. Huck still in second. I mean, that too is making a massive difference right now in the context of this heat. And even the backup, I mean, for Jorgen, that one, as you said, any kind of point of difference you can make right here in your total is going to be huge for you.
Jorgen has just been working so hard in his career to be where he is today, through injuries, through close years where he's almost qualified, to never giving up. I've seen the look on his face after a year going, no, not again, one heat away, and going down. But he always has a whole new year planned with fresh eyes and a full heart. Jorgen still leading, but waves on the way. 18 seconds. Huckabee is going to go to turns potentially. No, he'll slam on the brakes. Get a piece of the pit. Well read on that end section. And then draws a nice top turn. He was carrying a 2.93. Definitely made the most of that one, Mitch.
And could potentially take the lead right here too. 3.51. I mean, the barrel wasn't bad. He did have to stall for it, but just very intelligent. And Taro was just slightly out of position right there, not able to get to his feet, and it seems like Lucas Vicente just to quicken it out. So Huckabee going to be able to advance out of this one and into the quarterfinals right here in his first ever event at the Bonsai, Joe.
Well done for Jorgen and for Ryan Huckabee. Lucas Vicente, Taro Watanabe eliminated here in the round of 32. Griffin Colapinto headlines the next matchup. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero, Cam Richards, and Mitchell Stauzar sticking around. We'll be right back.
When you're really connected on a wave, it's kind of like a spiritual moment. Like some higher power is taking your body and using it. I work so hard to get all aspects of my surfing to the highest level that I can and create no weakness, because then I feel like I deserve it. That's how much I want it.
Sometimes a loss is a good thing. It just keeps you hungry.
That was my biggest dream ever. I don't want to let that kid down.
The male pro Portugal champ.
Seeing through all the adversity that you went through, on the other side, there was something beautiful. One of the things I see in Cade that I also had in myself is overcoming the nerves, harnessing them, turning them into fire. What motivates me to care and give back is just like how much I love these guys. They push me just as much as I push them. The more you care, the more focused you are.
Griffin Colapinto loves his Surf LX from Lexus. Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Griffin, the headliner in this heat, joined by Charlie Quivant, Ian Gentile, and Winter Vincent. Top two move on into the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals still on standby today, but we got 8 heats of this round of 32 to get through. Well, welcome and thank you for joining us for day number 3 in the event window. Kaipo Guerrero, this is Mitchell Salazar, and the pride of South Carolina, Cam Richards. Cam, thanks for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me.
What you been up to?
Oh man, just came over here about a week ago, and the waves are so good today. And yeah, I've just been at home a little bit, which has been nice, and kind of wherever. I've been testing some wave pools, and yeah, just kind of whatever I can get my hands on.
Did you score in some pipe?
Today, yeah, this is my first surf in a while out here, and managed to get a wave amongst the crowd, so
nice.
I'm really stoked. It was
Mean
fun.
one, too.
Yeah.
Mean one. Yeah.
Felt good to be back.
Well, Mitchell gave you a thumbs up on that one.
That's good.
Two
thumbs up.
Yeah.
Wow.
What do you think about this heat, Cam?
This is going to be such a fun one to watch. I mean, Charlie from Hossegor, like, it's kind of sick. It's all peaky right now, so it's kind of like a beach break, and he's going to be super gnarly. Ian Gentile, obviously, in his last heat, the crazy recovery he had, that 9. I saw him this morning. I was like, how was that wave, you guys? I don't know what it was. I was like, well, it was a 9.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, it was.
And then Winter Vincent, I know he's gnarly, and he has Tori helping him out too, so that's some pretty good intel. And then, of course, Griffin, don't have to talk much for that one. He's so good and so gnarly, and it's going to be just super fun heat to watch, and the waves are so good.
Yeah, all regular footles, Mitch. Probably all these guys are going to be looking backdoor.
Yeah, and, you know, Charlie, as Cam was saying, he's excellent in these types of waves. Coming out of the southwest of France, those beach breaks tend to get heavy. He's super stoked to be in the tropical waters right now, though, but this kid has spent years and seasons here at the Volcom House, putting in his time and a lot of effort right here. So Kaipo, he's really expecting a big result out of himself at this event.
Best result of the year for Charlie Quivant, currently 46 on the rankings, up 2 spots in the live rankings. Winter Vincent, you know, he is an interesting conversation, Mitchell. He's right on the cut line, number 10 currently on the live rankings.
Yeah, and former runner-up to the World Junior title. He's had 2 great seasons back-to-back. Charlie, he's going to be forced to go left, but I like Winter a lot, and as you know, Cam was mentioning, working with Tori Meister right here, that's a good person to have in your back pocket to give you some proper advice before potentially the biggest heat of your life, Kipes.
Yeah, he's, this is the future. Oh, actually, he dropped a spot down to number 10. So, in these moving rankings, these live rankings, this is an ultra important heat for Winter Vincent. Like you said, runner-up in 2024 World Junior Champs, just came off a semifinal finish this year at the World Junior Champs. And just long, lanky, aesthetically pleasing style, Winter Vincent, just 21 years old, just getting going. And then, Cam, we talked Griffin Colapinto. Clearly, he's going to be the favorite in this heat.
Yeah, it's definitely, he's going to be hard to beat, has so much experience, and like he's never scared, and it's going to be so fun to watch. And yeah, it's going to be fun to see them all mix it up, and yeah, everyone's really good, and everyone has a lot of knowledge and time out here, so it's a really fun one. Stoked to be able to talk about this one. It'll be fun.
Yeah. 2017, Griffin Colapinto took the Triple Crown title home to California, a feat that wasn't done for a couple of decades.
Yeah, long time right there. But, you know, he's done very well at all 3 stops, as you said. That one air in Haleiwa that pretty much got him on tour back in 2017. He's made a final at Sunset Beach before. Great out here at Pipe, both him and his brother Crosby as well. But thing about Griffin, you know, Joe and I were talking about it in the last heat, Kaipo, and it's just really the sky's the limit for him. 3, and now last year runner-up to the world title. Has to be #1 pretty soon. Talk about 3 decades, of course, of not having a Californian male world champion either. Big deal right here if Griffin is able to accomplish that soon.
Yeah, just maybe a warm-up for Griff here. No pressure on him, but we look forward on the championship tour schedule. We know it's all going to come down to Pipeline for a world title. 1.5 weighed in for the Pipe Masters, December 8th through the 20th of 2026. Crowning champs in Hawaii again. I love it.
Mostly rights out there today, Cam?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. I know in the morning there was a lot of good pipe waves, but with the swell dying, I mean, as we've seen in all the last heats, the rights have been so insane. I actually was helping out Ryan a little bit. He asked for a little bit of advice, and not that I know much, but I was like, yeah, definitely with your forehand and the rights, it seemed to work out. I'm stoked to see they made the heat, and fellow East Coaster, and so it's fun to watch him, and he's definitely not scared. I'll give him that. He sends it, so. But yeah, definitely rights for sure.
Yeah, he's been sending it on some big days out here. Huckabee just paddling out amongst the maelstrom. The CT schedule, like I said, the conclusion is going to happen in Hawaii, but let's take a look at our entire season. Looking forward first, the regular season, Mitchell.
Yeah, and we got 3 goofy footers here in the booth, and we got Raglan on tour May 15th to the 25th. And of course, Abu Dhabi right there in the postseason, the first one. Peniche back where it belongs, October, early November, Kaipo, and of course, the Pipe Masters to conclude the season and crown our world champions.
Yeah, everyone will return for the Pipe Masters. It'll be worth a 1.5 more points than the regular season, 1.5. So that means 15,000 points for the winner of the Pipe Masters. That could decide a world title. And the story that's going to happen during the Pipe Masters is really the first couple days of competition. It's going to be, since we're getting the whole field back to Pipeline, is going to be about qualification. Those early seeded rounds. And then when we get into the later heats, the quarterfinals on, it's going to be all about world titles. So looking forward to that. Love the format adaptation and the format change.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, explain a little bit like the postseason. So those Abu Dhabi and the other event. So what needs to be done for the competitors to get into there?
So after the cut, well, they're not cut, but after the reduction of the field, it's actually a chance to improve your seeding, if you would, because you count your best 9 results towards your ultimate seeding, and then it comes down to cumulative points to win the world title at Pipeline.
And so how many people will they let into like Abu Dhabi?
24 men, 16 women.
Yeah, and then two wild cards for men's.
Nice.
And
will it be CT people wild cards or up in the air?
That is yet to be determined on how the wild cards are coming in. But the cut's actually going to be 14 women will continue on, 22 men, and then you add those two wild cards.
Yeah, big fan of the new format. Obviously, to see it all come down here at the end is going to be just so exciting and so fun, and seems like this year's really going to be fun to watch, and the best surfer is going to win.
Yeah, I think so. And when you look at the depth of the championship tour and all the different stops, it really is signaling to me we're back on the Dream Tour. We like literally have most of the best waves in the world, iconic waves, all lined up for the schedule.
And then the fact that there's no non-elimination round either is probably the most exciting thing. You got to get started from the get-go. You can't really have any bad results at the start of the season anymore, Kipes. Oh my goodness!
He wants action.
Here's Griff. Pull it in, big pipeline wave. Love the technique. Can he find an exit? Love the intent right there. Just hooked it under after a long bottom turn. So stylish, Ken.
Yeah, that was sick. That was awesome.
It's probably one of the biggest sets of the morning right here, Kaipo. But that combo right there with the bottom turn into the stall is going to make for a good photo. Probably not feeling very well after wiping out on that thing, though. Fit a couple of Lexus LS in that one.
Jet ski assist is sick. That must be really nice. Every time I competed out here, we didn't have that. And I remember when I did the Volcom comp, I fell on my first wave of backdoor and wasted about 10
minutes.
10 minutes, yeah. Watched Jamie get his 10. I was like, okay, well, it's fun to be here. But yeah, that was beautiful. Just got a little too high. And
For a goofy photo, that's so much easier though, right? Your entry point right there.
That's a perfect goofy foot wave right there. You could just do a nice bottom turn, kind of just stand there. Griffin did a really good job. I think he just wanted to get deep to maximize the scoring potential for sure.
Sold yourself short a while ago too, Cam. You're like, oh, I don't know that much. I've seen you here. I've seen you at Rock Piles too. And Rock Piles is just as gnarly as a wave right here.
Maybe even over. We talked about that schedule for the CT. One guy who wants to be a name on that schedule is Jorgen Kuzne. He's looking for qualification. He's one step closer into the next round, into the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Jorgen.
Thanks, Kaipo. Getting close to achieving that goal, getting onto that championship tour, took away a little love kiss from the reef out there as well. But before we talk about that, let's talk about the heat. I feel like a lot of dark horses in that heat, not so much yourself, but with the likes of Ryan, Taro, I feel like they're kind of the scariest heats when you draw those.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't know what we were about to be surfing, like the conditions, and you never know with those guys. You can get 9s and 10s. So I wanted to get the best waves, and yeah, we were fighting for the first one. Someone got it, and then it was not really a good one. Then I don't know. I just fell in rhythm, got the 833, and I just felt like I don't know. I'm feeling good. Like I just felt like there's something good coming. I don't want to think too much about the World Tour and stuff, because the last few years I came here with the goal of qualifying. 3 years in a row I came really close. So this time I'm a little bit further in the ranking, and I'm like, okay, well, this is probably the way you're going to qualify. And yeah, I just want to make heat by heat, and if I don't qualify, it's not the end of the world. Just got a new sponsor, just got some new support, so I just feel, and the French Federation is helping as well, so I'm really happy with all the helps I'm getting right now. So if it's not this year, it will be next year, and you guys can count on me.
You obviously got that incredible super late takeoff under the lip on a backdoor wave. Unfortunately, you didn't get the exit. It was such a sick takeoff, and that led to getting your leg stuck in one of the reef. Yeah.
I don't know. I saw that wave. I was like, oh, okay, maybe that's a good score. That was for sure a good score if I would have made the drop like a bit easier. I pulled into the barrel and just got smoked, and I just hit the reef so bad with my bat, and like my foot got stuck into like a big hole. So yeah, I don't know if you want to see it. Yeah, it's not really good. Hurts really bad when I was on the ski, but yeah, it is what it is. And yeah, right now I wanna make more hits, and hopefully I can get some rest today because my leg hurts.
Souvenir from Pipeline. You've always got to come away with one. We have that saying back home, you got to pay to play. Definitely paid the price today, but that 833 was well worth it. Obviously, a lot of fans back home that I'm sure are tuning in and would love to hear from you.
Ouais, je voulais dire merci à tout le monde. J'ai vu que vous étiez beaucoup à suivre, comme des fous dans les bars et tout, parce que c'est la nuit. Je voulais faire un gros bisou à Léonie. Voilà, je pense à toi. Voilà, je suis encore désolé. Hein, je sais que tu peux pas me parler par message. J'essaie de taper, tu me réponds pas. C'est peut-être pas le bon endroit, mais voilà, je pense à toi très fort. Et puis je vous aime à la maison, et je vais tout donner pour rendre fiers les amis, les copains. Et voilà, let's go.
Merci, Jorgen. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Cam, it's no joke out there. And I feel like someone like Jorgen's just running on adrenaline right now, just after, hitting the reef. You got any stories of your encounters with the bottom out here?
Yeah, I mean, I've paid to play for sure. A lot when I was younger, when I was a lot more, oh, here we go, we got White Winter. Oh, that's a sick drop. That's fun. So sick, like for a guy like that, like to get that wave, that's a wave we like hope to get when we're free surfing.
Yeah.
So it's just like, regardless of the result, and then we got Griffin. It's probably not much, but yeah, just regardless of the result, just the experience and just the fun, like it's a full like pinch yourself moment. Like sitting in the channel about to surf a heat out there is so amazing, and so like even that, like he gets to go home with that, and just it's a good vision and just such good experience, but also just so fun too.
It's nice that you don't have the 100 people out there, right?
But yeah, of course.
I feel, Cam, you've kind of paid your dues. That one wave that you got on your, I think it was your dad's board. This was a few winters ago.
Yeah, the
crazy roll-in.
The classic 8-0 story. Yeah, no, just I've gotten lucky. I've put in the time, tried to. I mean, I know. I'm still from the East Coast, and I stay out of everyone's way for the most part. But yeah, we got a couple little zones. I was surfing out there with Evan Geiselman this morning, and it was fun. We both went out like before the comp, and it was fun to see us like both get some waves and kind of both sit in the same area, and we try to stay away from people. But a little wave for Ian.
Yeah,
that was fun.
That was cool. Like just trying to get on the board.
For sure.
What's the zone that you guys sit in?
I can't tell you that.
Okay, keep it secret.
Nah.
Not too far in, not too far out.
Yeah, I think the main thing, we just try to look for waves that no one else is looking at, and just hope to get a little barrel. But it's just fun to be out there. And this morning was really fun. And like I said, it's been probably about a year or so since I've surfed it like good like that. And so it was fun. And it was also really fun to surf with Evan. I'm sure, as a lot of people know, he had an accident out here a long time ago. So talk about hitting the reef. So I woke him up early this morning. He even said thanks for making sure that he came, because he got a really sick wave in the morning, and that just feels good to conquer that. Here we go, Charlie. Oh, sick drop. Wow.
Wow, let go the rail. Coming out.
Fun. So fun.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a great way to start the campaign for sure.
And just the confidence from Charlie. I mean,
let go of the rail.
To let go of the rail right there. I mean, he didn't safety it at all, Mitchell.
A la John right there. And what do we say here on the islands? Yes, bless. Never gotta stress, you know?
Oh, you added
minutes
that
to go.
part. Jeez.
I mean, that's a good wave in the context of this heat right now. I mean, you have the 4 from Winter. This should probably be better than that. But as you said, steezy, but very calculated right here, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, that was awesome. I mean, it's probably pretty rare he gets to get those perfect waves like that. Yeah. That's the one thing with us when we're serving out there. It's usually last minute we're able to go on the waves and can't really tell if it's going to be good or not. That one, he was probably like, oh, finally, I'm going to enjoy this. And you could see it there and worked out, and it was beautiful. It's probably going to be a pretty good score.
Yeah, I feel for visiting surfers, it's either those kind of last-minute waves or positioning, or just paddling out on the kind of mongrelly days that nobody else went. I've seen you do that as well.
That was kind of definitely what I was saying when I was younger. I was a lot more uncalculated. Getting a little bit older, kind of picking my days a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, those are the days you get waves that change your life. Right. And it's a lot of fun. When it's pumping, I mean, the boys are going to get the good ones, as they should. And so you got to pick and choose on the big cat and mouse days. But makes it more fun. It feels really good to come in on a day like that.
Just to come back to shore.
Yeah, it's nice. So I love those days. It's fun, but it's scary, that's for sure.
This is an 8.1, Mitch.
Nice,
yeah, and
nice.
As we are talking about, I mean, these are the guys that are just waiting for these moments, and that's, you know, a result of hours, days, and weeks put into effort out here at Pipeline, and well-deserved, low 8.
Oh, coming back to live action. Ian Gentile getting clamped. Gentile staying busy out there.
Yeah, and he's made the semis here at the CT level before, back in 24. And as Cam pointed out a while ago, that 9 that he had the other day to make it out of that heat was ridiculous as well. So he's got experience both going left and right out here at a Paia. Very used to these heavy water waves, Kaipa, but he's needing, you know, still just a mid to low 2 at the moment to move up in a second. This heat's wide open.
Gentile normally riding Mayhems, but I noticed him the other day coming out of the water with a Tokoro.
Nice.
Which is, you know, great pipe boards, right?
Oh, 100%. Some of the best boards in the world, I'd even say right there too, just outside of Hawaii as well.
Yeah, carrying weight Tokoro over there on the east side. Craft those boards to take a look, and we can ID that as a Tokoro, maybe like a M7 or something.
He's a pretty tall brother too, so he's riding something just a little bit longer. And I know this morning you're riding a 6.6, Cam.
Yeah, I was on a 6.6. I've been older age. I'm getting a lot more foam up on the nose. Paddling is definitely your friend. I used to be that kid that would try to ride 6.2s and 6.4s, and I'm like, why am I doing this? You know? Foam is your friend. Uncle Reynos told me that, and yeah, it's very true.
I agree. Well, we're going to take a friendly break right now. Let you reset. We're going to see who's going to come out of this heat. When we return, it'll be the conclusion. Heat number 4, round of 32. Lexus Pipe Challenger. Charlie with an 8. combination of sun and water make rainbows. And we get a lot of them here in Hawaii. We're celebrating Mahina Olelo Hawaii, the Hawaiian language month. Anue Nue, the Hawaiian word for rainbow. Kuiper Girl, Mitchell Salazar, Cam Richards on the call here. Charlie Crevant went excellent. The French surfers in the lead. Winter Vincent hanging on to second place right now. Vincent actually, to update that, just went up to first. With this, Mitchell.
So a pair of fours for Winter. This one just slightly better. 4.67 for him. Nice barrel right there from Winter. And he's been on a roll, guys. I mean, top 20 on the CS last year, coming through a very competitive region over there in Australia. Former runner-up to the World Junior title. Third place this year in the Philippines as well. So he's no slouch in these types of conditions. And also a tall kid, Kaipo. I can tell you from experience, the bigger you are, definitely the harder you fall in these types of waves. And those falls do not feel fun. So if you're a taller brother out there, you want to get as low as possible.
Yeah, Winter already 2 visits to quarterfinals on the Challenger Series this year in Newcastle, as well as Sakuraba. Wants a 3rd visit to those quarterfinals. He's in the driver's seat currently with 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Ooh, Charles.
Oh, no.
Le Chat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Nice backup.
What do you think, Cam? Just did he play it kind of safe? Just to I mean, you're playing the game as well. You don't want to.
Yeah, well, Griffin had priority too, so he might have even been trying to like kind of sell him to go on the wave, but then he was like, "Oh, it's a good enough wave. I have the 8. Might as well still go."
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that was just slow heat. Has the 8. Might as well get something to where at least the other competitors need probably an excellent score now because no one really has anything else in 3rd and 4th. So pretty good call if you ask me. And fun wave. I mean, got barreled.
The drop was pretty gnarly, too.
Yeah.
I mean, airdrop right there, you fall.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have been an easy one.
Well, that's what Cam talked about earlier, because he had to look at Griffin and then have to make that last-minute decision when Griffin didn't commit to the wave. Yeah. So that adds to the challenge, right?
For sure. Yeah.
That's why priority here, like those calls need to be immediate, you know?
100%.
There's so much more danger right here at this wave, and you got to make those commitments right in the minute of. And ooh, that might have been a paddle right there from Griff, too. Let's see.
Ian Gentile looks like he's going to have equipment change. I think he broke his board.
Is that a ditch, or did he go on a wave?
Or lost leash?
Well, the X means suspended priority, so he probably got caught inside, and until he makes it back out to the actual takeoff position, he'll reestablish priority, which at the moment seems like he'll be in 2nd priority once he makes it back out.
Okay, that's cool. They keep the priority.
But it has to be within a certain time limit, though.
Oh, wow.
If you exceed the time, though, the beach announcers will be telling you, and if you go past that, you'll go out of it, so you will lose it, yeah.
Yeah. The suspended priority, it was a new rule that was really started here in Hawaii because of people getting washed in spaces like Sunset and Haleiwa and Pipeline.
Yeah. Saw it happen at Chopu too, I think, when I was watching the comp. People were getting washed in and they would lose priority, or I can't remember if they did or didn't, but yeah, I mean, I backed that. I mean, it wasn't his fault.
Yeah.
You know, the ocean, Mother Nature sent him in, not his fault, so shouldn't be punished for it.
So the backup is a mayhem here, Kipes.
Yeah, looks maybe even a little longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Winter, Charlie Crevant on that right, a 4-point ride, so he's in the lead. Winter Vincent hanging on to 2nd place. You can see on the graphic Ian Gentile looking for a 7. Griffin Colapinto holding priority, 6.67.
Yeah, and 3 minutes to go right here, so decision-making got to be pretty important if you're both Griff and Ian. And you got to be thinking that with 3 minutes, Ian's probably going to be able to get at least one more chance right here, especially if he gets back to 2nd priority. But still, a 7 and a 6, they're not easy scores to come by today, guys. I mean, you're looking at a specific wave out there, right, Cam? Because the lefts have been clamping down, and the rights, despite being more open, they tend to be shorter, too.
Yeah, for sure. Griffin was in a tough spot with that wave, too, that Charlie went on. It's like, he could have gone and got like a 4 or something, and then only would need a 4, but a 6.67 for Griffin. If the wave comes, he should be all right. So it was probably a pretty tough decision on his end, and I'm sure he was thinking about what he should do. Do I play the long game or try to get 2 scores? But with the waves being this good, it's a matter of time until just someone gets even paddling back out or whatnot. You know, anyone can get an 8 at any time. So, yeah, I don't think there really was a wrong answer on Griffin's end, and if he gets the chance, I'm sure it'll be pretty close.
Yeah, and nervous times for Winter Vincent. Vincent pretty exposed just with a couple of, under 5-point rides.
Yeah, but rankings-wise, I mean, he's probably the most important one in this heat.
For sure.
Number 11, he got dropped down a spot because Morgan won his heat earlier this morning. So right now, you just want to be able to at least make top 20 to requalify automatically. But just given, you know, his standards and how he feels about his own surfing, he wants to qualify this year.
That's another thing, Cam, is these 4 surfer heats, you don't have to win. You just got to be in the upper 50%.
Okay, yeah, that's killer. And yeah, so it's not going to man-on-man, right?
Not at all.
Right?
Yeah.
Not at all. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit more obtainable. And
so next round is already the quarters, you know, and that's a keeper result.
For sure.
And it's kind of cool in a way that you can literally just get seconds all the way to winning the title. All you need to do is win the last heat of the day.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how you get there. Here we go.
Spin the peak.
Ooh,
we'll stick with Colapinto. It's a runner. There's spin. And as you said.
Yeah.
Oh my! Now he did split the peak with Winter Vincent, so we'll see what Winter got out of that on the pipe wave, but that should change the situation.
100%. I mean, that's more than the 6 in my opinion right here. So 60 seconds to go. Should be seeing a situation change. And Gentile, I mean, he's still going to be needing another score, and this is what Winter was able to do going left. Shorter barrel, barely got a cover up.
Probably won't better it.
No, and added some pressure, though, so at least he went. I mean, it was the only play you had right there at this moment of the heat.
This is just an example of a CT surfer coming in here and stealing some points, taking them off the table.
Looks like Griffin, the white trunks.
20 inches are back,
yeah,
bro.
20 inches are back.
Those are like 20. Those are like 22s, bro. They're going back to the 90s on these things.
Looks pretty sick.
It's like the rims that Cam won a few years ago out here.
Ian, wow, that was cool. That was a cool stall.
Comes out.
Sick.
So that is going to make the equation even more complex.
Wow.
667 is what Griffin needs. 7-point ride is what Ian needs. Charlie Crevant, our heat leader, is just going to take this one riding in. So yet to be determined. Griffin Colapinto, his last score, he gets a 7.6.
Okay.
Now Ian Gentile coming on in. Ian needs a 7.93 to bump Griffin on that number 2 position.
Ooh, interesting.
And heartbreak, by the way, for Winter.
Yeah, that was tough. That was tough.
Yeah. But first ever event at Pipe, I mean, put up a couple of scores, went out there, competed. There are a lot of positive things, and if he finishes in 3rd, it does affect really the rankings too. So there is points difference between 3rd and 4th.
And now you used to hear the horror stories of people losing and not qualifying by getting 4th in heat, not 3rds, and you're just like, oh, it's brutal. But yeah, what a way to end the heat. That was fun. That was insane.
It's a sick barrel right here. Disappears for all. Needs an 8 pretty much.
Needs an 8, yeah. I don't know.
I mean, remember Charlie's the 8-1?
Yeah, true. If the Charlie's was an 8, that definitely...
Longer barrel for Charlie, that's for sure, but like Ian completely disappears for a while right here. Kind of a meaner, throatier wave, Kaipo. Large one too. And in the nick of time as well. Remember, he was on the ski, broke his board, suspended priority, made it back out. Great effort by Gentile.
Yeah, at least he got the chance. You know, that's always kind of the hardest part of losing when you can't even give it a try, but sure, it'll be a little bit easier to hang your head higher if it doesn't go his way.
Oh, I feel like it's going to be close. Judges taking a long time to make that decision.
And here's the thing too, the 7.6 from Griffin, despite it being, you know, a better wave, it was a smaller wave too.
This is the 8-1 for comparison.
See, you can see his nose.
Needs a 7.93, Ian Gentile. Things are coming through right now, and
Heartbreak Hotel.
Not so lucky number. 7.77, not enough for Ian Gentile. So
a couple people gave it to him, right?
Yeah. Couple judges gave him the pass. Couple judges didn't give him the pass. But it's going to be Griffin Colapinto and Charlie Crevant moving on into the quarters. 3rd place in that heat, Ian Gentile. 4th place, Winter Vincent. More action coming your way. We'll bring in Joe Turpel, Ross Williams, and Brody Sale to talk you through that action.
here on the North Shore, looking at how many people have passed away in, over the years, over the decades, and how radical the ocean is here and how dangerous it is and the surf, that's who you want coming for you in a bad situation, is Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Great day to be watching pro surfing. Here at Pipe and Backdoor, it is looking incredible out there. Another great heat here in the round of 32. Heat number 5, Luke Thompson, Mikey McDonough, Callum Robson, and Benji Brand are in the water. Callum Robson is known to be a charger in a short period of time. Made the quarters here at the Pipe Masters in his rookie debut. And now he's got a lot more in store for us, as he got a wave during the break, already getting a lift from the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Now it's time for Luke Thompson to look at Pipeline. Nice read, keeping it casual, punches out without a problem, and he's going to be on the board. Joe Turpel, Ross Williams, Brody Sale in here for the call on what's been one of our favorite days so far of this event window. Coming off a few wild days in the ocean, it's been settling down, and when you look at that local round, it was 20 surfers in the mix. There's 2 remaining. Joey Johnston, who was successful once again today into the 9s, and Ross, now it's Benji Brand's turn.
Yeah, Benji, this is what he's been asking for. If the waves are solid, if it's in that 6 to 8 foot range and bigger, Benji's the guy out here. Arguably the best in the world on this stretch of reef right here. So these guys, Mikey, Callum, Luke, they're CS warriors, but Benji's the guy in this heat.
Brody, good to see you always. What do you think about the conditions we have today?
Yeah, it's firing. I got to go out before the comp started and got a couple of the waves are absolutely cooking, and yeah, already seen some really good waves this morning.
Yeah, what'd you ride this morning? And there was like 65 people out. How'd you go?
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I rode a 6.6, and it's getting a little bit smaller, but it's still really good and just classic Pipeline and Backdoor. Yeah.
What does the energy feel like at Pipe and Backdoor when it's kind of the warm-up before game day compared to another morning at Pipe and Backdoor? Hang on, we've got Benji flying. This thing is unloading.
Let him go.
Benji Brand with a salute to Pipeline. This guy's reputation is clear, but he does it in real time, just proving himself over and over again as one of the best here at Pipe, Brody. That just stopped our conversation in a good way. What'd you see on that one?
Yeah, he also does this stuff in his sleep. He's like Ross said, he's one of the best guys ever out here, and yeah, stoked to see him still in the event and get a first wave under his belt. This was just perfect from him right there.
Pure Benji, Ross.
Insane. Kind of a different wave too. We're seeing a lot of big peaky A-frames, but that one is a nice stretched out one to the sandbar. And he read it really well, and that's what makes Benji such a gnarly talent out here, is he knows how to pace himself with the barrel, and this one was a fast runner, kind of unique wave for Pipe, and Benji read it perfectly. Little salute to the gods, boom.
Even it wasn't an easy one too. I had a little backwash like midway through right there, and he managed it just pulled up a little bit just for the backwash and read it perfectly like he always does.
Managing speed and timing. It
Yeah.
almost looked like he knew he had to go slow to start.
Absolutely, and you get that with really high-level, talented, skillful surfers. They know how to surf not only with performance and aerials and maneuvers and stuff, but they also know how to surf within the barrel. And Benji's one of those guys. It's no surprise that he's good performance as well, a good performer surfer as well, because he translates that type of high IQ with tube riding as well.
Turning inside the barrel. Sometimes it's hard to see from the front-on angle. How stoked are we? Drones, water angles. We saw everything that Benji did to earn this excellent score. One of the best of the event, a 9.13 on his first strike. Luke Thompson, 4.83. Callum Robson, 2.33. And Mikey McDonough waiting for his turn. Winner of the last heat, Charlie Quivant, is with Jesse Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Charlie, you were just such an underdog out here, but I mean, leading the charge in that kind of realm. I feel like not everyone expected you to be so good out there.
I mean, I spent so many winters down here, you know. Volcom House is right here. We're actually stepping on the second Volcom House. I started coming here when I was 14. I was sleeping in this dungeon right here in this house and moved up to the big house later on. So I've been putting my time here, and I'm used to get barrel at home as well. Like, you know, that's what we do in the winter. So yeah, obviously coming here as an underdog, even catching probably some of the best wave I've been getting out here now because we're able to be out by ourselves. But yeah, I'm enjoying it as much as I can. You know, it's one-time opportunity for sure.
Coming here since you were 14, how important do you think it is to come here and do seasons and do your time out at Pipeline?
Yeah, definitely. It means a lot, you know, like when you come here and you don't know anyone as well, like everything's so intimidating. Like not only the wave, like all the locals, everybody around, you know, but I guess from like coming down here for a long time, you know, like look, Joey's right here. He's been like here every eats, and I'm watching his eat. You know, he's my best friend here. So like, you know, you have good connection over here from coming over a long time, and then yeah, you feel more comfortable for sure.
The Frenchmen are killing it today. Cowley, Jorgen, yourself, all absolutely on fire. Something in the water with you guys, especially when it starts to get really good out there. None of you are scared to be throwing yourself over the edge. What's it like to potentially come up against your fellow countrymen?
Whoever wins, wins. Huh? Everybody's here for their own goals. I know Cowley's here to qualify, Jorgen as well. I'm here to qualify under the Challenger. It's going to be a hell of a battle, so yeah, let's go, let's get you. I mean, 3 French out there, just like with Joey as well in the heat. It's going to be a pretty nuts heat, so let's get it.
And of course, it's 9 p.m. over at home at the moment. Feel free to say hi to anyone back there.
Ben, salut tout le monde, je pense que tout le monde regarde à la maison, c'est l'heure, donc merci pour tous les messages, franchement ça fait trop plaisir. Et voilà, on va aller jusqu'au bout aujourd'hui, s'ils finissent aujourd'hui, quoi. C'est incroyable.
Thank you, thanks guys.
Thanks so much, Jesse. Great words from Charlie. Coming here for a very long time. When your sponsor's got a house right at Pipe and Back Door, you get a lot of chances to prove yourself, to learn the lineup, and you also have guys to ask questions to, like Kaimana Henry, Ty Van Dyke over the years, and many, many more that have stayed at that house that Jerry Lopez and Herbie Fletcher once owned back in the day. And Charlie's moving on. He's an incredible dancer, too. If you have a party, invite Charlie.
Fun fact.
He's going to put on a show.
What are we talking about? Like disco, breakdancing?
I think he could actually, he's like a jukebox. You could ask him, just do this type of move. You know, techno, it doesn't matter. Charlie is going to put on a show. Dance floor and in the ocean. Kind of like you, Ross.
What do you think, Brody?
Yeah, I've had a few parties with Charlie. He definitely loves to have a good time for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. What a charger. He's moving on. He moved on ahead of Griffin, so that's going to feel good. Colapinto, #2 in the world last year. Now Mikey wants his opening ride. Lunging into this one, stretching beautifully, spits without Mikey McDonough.
Thought he had that one, Joe.
So did I, Brody. We saw him get a crazy one a couple of days ago.
Yeah, the
one of the best scores of the event so far.
Yeah, it was kind of like a tricky onshore part of the day too. Yeah, and he just got lipped in the head and still held on. That was cool to see.
So it's the highest score of the event so far, a 9.5, Ross. So for Mikey, he's proving that he's ready to swing when he gets the chance.
Yeah, him and Ian kind of stole the show with those accidental kind of spooky barrel rides where they got like lipped on the head and still managed to pull in. Just a touch too deep. I was with you guys. I thought he was going to come out of that, but the floor opened up and he dropped through.
Mikey McDonough had an emotional victory on the Gold Coast when Snapper was a CS event. And coming from deep in the draw, kind of had this underdog, Ozzy field him, and then it was just one of the raddest chairs to the podium I've ever seen because it was filled with so much emotion. You know, I don't think he really imagined himself winning, and then it just happened. And then the tears came out, hugs were continuing for about an hour after that moment. It was really cool to see someone get the biggest win of their career. And once you win a CS, you're targeted as maybe the next guy to come out of Australia to make the championship tour, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. I think last year, was it last year he had that win, I think? Yeah, last year he had that win, and then I don't know what else he needed to do to qualify, but I know he was right there, so I'm sure he's gunning to get back on tour for sure, to get on tour for sure this year.
Callum Robson, formerly on the CT, grabs the rail. Nice room inside the pitted pipe and a can and a spit. The feeling of having the spit blow you out of a barrel at pipe, Ross, how would you describe it?
It's really cool. It's actually kind of loud when you're in there, and you know, it's just like so much force, and it's a really good feeling because it's sort of a salute that you got pitted, and you know it looks cool from the beach, so it's a very satisfying feeling.
Watching the technique, Brody, what'd you like about this wave?
Yeah, that was just like a great score to get on the board, you know? Like, I feel like it's so easy on days like this where it's firing to just go out and, like, you know, see Benji's kind of wave and expect to, you know, get a 9, but it's a heat, you know? You got to come out and get the 2 best scores to make the heat, you know? And even like Luke Thompson, you know, like starting off with a complete ride, a 4.83, it's not a 9, it's not an 8, it's not one of those, like, throw your hands in the air, it's the best wave of the day, but it's a score, you know? It's like he just needs another one to put himself in the heat. Like, you never know out here. Like, you could literally need a 3 or a 4 coming down to the wire, and just having that in your in your account already is huge for sure.
Brody, give us a little breakdown of this wonderful relationship you have that's still growing with Pipe and Backdoor. Did it start early for you? Did you feel like you had an instant connection with the place, or was it something that you had to really search for over the years?
I definitely had to search for it. I stayed with at the Billabong house since I was, I don't know, 7 or 8 years old. Like, and I was always just super scared, you know, growing up, as everyone is. I'm still scared of pipeline to this day. But I was like extra scared to the point where I just wouldn't even catch a wave. And yeah, over time, I think just with like anyone, it's just the more time you put out there, the more waves and beatings and everything, you get more and more comfortable and confident. And yeah, I would say I definitely have a stronger relationship with Backdoor than Pipe, but yeah, I'm working on both, and I love it. It's such a adrenaline junkie, you know, hobby sport, you know, it's so gnarly. So yeah, I'm grateful to have gotten some good waves in the past, some beatings, and still be in one piece, and getting to have a crack at it like this morning. Yeah.
Was it wild when you're about 8, 9 and going, that's Mark Occhilupo right there? He won the OP Pro twice. You know, things like that, where you're just tripping that you're amongst royalty.
Yeah. Every day over there, it's just, you know, Shane, Parco, even Andy when I first got sponsored by Billabong was there, and yeah, Aki obviously, and I got to go stay at Aki's house when I was younger and stay with him and his son for those Aki Grom Comp. Yeah, so I've built lifelong relationships through Billabong, and yeah, just grateful to have had this journey.
That's amazing.
Being a pro surfer,
Yeah, the house is filled with royalty from world champs, pipe legends, and having mentors is just a huge leap.
Super lucky, yeah.
To get ahead of the game.
Yeah, for sure.
And coming from Banyans, you know, all the resources seemed like they were here on Oahu. The industry, the spotlight was here. As we look at more action out front, Mikey McDonough, nice line this time. However, that thing changed directions on him. And he's had 2 attempts now where he gets clipped. So Mikey staying in 4th. But who would you put as, like, the people you really focused on watching in your grommethood at Pipe specifically, you know, of who you were trying to model and take some of their game and put it into yours?
Yeah, I mean, obviously John, you know, John, Jamie, all like the best guys out there. You always watch clips of Kelly, everyone, Shane. For me, it was kind of always, I felt like growing up was always like a competitive thing within my friends. Like, obviously those guys are expected to get, even to this day, like expected to get the best waves every swell, but for me, it was always like a competitive, like trying to get a better wave than my friend, you know, like stoked when they got waves, but like you always want to up your friends, you know, so that was probably the guys I would watch the most and focus on the most.
Yeah.
Classic, super competitive.
Love that. And then, you know, going back to a different generation, Ross, when you were a kid at Pipe, who were the top few guys you were going, oh, I want to do that one day, specifically at this venue?
I mean, there was Johnny Boy Gomes, Derek Ho, Marvin Foster, all those guys, Ronnie Burns. They were the top of the heap at Pipe when we were little kids, you know, watching those guys get drained every day. But, you know, Shane Dorian really took Brody under his wing. And I remember when Shane, also from Kona, when Shane used to come over from the Big Island to Oahu, and we became really good friends, you know, instantly. And he's just so much energy. But what I like, and Brody can maybe allude to this a little bit, The kids from the outer islands, they have a little more hunger, meaning because they're separated from all the limelight, and they come here and they sort of have something to prove. And I'm sure, I know Brody was going to ask you if, you know, Shane sort of instilled any of that motivation into you.
Yeah, Shane for sure. He's like my second dad pretty much. I've spent more time with him than most people in my life for sure. And yeah, he's just such a great role model and someone I look up to and want to be like one day. And not just the, you know, surfing career aspect, but of all other parts of life. And yeah, I'm just so lucky to have, you know, been from Kona and Big Island and have him, you know, take me under his wing and give me a lot of time when I was younger. And yeah, forever grateful for that, man. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, without even asking, I just know you probably had venison and eggs for breakfast.
And avocado.
Don't forget the avocado.
Yeah.
You know, Shane does inspire me too. When he posts a photo of his breakfast, I go, you know, I know what I'm going to make today. You know, his influence
Well,
is
when
big.
Shane came into the booth, you're like, we're doing push-ups. He instantly dropped and did 10 push-ups right in front of Shane. I think he was kind of surprised.
Yeah, he didn't really think I was serious. But
I don't think he joined you either.
he didn't. I was left stranded and then gassed too. You never want to work out before getting on a live microphone.
He had to digest the venison.
Catching your breath. Jacob Wilcox from WA preparing for Nolan Raposa, Eli Hanneman, and Jackson Baker coming up in heat number 6. We'll take a quick break. The Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong continues. Flashing back to a performance with Benji Brand, round of 80 heat 5, giving us a 9.17, Ross.
Insane, yeah. And Benji, you know, he knows which waves he wants. He wants the really, you know, big, scary, crazy waves at Pipe, and no one's better at reading the lineup than Benji Brand. He's a beast.
Benji Brand started off in the locals round, had a heat with Josh Moniz, Koa Smith, Nalu Deodato. That was a stacker, and he just keeps providing big moments. Mikey, meanwhile, in this one, finally gets a make after now 3 tries. Had 2 previous falls and made the adjustment to go the distance on that little runner at backdoor.
And early signs of a little onshore flow here. We'll have to keep an eye on that. It is forecasted for some variable winds. And that'll be definitely an element, you know, once we start seeing some of that crumble, that'll be an extra element. We like to call it like a chandelier, you know, stuff starts crumbling inside the barrel.
Oh.
Not when it's that hollow. Oh.
Big cave there for Benji Brand, and completely different type of rides at Pipeline. That one was short, compact, and probably made him feel amazing coming out the other end.
Again, you guys, he's just spotting them. You know, he's waiting, he's choosing the right waves that are really gnarly, like the scary double up, drawing off the reef ones. Those are the waves Benji finds.
Another look on the right of Mikey McDonough, Brody.
Yeah, it's kind of like I said before, like Thompson and Callum, like already having those mid-range scores, 5 and a 4. kind of makes him need to, and Benji obviously already having his 9 and now backing it up with that. It's probably going to be a 7 and 8, my guess. But yeah, like Mikey, he kind of has to go on a wave like he just went on and get in the mix with like a 3 or a 4 just to have a chance with this last 8 minutes left. Kind of the luxury of like what Luke and Callum already did. You know, they got their scores and they don't need to be hassling 4 or 5 right now to get in the mix. They already have that, and they can sit with their priority and try to you know, select a 9 or an 8 that, you know, Benji's getting.
I just like the drop of Benji Brand, the connection he had to the cup of that wave. It's a classic one. When you're in total control of the pipeline, it's going to cave out really quickly. And he's like extending it with control off his toe side rail. And then just right there lunges into the best view in the entire planet. Really enjoyed that.
Yeah, well spotted, Joe. It was a real throaty wave. And again, this is what Benji looks for. You know, the guys that surf pipe a lot and that we talk about, like the guys that are at the top of the list, the gnarliest guys, they know how to find those waves that draw off the reef, the real sketchy ones. But those are the ones that they look for because they have the most points packed into it. And, you know, it's no surprise that Benji found that wave. Even though it wasn't a real tall one, that one had some juice to it.
You know, Benji Brand, he's just not a free surfer that just has surfed waves his whole life without a jersey on. He was very compy growing up. He did a lot of the regional events. Oh, wow, look at that thing. Splitting his time between South Africa and the North Shore of Oahu. So born in Cape Town, but his family got a house here when he was about 5. So became super tight friends with a lot of people, including the Moniz brothers. And he just felt more at home here. So he's been full-time in Hawaii probably since he's been about 17 or so. But he's got great friends in South Africa and family. Really well-rounded as far as traveling, did a ton of QSs and regionals. So he understands the inner workings of how to put a heat together on top of his ability as a free surfer as well, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I obviously he has a South African accent, but he's you know, one of the boys close with the Moniz boys. I'm really close with the Moniz boys. Shout out Josh and Issa for getting engaged. Super stoked for them. And yeah, Benji, like, these are his days, like Ross said. Like, this is, you know, it's starting to get a little onshore. He's finding those cuppy ones, like sketchy days, and he's out there on those sketchy days, and he's just thriving right now. Yeah, it's cool to see.
And it would mean a lot to him to have a priority rotation. You know, even though he's, you know, part of the fabric around here, it's like, for even locals, they're like, oh, this is amazing. What an opportunity to have a priority rotation at pumping pipe and backdoor.
Yeah, and a 4-man heat, too. It's just such a beautiful throwback to, you know, some of the older comps. But yeah, he's so humble, and that's why I think, to your point, Joe, he was embraced at an early age here. You know, as a Holly boy moving here to the North Shore, I think he was embraced so quickly by all the local people because he likes to go spear diving. He's not loud. He's just humble, goes about his thing, and he charges. You know, nothing gets respect as fast as flipping it on a giant closeout of pipe and just packing it, and he's been doing that for years.
Brother Davey Brand as well, competed a lot with him over the years. As we're hitting the 5-minute mark, Benji trying to represent the local round along with Joey Johnston. We have more Hawaii representatives, but they got their way in via Challenger Series ranking, QS results, as we have an update on the highest heat score totals of the event. We've got a brand new one that's happening right now. Benji Brand, 16.8 total, the best of the event so far.
Yeah, this last 5 minutes is gonna be interesting, you guys. As like a competitor and a fan, like I love when heats come down to the wire like this, even if it's small scores, you know. Just, you know, that clutch element of like someone's gonna need a clutch up right now, and like out of these 3 guys, it's anyone's game, you know. Obviously having priority and having the pick of the litter is what you would rather, but you know, being in Mikey's position in 4th priority too isn't a bad spot, so it's gonna be fun last little 4 minutes here.
Callum with priority. Robson 5th here, also had that 10-point ride in Peniche. Super Tubos, a brown, just square slab that he got flung out of. Was definitely one of the waves of the year that season. Hardworking guy that's done coaching in the past, even had apprenticeships in Australia. Also, we're talking about underground stories. Callum had an Aussie version of it. Thompson. And looking at Luke Thompson. Ends up having to go around that first section. Wasn't really any room for him to pack it there.
I feel like that's that's someone we haven't talked about much too. Is Luke. Like, this is actually a really big heat for him. Even though he's looking really good on the rankings, as far like even if he weren't to make this heat, he's still in a really good spot. But I think, you know, obviously being able to get it done with the jersey on and get that like confirmation of, you know, qualifying for the TT is a big thing as well.
Huge one, Brody, and seeing Benji Brand still connected. He's got a 913.767, still getting barreled, Ross.
And we're starting to see a little bit of that inexperience from both Luke and Mikey, even though they would probably be the heavy favorites if we're at a normal tour spot, like say at Beachy somewhere in Australia or South Africa. But both Luke and Mikey took off on waves, are a little softer. They don't need big scores, but you still have to get barreled out here to receive a decent score. So let's see if Callum can. Here we go, Joe.
Found it.
Callum Robson packs a solid one at backdoor. Been working hard to find that vision. 2-3-3s out of the equation, and he just helped out his cause in second place, Brody.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for Thompson or Mikey to get him now, but he's already got the higher score out of them with the 5.33, and then I'm guessing, I don't know really where that's going to go, but I would assume in the 6-7 range, and it's going to take a real wave now for Luke and Mikey to overtake him.
And this is just Benji enjoying himself, Ross.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's done his work. He's probably just trying not to get interference, but I got to give credit to Callum. You know, he looked for a wave that had a little more severity to it. It was more hollow, it drew off the reef. So, you know, other than Benji Brown being like the heavy favorite in this heat, Callum, you'd say, is the next guy that would really read the water well out here. And Luke, Thompson, and Mikey took off on a couple waves during this heat that were questionable, a little soft, smaller. So that might come back to bite him.
Like you were mentioning, Brody, important heat for Luke Thompson coming into this event, number 4 on the rankings. Oscar Berry ahead of him, Sammy Pupo ahead of him, already out of the event. Mikey McDonough gets that first drive. Looks like he did the hard part early. And after starting with a couple falls at backdoor, he's worked out the system in his last couple of tries.
Yeah. What do you think, Ross? I think it's going to be just under. I don't think it was as good as Callum. Callum only got a 5.67, but there's still a minute left. He could sneak over to Ains and find one. It was a good read, but yeah, 6.83. I don't know if it's quite there. Callum.
Super late for Callum Robson, but that thing shut down real quickly on the Australian. His wave before, though, at backdoor, a 5.67. So as a comparison to Mikey's last wave, needing a 6.83.
5.67.
It's a good comparison there.
Yeah, again, the wave was just a little bit soft, and the judges, you know, they won't reward as much points because they want to see that critical element, you know, and slabby waves at backdoor and pipe, that's where the judges get really stoked and throw down big points. So don't think he'll get it. So maybe just the old too little too late kind of thing.
We are running out of time here. Luke Thompson, remember the champ at Bolito, which got him a wild card immediately into Jeffreys Bay, where he battled with Jordy Smith. Jordy, a mentor to him, kind of like a big brother, has been really rooting for Luke this year to give him some backup on the championship tour. Thompson in green with priority has run out of time, so he will be eliminated here in the round of 32, and he has another chance at Newcastle to try to qualify for the championship tour. Mikey McDonough ends up in third with a 5.6. Good judging there. Callum Robson takes second. And coming out of the locals round and now into the quarters, Benji Brand giving back up to Joey Johnson as this event continues. Stick around, big heat coming up next for Eli Hanneman. And we'll keep Brody sailing for the call. Be right back. Proud to have Lexus on board as the event title sponsor of this event. There is a custom Surf LX model that is specifically designed to support our lifestyle of surfers, getting to good waves, hanging out at the beach all day.
Joe, I just got a text from Lexus. I know those guys, and they're going to send us their best ones.
That's insane.
They're on the way to the house.
You're always hooking us up, right?
Thank you, Lexus. That's so nice of you.
I appreciate that. As we see.
You want one, Brody?
Sure, yeah, I'll take one.
You are so giving this morning, Ross. I appreciate that about you. Luke Thompson kind of chatting things up. We'll try to give you an update on his status on road to qualification. A big one here for number 1 on the CS. Eli Hanneman is out there in white. Nolan Raposa is in the water in red. Jacob Wilcox in blue. Jackson Baker in the green. Eli wants to get things started quickly, just up and down. Jacob getting a 3.5 during the break. Wilcox picked up the opening event win in Newcastle. Such a talented, hard-charging goofy foot from WA. Is going to be looking at, well, rights and lefts. He's pretty well-rounded when it comes to barrel riding, Ross.
He really is. And he'd be used to this little onshore sea breeze. They have that a lot at Margie's over there in West Oz. So eventually, I mean, it's definitely barrels are on the menu, but eventually we might see these last couple of heats convert to a couple wild turns. I mean, it's not like it's small out there. Doing a turn would be no picnic.
No, yeah, for sure. If it goes onshore, I mean, you kind of get left with no other choice. But if it does go to that, it's going to be really interesting because it's not small turn sections. That's what you,
right.
Yeah, or even airs. If someone's going in the air, it's high risk.
Jacob Wilcox on his forehand, Ross.
Reminds me a lot of Owen Wright. He's just got a really beautiful, well-rounded technique, really nice style. He's just a great surfer. Good in big waves, good in small waves. So it'd be great to see Jacob back on tour.
Just to note quickly, Eli is actually number 2 on the CS with the live rankings because Kauli Vost had already surfed his heat in the round of 32. So at the time being, Kauli took the lead, and now this is Eli's turn to answer back.
Roger that.
Jacob Wilcox winning Surffest to kick off the season. That's a popular win, especially in Australia. A kind human being, just a workhorse of an athlete representing that Margaret River region. He was one of those guys that would get a call up to wildcards when he was 16. He was that much of a freak, especially in hollow waves. And he would redirect the world title race in Peniche. He got more chances at Bells, his home break at Margaret River. He got to go to Fiji. So before he actually made his rookie year, he basically had surfed a season, put together over a few years. He had about 13 wildcard call-ups before he actually qualified.
13?
That's insane.
Whoa, that's a big number.
That's like a full season on tour.
Right, yeah.
Thank you, Rip Curl.
More.
Yeah. And what a great thing. And he was always just the next big name coming up, and then he earned it, got that spot on tour, and then the mid-season cut took him off. Then more wildcards came to him on his home break, where he made the quarters in the past. So we've seen a lot of different versions of Jacob Wilcox, from the young, lanky teenager into now just a straight-up contest warrior.
And he's put away a few meat pies too. He's putting on some pounds, he's filled out, so he's got some strength now behind a really good technique. He's always had good technique and good angles of the surfing, but now he's got a little more punch behind it. So
it is interesting, Ross, when you think about the weight, like your fighting weight on tour. I was just reading an interview with John. I'll get back to that because we got a fun bomb drop from a man from Long Beach, California, Nolan Raposa. Wow. Just rushing this section, making sure he gets the exit. Love the feeling of a big drop from way out the back. And that's his opening ride.
Yeah, again, Brody, they're gonna have to punch through some of these curtains right now with this little onshore flow. It's just too big and too hollow still to be thinking about turns. So we're gonna see a lot of navigating through those chandeliers today.
Yeah, it's not onshore enough to quite shift the turns yet, but it's definitely gonna be super tricky with this wind and trying to, like you said, punching out of barrels, especially on the backdoor side right now for sure. It's gonna be scary for sure.
Where did he take off on this one, Ross?
Yeah, way out the back, and he was lucky because it found the sandbar. Right now we have some clouds overhead. As you can see, it's darker out there, but he had an extension in the sandbar and got a little bonus barrel.
Yeah, I didn't think that wave was going to do anything, and then it just, like you said, gave him a little inside runner through the sandbar, and he found it. I think he would have liked to stall a little bit more and maybe go a little higher through that. But right now, like we said, it's going to be hard to get barreled, and just at the start having an early completion is huge. Yeah, a little 4.33. Yeah, that's a great start with this onshore wind coming on.
Smart play. 4.33. Wilcox 3.5. Eli with 2 looks, and Jackson Baker now sits with priority. And Billy Kemper having a talk with winner of the last heat, Benji Brand.
See, this is where Billy's pretty solid. He's talking about to all the surfers, like, what do you think about this onshore flow? We running, we going?
Yeah, he's been doing a great job in this position, Billy, in the event as well, but also with great relationships with these tour guys. As we see the slide out on the bottom of that one for Eli Hanneman. 3 waves now up and down.
Uncharacteristic right there. He's kind of like one of those guys like Luke Tima, where I'm sure like Luke Tima probably studied him a lot, because he can find any kind of wave just like Luke, you know, like he can find the inside pipe wave, the inside backdoor wave, the big pipe wave, the big backdoor wave. And yeah, I feel like with it going weird, I would say just, you know, off of knowledge and reps, Eli would have the advantage out of this whole crew. And then obviously talent wise, he's one of the best as well.
I was thinking about fighting weight when you talked about meat pies, Ross. I know you love those so much, but you know, I was reading the stab article.
I had like 4 this morning.
I was reading the stab article with John, and he was like, yeah, I'm 180 now, but when I'm on tour, I'm 200. I was like, that's a big difference of where he's getting built ready. We talk about power and control and the strength, how he holds those lines across the face, where I think at times you think there's this lean surfer build that, you know, maybe has evolved, you know, in recent times.
I don't know. I would like to have had John at 180 when we were on tour together. I think it's being on a sailboat. Nathan Florence is really hungry, and Ivan, you know, they're fighting for grilled cheeses and tuna sandwiches, whatever the hell they're eating on that boat. And so I think he's actually starving himself. I'm a little bit worried.
So you want him to get back to 200, which...
Nah, I mean, 200 now is fine. He's sailing. Yeah, be 200, be 220.
But I think
on
he
tour,
said that
180
was
is
like
the spot.
Oh, it's the spot. So not 200 is fighting.
I'm disagreeing with him. Yeah. I think,
got you.
Because a lot of the beach breaks and the smaller, grindier heats, which you have a lot of on tour, I think being 180 is beneficial. But on tour, I think we were eating well, and you know, John was having meat pies in Australia.
Oh my God, Ross just disclosing all the secrets to becoming a 3-time world champ. What a crew you're a part of. As we look at the live rankings we mentioned before, Callie Voss getting through took the lead live rankings wise over Eli Hanneman. Eli surfing in the same round as we speak, so he has a chance to get it right back. They're tied on points. Sammy Pupo out a few days back. Luke Thompson just lost in the previous heat. George Pitar still in the mix at number 5. Wilcox up to 8th, and he's in 2nd right now.
Wow.
Liam O'Brien still in the event, and Morgan Siblick jumped into the top 10 after his performance we saw this morning.
Look at Morgan, little battler, getting in the top 10. That's pretty sick.
I wonder, I don't know who does the math, but it would be, I mean, Eli's got to already be pretty close to solidifying. If he makes his heat, I wonder if we can somehow get some little chair up or something if he can make this heat. Yeah. I don't know. In my head, I can't see 7 or 8 other guys going to 22K, but
you never want to celebrate too early.
You never want
to
celebrate too early, but
mathematically, right?
Mathematically,
right.
Yeah.
But as what we see is the numbers look good.
Yes, and I think he betters a result if he makes his heat too, you know? Like, I don't know, he's got to be bettering it by making, what's a quarter in a format heat? I don't really know. A 9th or better, but...
yeah, 9th and 5th.
Yeah.
Right?
Cool.
No, 13th and 9th per quarter.
13th and 9th, yeah.
Yeah, in these format heats, 18:30 on the clock. We will keep you posted on the scenarios for the Challenger Series rankings, as we do have our winner of the last heat, Benji Brand. Best combined heat total of the event is with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, nailed it there, Joe. Highest heat total of the event. But you're saying, just found a couple out there. So humble. Talk me through those 2 waves because they were so enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, I was just watching the waves before that heat, and I was seeing like mostly rights, and I figured I had like 3 regular footers in my heat, so I was just gonna like try get a left while everyone was trying to hunt a right. And got really lucky in the beginning. Like, I just held position there and in my usual spot, and a nice double lap came. Couldn't really tell what the wave was going to do, but I just knew it was like real doubled up, had a nice line, and it was going to barrel somewhere. And it was just like, ended up being a super perfect wave, and came flying out. It just felt really good and sent off a little claim.
Completely different heat to the last time I spoke to you. You had to get your Kiwi grind on in that last heat. Makes up for it when you get to have moments like that. We think back to that very first day we saw you guys out there. It was big, and then it got really pumping in the afternoon. This feels like it's just been a really fun week for you guys.
Such a fun week. I feel like I've just been getting really lucky with like some pretty good waves in my heats, and have one grindy heat that I had to get through, but for the rest of it, it's been like actual real pipe, and these are the kind of waves I love to surf, and it's been real lucky, yeah.
Now, I've been getting a bunch of questions. Everyone wants to know what Benji Brand is riding. So I thought, let's do a Sun Cruiser board check during the post interview. Tell me about the Bumblebee that you have going on behind you.
I got the Koa Smith hand-me-down, actually. It's one of his old ones, and he rides quads, and I kind of like tapped into the quads lately. I've been really liking them, just like the grip and the control. This is a 6.6 quad Next Ghost by Pizel, and it's really good. I left the Sunrise Shack sticker on for good luck.
And you've got the matching fins as well. I love the coordination between fin and board. You really nailed it. Quarterfinals, obviously I feel like you're not really thinking about quarters, semis and all that. You're just trying to surf waves out there.
Exactly, just trying to go out there and find nice waves. That's like what I like to do every day when I'm free surfing, and this is just like a really cool format where no one's out there, and you can like wait your turn with priority and find some real nice waves. It's a real enjoyable contest.
We're enjoying it too, Benji. We'll see you in the quarters. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Well done for Benji Brand. Well done for his good friend Koa Smith for providing a board that turned in 9+ rides and the best combined heat total of the event. And just a big shout out to Koa for that crazy barrel to frontside punt he did a few days back.
That was cool.
He's been finding gems every winter just like that.
I think Benji earned himself a couple bullet coffees over at the Sunrise Shack.
100%.
Shout out.
Let's look at what Jacob Wilcox did here, Ross.
Wow, beautiful. Nice little wrap here too for the Aussie. So no real big scores yet in this heat. So drawing sort of first blood there with a 6.67.
And then an airdrop controlled by Nolan Raposa, Brody.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see once you make the drop, is just like a little 4-footer north right coming straight into you. But it looked like it was going to be a good one for a minute. It was all clean and doubled up, and then yeah, just kind of chandelier closed out on him.
14:50 on the clock. Wilcox out front. His last is 6.67. Growing up with great sparring partners, including Jack Robinson. And for Wilcox, he had to have a good backhand barrel riding technique with that slab called the box, about a bike ride from his house that he grew up in. And then all those waves where they drive really far up the coast, big old lefts. Ross, did you ever go there at the Billabong Challenge events, or was that? Did you get on those trips?
I did. I was in one of those, yeah. The one, I think Raul Machado one, but that was really fun. We went and camped for a couple of weeks at the bluff there in Narlu.
Oh, Hanneman on a double up.
Sledgy.
Hanneman looking straight down, knifes it, controls it.
Yes.
Handyman.
Wow.
Gets a flyaway. That feels amazing.
That was so gnarly.
Billy Stearman on his feet, enjoyed that show. Hanneman just changed everything in this matchup.
Wow.
Doesn't get much more critical than that, Brody.
I'm calling that's got to be, especially with this new onshore wind, that's got to be near the perfect range, in my opinion. Up like high nines, that was insane. That was so double. You could see like even third, fourth prio, they weren't even looking at that wave. He had first prio and was going, you know, so that was really ballsy and really impressive.
Yeah, again, well spotted. You know, the guys that put a lot of time in out here, they know that they have to get underneath it. And what that means is you have to paddle in on the reef because that wave is doubling up. You heard Benji talk about it just in the interview. And when it doubles up, it goes further towards the beach. So you have to chase it. If you don't, you get, you know, an airdrop and you'll get launched over the falls. So really well read there. Before he even stood up, he did all the right stuff.
Yeah, he was just positioned perfectly. And those kind of waves, like if you do hit the foam ball, you can see he actually didn't ride the foam ball. But if he were to hit the foam ball, it's so hard to make it, you know? So he just was perfectly positioned. And if he were to fall right there too, like on the drop, it's really shallow with how doubled up that one was.
Joe, too,
really
just
risky.
quickly, I think one thing that might have helped Eli is he slid out on that one small left earlier. And so he kind of readjusted, said, okay, not this time. He was way up on a nose in that one where his fins slipped out. And that one, he was perfect because that was a super technical square drop. And he kind of clunked down at the bottom and held on for dear life and made it.
Eli Hanneman, 927 at Pipeline. Off the bottom, that was so critical, nearing disaster, but so much courage in his line. He's been putting in the time over here at Pipe and Backdoor for many seasons. He wants another one. Oh. Elijah gets covered up on the takeoff, but you know, he couldn't help having a look. 927 puts Eli in second, underneath Jacob Wilcox. Things are getting interesting on the rankings, and one of our favorites so far in this event, Riaurito, is checking in. We'll be right back. Always great to be on the North Shore of Oahu. And if you guys are here right now, and you'll be here on February 7th, that's Saturday. Today's Thursday. We want to see you at the Kainui Fest. It starts at 2 in the afternoon. We'll go till 10 p.m. at night. It's a fundraiser for Dakota Briley right here at the farm across from Pipeline. Great artists will be playing. Locals like Landon McNamara, the guy who won the Eddie, one of the best surfers in the world, will be performing. Kalohe Kai is going to do a solo set. Kanaka Faya, Ron Artiste, Nija Music, and Zaya Rhythm, Ring of Fire Productions. DJ Makana Peng, still one of the standouts of this event, will be spinning, and also emceed by Island Magic Mike. He's going to make you laugh until you cry. It's going to be a fun one. You can get your tickets at kainuifest.eventbrite.com. Thanks to everybody putting this together for a great cause to create a fundraiser for Dakota Briley, a local boy. As we will get caught up with the action during the break. Eli Hanneman got this wave, Ross.
Scrambling for a little backup score. And he's in grind mode. Brody likes that, right? He's the smart. So there he goes, 4.87 for this Brody.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he had a heat. I don't know if it was the last heat. It would have been, yeah, it was his last heat because that was his first heat. But he kind of just out of rhythm at the start. Oh, he wanted to go right.
Ejecting.
Yeah, he kind of had a heat. His last heat as well. He was like really out of rhythm. He even said it in his interview. I think he was like the whole first half of this heat, like sliding out, kind of bad wave selection. But this guy's got so much confidence right now, you know. In the jersey and obviously on the golf course too, but
oh yeah,
he's gotten a lot better.
Yeah. He's
he the guy?
He's the guy right now. He's
nice.
Progressing, but obviously in the jersey, it seems like this year has just clicked for him. You know, he's I feel like on paper, you know, especially on the QS and beach breaks, like being a smaller guy doesn't necessarily help you. I feel like as far as like surfing big and throwing a lot of spray, but he's really just honed in on his skills and made it work, and just so much confidence, you know, going to his strengths, going to the air. Wow, wow. Oh,
Jacko.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm really, as a good friend of Eli, I'm just really stoked to see him in the position he's in, and just to see him, you know, like this heat's clutch. He still needs to make it to get officially qualified for the CT, and he's clutching up. You know, he had a really, it's hard once you have a bad start in the heat to come back, especially out here, and it's like a rhythm thing. So he just fought his way back into rhythm, and he's, you know, 14 points right now is looking really nice.
Update on the ping pong rivalry with you and Eli. What's the latest?
We haven't been playing that much.
Ah.
Well, yeah, we haven't been playing that much, but he's my favorite guy to play ping pong with, for sure. We always have. You've seen it. We have really, really good rallies. And,
scary good.
Super competitive.
Yeah.
Super competitive. We'll play there. We'll just stand there and play for hours.
I love that. I love the competitive vibe, and like if you guys can jab each other back and forth and talk trash, that's the best. I'm sure you do it on the golf course too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Everywhere. We're always competing everything. So.
In a great way too. I think it does help you with surfing heats. You know, if you're always keeping that edge up, and especially with good friends where you could shake hands at the end of the day, and you want to beat someone so bad, that translates to the water as well.
100%. Yeah. I mean, as far as like we've been golfing a lot, and golf has a weirdly like similar to surfing. You know, like you're gonna hit a bad shot, you're gonna fall, you're gonna fall on your wave. You gotta like figure out, like, okay, you're gonna have to hit the next ball, you're gonna have to catch the next wave. Like you gotta figure it out on the fly and make it happen. So I feel like it's a really good mental. You gotta
have perseverance.
Test, yeah, for sure. So
I like that. 6 minutes.
And it's really fun.
It's a lot of
It's
fun.
so much fun. Yeah.
I think Eli's been going over to Mililani lately to play that course over there a bit. I think he got a personal best recently.
Yep.
Is he in the 70s?
Yes, he's.
Wow.
I think he shot a 77. I'm not too sure, but I feel like out of the whole group, he's like definitely progressing the fastest. Yeah.
Does he putt really well?
He's putt. Yeah, he got a lab. He's locked in. Don't mess with him on the golf course right now.
Griffin Crosby took like 15 strokes off in like a year.
Yeah.
They're so locked in. Here comes Jacob Wilcox, just navigating a wild little ride on his backhand. Not super deep, but had some ribs in the face, but he had a steady line. Wilcox is in the second position. Eli has the lead with his backup at a 4.87 now. And now getting close to the 5-minute mark. Wilcox, key that he won the first event. Eli starting off his campaign in the opposite way. The event that Wilcox won at Newcastle, that's actually Eli's worst result this season.
I'm curious where Nolan is in the ratings too.
Yeah,
he's got priority.
Wow.
Nice pit, the best looking wave that he's been able to pick off. That's Nolan Raposa. The Californian had a solid one from out the back, but he was hoping for a bigger pit. He gets it there, but Eli is in rhythm. Another late takeoff on his backhand.
Wow.
Absolutely knifing it. He's got that down.
Well, Brody talked about Eli's confidence. That looked very casual. For being upside down underneath the lip there, Eli was just toying with it. Onshore breeze didn't matter to him, so he's looking really freed up right now.
Yeah. No, he does this stuff in his sleep. I remember he had a wave. Wow, such a good technique, this guy. Yeah, I remember, like I said, I was there. Let's watch Nolan's wave.
Nolan's really fun to talk about because he's kind of a quirky, like awkward surfer, but he's got such a wicked backhand snap on him. And really good in beach breaks. He's not the guy you always talk about, but he slides into some pretty big results on occasion.
For sure. I think he's been right there on the edge, you know, I think he's had like finals. I could be totally wrong, but I think he's at least had a few finals every year he's been on the Challenger Series.
Joe's
like
on it.
Snapper, Bolito, and
I see Joe's finger on the ratings.
He moved up 10 spots, Nolan, after his result in Sacktown. So he went up to 26, finishing the round before the quarters, which is his best result this year on the CS. So 26th on the live rankings. We'll see how much he's moved up with that. I should say that's 26 coming in. We'll see where he's at on the live, especially if he can.
So he's within striking rate with all the points.
He's
right?
bumped up 1 spot with the live. So he's got some positions he's got to track down. For him, he's thinking event win from here to Newcastle to really have a fighting shot Nolan
Yeah.
right now needs a 5-4-1 to extend this into the quarterfinals.
I'd be stoked to see him do well and, have a real run at qualifying. He's a really cool guy. He's, someone I grew up with as well. And, going over in SSA and US champs. And he's a bit older than me, but yeah, he's a super solid, great guy. I got to spend some time with him when I was on the Challenger Series. And, yeah, be stoked to see him make a run.
He's a really fun Grom when he was little. I remember he came up to me and he's like, what's the wave of your life so far?
Really?
Just really rad questions from a little kid, and then grew up and just always worked hard on his act. His parents are cool.
Parents are super cool, yeah.
Yeah, fun people to hang out with. I'm sure Craig's watching right now. Just really fun surfer that was always, kind of with Tyler Gunter, John Mell.
Yeah.
He had a fun little sparring crew over the years on the QS. And then he'll just, out of nowhere, just see a big barrel and pull in. So he's got a really fun act to watch.
Yeah, whenever I see him in a heat, just following the CS Tour, he always surprises me. He's got a wicked backhand, but he does have a fighting chance in the ratings. He has a fighting chance in this heat. He just bettered his score line a little bit with a 4.77, Joe. So he needs a 5.41 now. But he does have third priority. So Jacob Wilcox is gnarly. He's so smart, and you can see him right there sitting over his shoulder. He's going to keep an eye on him.
Pretty crazy heat on the rankings. Jackson Baker coming to this event 38th. He moved up 17 spots after his finish in Saquarema. Same round before the quarters that Nolan lost in Brazil. But Wilcox and Eli, the two that are inside the top 10, still controlling this heat as we enter the final minute.
Gosh, I'm really still wondering about this math equation here, because I would love to see him get chaired up with the jersey on. Just I don't know what it's at, but he's got to be right there for Eli Hanneman, obviously. But yeah, never over till it's over. But so stoked for him either way. He's crushing it.
He's been on a roll. I woke up to hear the sound of his truck just wah, 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 wah in the neighborhood and whipped down the hill, and I was like, wow, he's early. I better get going.
Yeah.
And then he came right back up the hill, and then I saw him grab a different board and then come right back. So he was hyper this morning, ready to go.
Yeah, and a lot of people, I don't know if they really remember, but he had a really serious injury that sidelined him for a long time out here. He had I don't know if it was like his appendix or something like inside his stomach, like a gut issue for a really long time from the injury, and had a gnarly concussion, was in the hospital for a couple weeks. So just to see him back out there and getting really good waves on a daily basis, and winning heats and into the quarters, so stoked for him. Yeah.
What a run for these guys. Eli wants his #1 seed back off of Cowley Vost, as Nolan Raposa will come in with a third place position. He's out of the event along with Jackson Baker. So the two surfers in the top 10 will get another chance into the quarterfinals later on today.
Yeah, Hanneman.
Coming up next, we'll have Xavier Huxtable, Ryaru Ito, Shohei Kato, Adur Amatrian will be out there next. Big thanks for Brody Sale coming in and joining us.
Thanks,
Brody.
Thanks, Ross.
It's an open door policy with you, my friend.
Thank you.
Let's do more of this.
This is fun.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. Get ready. It's going to be a fun heat coming up next, called by Kaipo, Mitchell, and Mason Ho. We'll be right back.
Back at the Bonsai Pipeline, the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Heat 7, round of 32. Man, I'm out of this heat. We're gonna move on to the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals called on today, so stick around. The show is still going. We got a great heat up for you. Xavier Huxtable, Ryaru Ito, who's been a top performer, another Japanese surfer, Shohei Kato, and from the Basque Country, Adur Amatriain. Here we go with Xavier Huxtable, just in and out there. Joining me on the set, Mitchell Salazar, as always, my sobrino, and Mason Ho. Thank you for joining us, Mace.
Thanks for having me.
No, it's always good. Always good. Always good. We love it. We love it. We love it.
Let's get weird.
What? Why do you gotta get weird, Mitch?
Well, because we're weird already, but let's get even weirder, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, man. Let's get normal. Nah, whatever.
No, yeah. That is fun. Hey, I'm just going you like, do people expect you to be weird now, Mason?
I don't know. What did I do? Nah.
You're entertaining. You're a conversationalist. You're a natural entertainer. That's why.
You're the best, bro. We
Thanks.
love you.
You guys too. Same.
Yeah.
Been lucky. A lot of good people around, you know, in my life,
Good
and even
vibes.
all today and every day, you know. So it's I'm lucky. Just copy a little bit what I like and apply it to life.
Bro, this is pipeline right here. You got a family tradition here. Dad won in '82 out here, a legendary pipe master. Uncle won in '86, and then a world title he won again in '93.
Yes.
I'm telling you, like, there's been a lot of, you know, your family on the podium here, hoisting the big trophy.
Yeah, very
Pretty nuts.
blessed, very lucky. I'm so lucky. I've been thinking about that a lot lately too. Like, wow. Like, as I get older, I guess it is, you know, like when you're younger, you're just kind of like, oh, I want to be better. To be honest, I was always like, I want to be better than them. I want to be better, you know? And,
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's normal to think that or
That's
what.
normal.
but-
100% normal.
I was hoping, man. Because as I got older, I was like, oh, how silly of me, or how, like, that's not how I should have just, dang.
Ador Amatriain. How do you say aoi
Charging.
in Basque, Mitchell?
Well,
I know you're multilingual.
Ador.
Ay.
Yeah.
Oh, that was mean. He was going for it.
You want to know something, though? I saw him the first day I got here. It was pretty large, and it was onshore in the afternoon. He had just come in for a surf, and I told him, hey, Adur, how you feeling? You ready? He's like, bruh, I came here because I'm going to war. And
Oh, he's got the...
Whoa.
the guy's ready. I mean, his dad, Ibon, surfed in the Eddy years ago.
I was going
No
to
way.
bring that up. Yeah, Ibon Amatriain was invitee for the Eddy coming out of the Basque Country.
that's
one of the
awesome.
original big wave surfers out of there.
Wow, so he's roots.
Yeah, he's got
surfing
some-
roots. And he's charging roots. Super cool.
Talk about family. His brother Ikit as well, also a great surfer. They have some heavy waves over there in the Basque Country when it gets good. Ito. Oh.
That was really nice.
Back to live action, Ryaru Ito. We talked about him and his performances that he's been putting out here. Incredible. Got a 9 earlier in the round of 80. Ryaru charging. One of those Japanese underground pipe surfers. Mason, they seem to be a lot of them.
Yeah, no, the Japanese are really strong out at Pipeline. They enjoy it. They find that they have that warrior spirit, you know, I feel like, where they can tap into like something that's scary or life-threatening and turn it kind of fun, you know, like, so I've noticed a lot of Japanese go out there and have a big smile and put themselves in some really scary situations, and usually they end up pulling it off, you know, but sometimes I've seen them also get some of the craziest wipeouts.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. They're awesome. I love them.
Well, let's look at this. Talk us through this replay, Mace.
Yeah, so I really like this just to start the heat, you know, just get it going, get the priority moving. That was a nice little barrel, and it came out after the spit or with the spit, so that's always nice. It was a good size wave. The other boys are kind of just going for it, and they fell on a few, so that's a nice feeling when you make yours and you start your rhythm nice and you get to go back out. And yeah, that was perfect for him. That was Ryaru, huh?
Ryaru.
I've heard his name a lot too. And this was cool, was that white?
Shohei.
Shohei, okay, so he probably similar theory. He just wanted to get it going, and unfortunately the wave didn't work out, and I've had that a few times out there. You know, you just want to sometimes get it going and it doesn't go with you, so he just has to go out there and kind of just stay fresh and restart.
Well, Ryaru Ito, strong start, 6.5, Mitch.
It's a good score, and as Mason was saying, I mean, everybody else out of position, and that's kind of how it played out in one of your 2 heats out there in the first day of competition. Ollie, the kid that he had beaten you pretty much up until that moment, and then you're like, I got to take one away from him right here. And as you said, I think that longer board helped you today, but it seems like you don't necessarily want too long of a board today, Mace.
Yeah, like today, I think there's some moments if you had the right longer board, it'd be pretty cool and fun because I've seen a few really tall, big rights go through unridden.
Yeah.
And if you're just in the right spot of that peak and you're on your bigger board, you're just coasting into like a 12-foot giant barrel. But to be honest, for the most part, it would be maybe a safer idea if you're not used to the big board just to use a little bit smaller board because you could stay in between the wind chops and easier to ride in the barrel. So maybe if like you're not like really comfortable on the bigger board, it'd be the wisest choice by far to get on that smaller one. Like I'm sure the best of the best, like John and Barron and those guys will get on a smaller one, I'm almost thinking today, and still get that 12-foot right, that big giant.
Mace, you can ride anything. You're Hawaiian. Speaking of Hawaii, we say Maui no Ka'oi. Maui no Ka'oi representing the Valley Isle, getting really close to qualifying for the 26th Championship Tour. Eli Hanneman with that last heat win. He's with Jess.
Eli, there is nothing like standing on the beach, watching you pull into a barrel and hearing the beach just erupt. Cheers going crazy. From our perspective, it's incredible, but from your perspective, you get a deep barrel. Hearing those cheers must mean everything.
Yeah, I didn't even hear anything. I was just looking for the ramp after. So I used to come out of barrels here with the trade winds and going into the air like with all the speed you get out of the barrel, but I realized today's west wind, so it didn't work out for me very well.
You are getting extremely close to getting back on that championship tour. Obviously, you're only human. You'd be thinking about it. Doesn't seem to be weighing on you too much. You seem to have this really cool, calm demeanor about you.
Yeah, I just, I know the work I've put in and the preparation I've done, and just, you know, trusting in God's plan for me and just knowing the journey I've been on in the last few years and all the growth that no matter what happens, I feel like I'm winning. So I'm just kind of all letting it unfold, and it feels really cool to do it out here. And you know, I've put in a ton of time out here. I moved over here every winter since I was 13 years old, and it feels special to have a chance to clinch it out here. And yeah, almost died out here a couple of years ago surfing. Just put in my heart everything I have into this wave to try and get good out here because it's so important. So I feel like that work's paying off.
Let's touch on that a little bit. Obviously, you've had quite the journey to get back to where you are and the position that you're in. I'm sure there would have been a time during all of that where maybe all of this didn't feel quite possible, but you're here maybe 30 minutes away from getting back to the championship tour. That in itself has to be such an incredible achievement for you, especially over the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's been a crazy ride, and just I was telling someone on the beach, like that wave was a scary wave, and I've kind of been, at least this winter, like kind of pumping the brakes on Pipeline just to like save my body. I know how powerful this wave is and how dangerous it is. I felt, you know, the power of it firsthand, so I know it's a real danger surfing out here. And when that wave was coming at me, I was like, okay, like back in the saddle, it's time to do it. But it was kind of muscle memory, so I'm stoked I made that wave.
We love it, Eli. We love having you back in full form. We're going to see you in the quarterfinals coming up very shortly. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, Eli Hanneman smashed his face on the bottom here at Pipe. Just lost a couple teeth in the process. Had to come back and get back on the horse base and, you know, and make it happen. And I think, I mean, every Pipeline surfer, I'm sure you have stories of, you know, scary times that you had to come back from.
Yeah, just hearing that actually reminded me of last year, right around this time in February. I smashed my face on the bottom, and my teeth are still a little loose on the left side.
For real?
Yeah. I got some stitches and staples on my face, and and my teeth, I was like, okay, I just need to heal these stitches and get surfing. I'll fix my teeth later. But it's been almost a year now. They're still a little loose right there. But
hey, brah, here we go. You got plenty stickers on your board, right?
Yeah.
Still got a room for a dentist sticker.
Smart thinker.
There you go. We're going to talk about this.
Dentists out there.
Any of the dentists out there in Hawaii, on Oahu, you're going to put some veneers on Mason, make him look Hollywood. he'll get a sticker on the board.
Full veneers, though, I think your teeth look great right now.
If you have the
hanging in there, yeah.
Bro, if you have choice for veneers and they're going to be complimentary veneers,
take those things.
Take them, dude. Have you seen the Hollywood smiles that we
what
have?
What are
these
veneers?
days?
Are those the good teeth, the gnarly teeth? Okay,
those are like
I kind of knew. I kind of knew, but
those are like you see all the actors and actresses and movie stars and everybody have like that perfect teeth.
Yeah.
Those are
That's
veneers.
the veneer. Okay, dang. I just floss. I've been all in the flossing the last couple 8 years, whatever. Because I used to just brush. Yeah, when you're gone, you just brush. Okay, my mom and dad said the brush. I'm gonna brush. These things shouldn't fall out or give me problems.
You'd be good. Mason Ho. Girl, and you know who I'm going to hook you up with is Made by Dentists. They have a sonic brush and like really good whitening toothpaste, and they're run by surfers too.
Oh, nice. Okay.
God, Kaipo's your PR manager.
Yeah, you're already getting a couple deals on this thing.
Bro, we've been doing this for years, Metro.
I know, but
we've been doing this for years.
Let's give these guys in the heat some mana, yeah. Come on, Waves. Come on.
I'm your sobrino. I'm your nephew. Where's my hookup? This is the first I've ever known of this.
Bro, we got you. We got plenty of stuff
for you. You got the
you.
perfect heat, too.
Oh, man. Thank you.
Gotta have it with this job, huh? Nice.
Yeah, you just got to have a palatable voice, maybe, and be able to talk for 8 hours and figure out subjects when there's no waves ridden. Just 1.6.5. That's it.
Yeah.
And other than that, it's wide open.
Hey, you know what's so cool about what we do for a living, though, and just getting able to travel, Mace, is getting to know all these people, yeah? Because, like, getting to know Kaipo, considering everybody here our family, like, this position that you're in right now, getting to know everybody and surfing for this long professionally, like, it must feel like a pretty cool feeling, yeah?
Yeah, no, like, just what you said, all the travels and everyone coming into town, and sometimes the people change, but you end up, through time, you end up making good buddies and friends and family even with a lot of these people, and it's really cool over time. I've been surfing here for a while now. I'm like 37 years old, and I've been playing here since before I was 7 years old. Like,
right.
I'd be crawling underneath this, right, what we're sitting on. I'd be crawling under here trying to knock on there, messing with our interview right now.
Yeah, you should.
But no, I would have been when I was a kid. But that's how long I've been around, So all the directors and all the people who put it on, and just the competitors, and I've seen you even doing heats, as a kid, and now we're up here. It's super cool. I remember always trying to get up into the booths when I was a kid, and sometimes there'd be like the levels to the booths, and there'd be the judges on the top. For the most part, I remember, just because no one would mess with them less. But then there'd be the commentators on the second, and I'd be telling them, come on, just let me to the second floor. I just want to be, and I won't even talk, And then they'd sometimes, the Dave Statsfield, so they'd be like, come up, or let him through, and I'd just be sitting there, and I'd see Andy, the one where he went over the falls. Yeah. I remember they just let me up there. I'm like, finally, I'm up here. And then Andy went over. Boom, broke his board. I was like, oh, I gotta get the broken board. I just went down the stairs. Everyone's like, no, he's not. This guy, he said he'd be quiet down the stairs, this little kid. But but good times. Now we're here and talking with you guys, and I'm in here I'm allowed in here, and we're having fun
100%.
talking. And
look, we're a family, we're a culture, we're all together. Yeah. And by the way, let's support our culture. This Saturday, February 7th, Kenui Fest over here, right across the street from Pipeline. It's gonna be a fundraiser for Dakota Briley, and it's going to be a happening thing. Landon's going to be playing. He's the headliner. Speaking of that, Landon won the Eddie, but a lot of people got to pay attention. This man right here, Mason Ho, he was runner-up. So close, bro.
Oh,
so
man.
Close right there.
Yeah.
But outstanding
fun.
Outstanding performance. That was just crazy stuff.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, that was a blessing. That was a super good time. What a fun day for myself and Landon. That was such a pleasure watching him win, because I was out there trying to tap into my, here we go, Xavier.
Xavier Huxtable.
I like it. So this kid, he's from
Turkey.
I hope I'm not mistaken, yes, but
Janja.
Bells Beach, yeah. And I've watched him since he was a young kid, and now he's a young man, and he's always ripped. He's always had a lot of respect and good manners, and he's always been like a healthy little big kid, and now he's a big man, and
he's huge.
He's huge, huh? And I always had fun watching him because he's one of those bigger guys who move fast and steady, and he's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, he's just growing because he's fed on a steady diet of traditional Aussie food, the Parmies at the Janjuk pub over there where he's from. The biggest parm
nails those things.
is the Parmageddon. Yeah.
Yes.
And the meat pie. Oh, yeah.
Look, all Aussie
Ripper.
food, and don't take this personally, Australians.
Uh-oh.
The Vegemite, I can't do it. That's the only one
Don't
where
let
I
them
can't
know
do
that,
it.
man.
Yeah.
And,
Now you're gonna have extra Vegemite when you go.
I called
trouble
Jessie
over there.
I called Jessie out the other day, and she's like, "Vegemite's the best thing. Avo on toast. Oh.
Oh, okay. I like that still, Xavier. Get back out there. I want all these guys to make the heat. I'm like, oh, man.
You know, another funny story. Mason, first time Mitchell mentioned Avo on toast. First time Sheldon Doggy Door ever had Avo on toast was when you took him on his first international travel over to France. That was wild.
Yeah, how funny was that? Remember that? Avo and toast. He couldn't even believe it.
Yeah. I think you told him that's what Mick had for breakfast or something, and then Sheldon was
exactly.
Like, I'm going to eat this every day now.
Yeah, he wouldn't even eat it. Here we go, Adur.
Amatriain.
Yeah. He's got a really good theory this heat, just going for it, and yeah, now he got a nice score on the board.
Older board too, Kipes. So that's kind of like an old faithful right there that he's been riding.
Yeah.
Awesome. That first wave he went for too in the beginning of the heat that he failed, he actually had really good technique and theory. Like he was actually nailing it perfect until the wave. I don't think that wave wanted to be ridden, you know. So
yeah.
It's just like bad luck for him. But yep, here he comes right here with a nice score.
Yep. This is a 3.67, Mitch.
Yeah, taller wave right here, as Mace was pointing out, and then delays the bottom turn, but really cool calculated. I mean, and in the context of the heat, this score is going to matter right here. So good work, good effort by Adur. Another angle right here, Mason.
Yeah, sometimes it's really cool at backdoor or even pipe. I like it. Like a lot of us like to take off and be right in the barrel, you know, just to milk the barrel time the whole wave, you know, but to be honest, it's really refreshing and fun sometimes, and you can almost get a bigger score sometimes if you do it right, where you can take off and just kind of ride and hang out there, like not go right into the barrel. You could take off and show a little bit of style and some sort of cool vibe, and then you get locked into a crazy barrel. And sometimes those are my favorite ones because it's like the typical pipe and backdoor barrel, you're mostly free falling right into it,
right?
You know, and you get the cool spitting out. But when I see someone take off and kind of like let go of the rail and then grab it again, or yeah, you kind of cruise, or maybe a drop and stop. Like I remember I used to love watching my dad take off and go straight, and he'd kind of let the barrel go at first, but then crank it off the bottom and then crank the stall, and then it'd almost make him too deep. You know, you're like, oh, then he comes up, and the uncles would do. I love the drop and stop. So that was cool how he got to take off and get into it. But I'm sure he was hoping that wave barreled a little more for him.
Yeah, your dad invented the mid-face kick stall to enter into a barrel. Like
sick.
That little
yeah. I love
like, bro,
those.
Nobody did. I'm going to tell you because like,
serious?
Nobody did that before.
Oh, you're letting them
Pops.
know, Kaipo.
Yeah.
That's
no,
mean. Bro.
I'm good on. I'm good on surf. I'm good on surf history, Mace, just because I'm kind of old.
Can I say that to people?
Yeah.
I won't get in trouble.
Yaro Ito.
Mean positioning. So that was perfect. He's on it. Look at Team Japan, bro. I got it from them this year.
Oh!
Oh, whoa.
Shohei Kato.
So he's just going for it.
Well, we're going to see what the scores are for the two Japanese surfers. One make and one just going for it. We're taking a break. We're going to be back with more action from Pipe, more conversation with Mason, and we're going to see who moves into the quarterfinals. Right now, Ryaru Ito, he's on fire. Back on the sands of Ehukai, this is the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. We're in the round of 32, heat number 7. And our Japanese surfer, Ryaru Ito, again, putting on a show at Pipeline, coming to live action there with Xavier Huxtable in the red jersey. Xavier currently second in an advancing position in this heat. It's Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, and Mason Ho is our guest on the call here. Ryaru's gonna win this one, I feel, but
I love it.
But the battle in a 4-man heat, Mason, is for that second spot, because second is just as good as first in 4-man heats.
No, for sure. I love it how you just said that, like, boom, because we're so taught not, like, you never know what's going to happen. But I love it because, like, to be honest, I would feel really safe if I was Ryaru, you know? But I love sometimes when I'm in that third, fourth, and that third, or second, third, and fourth, I'm just, even if it's like this, I'm just like, oh, they're done. Or, like, you're so confident, you're like, oh, I'm getting them. Or there's no way I'm not getting them.
And, bruh, I like being wrong because that makes it exciting.
Yeah, right?
If Ryaru doesn't make it,
then it's like, because he even beat your,
yeah, and then they're like, shut up, Kaipo, and that's okay.
No, but not even the shut up. But it's cool. It's fun sometimes to prove, like, what people think is, like, you're going with the odds, you know? Like, the odds are heavily stacked. Like, but, yeah, that's why competition, that's why watching the surfing, I love watching competition and turning on the WSL just because the Mother Nature, you never know what she's going to do. And these competitors, whether they're girls or boys, they're all ready to put their life on the line pretty much out here at Pipeline. But, yeah, they're just competing so hard, and it's so fun to watch. So this is nice.
Yeah, 7-point ride right there. Solid score.
Yep.
Team that up with a 6.5 for Ryaru Ito. That's where I'm having my pretty confident prediction with that 13.5 two-wave heat total, Mitchell, and just a little over 5 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, and Adoda right here with priority needing a low 2, and Shohei, I mean, he charged, he packed that last one, so he only needs, you know, something in the 4s right now. But Zave, I like the strategy. The first 3 waves, pretty much throwaways, then he got the 3, the 2.3 right afterwards. So, as you said, all you need to do is advance out of this one, and a quarterfinal result, even with the 4-person format, Kaipo, is a keeper result, really, when you think about it. Round of 16 in a head-to-head matchup, that's a good result. The 9th or better, so you want to be making the quarters.
Quarters kind of a trip, though, because normally you think of quarters and man-on-man is like you get an equal 5th. In the quarters here, you know, you make the quarters, a 4th is a 13th,
okay,
and 3rd is a 9th, right? So you still...
3rd is good in the quarters.
Yeah, yeah.
4th is like kind of borderline whether it's a keeper result or not.
Yeah. But that's good. We don't want to waste waves either.
Not at all.
You know what I mean? It's just like when you're having a plate lunch, you don't throw away the mac salad. Make sure you eat, finish all of it.
Why would you throw away the mac salad?
I've seen people do it.
That's
why, like, that
should be illegal.
That's like wasting waves.
Yeah. Mac salad, the kind right there.
Oh, mean technique.
Yeah.
Get it.
All right.
I knew that was gonna happen. He seemed too on it. He was looking, and he's got the really good technique. You could tell when he's got the good positioning for the waves, and yeah, these other guys are gonna have to just pick it up a little more too. Like you said too, Ryaru is looking pretty good and safe as the time goes down. Like usually at Pipeline,
Shohei.
Anything good.
Kato wants to change the odds here, and he's been going for it this entire heat. Just unfortunately not finding waves that are letting him out.
And it's that little, on that bottom turn right there, he slightly caught a rail, it seemed, and just diminished his speed, but a nice attempt. I mean, he's had 2 of those in a row. But right now, with 3 minutes 20, you got to be expecting a situation change right here, Kaipo, with the doors last wave. He's definitely going to get more than the 2 that he needs.
Yeah.
Dude, Shohei charges, man. Is he the one who beat me?
Yeah, that afternoon. Yeah,
he took me out of the event, huh?
He had a sick combo.
Oh,
the second turn,
it's gnarly, man. He took me down, and you're just charging him, just charging. I have a feeling this guy's gonna make it, man. He was tough in the heat. He's super cool. Oh, Adore. Yeah. So I like this guy, man. His dad's got some surfing roots. I love rooting for the families too. Just maybe because I've got a surf family, you know. So when I see them, it doesn't matter where they're from, you know. I feel a connection. Like, yeah, we're all surf family, like, together. So, and then I even get more impressed when they come from not a surf family, because I'm like, whoa, you started first generation, you know, the surfers. I love that because they just fell in love with it, and the parents were cool enough to
back them up,
you know, and yeah, so it's all really nice. But the Shohei kid, I just realized this guy beat me, man. I love it. I love him for it, too, for some reason.
Quick one, Ryaru Ito. And we're still waiting for that score for Adur Amatriain, which we suspect is going to put him in the top 2 in advancing position. Judges taking their time. Clock doesn't stop, though. We got 2 minutes on the countdown.
Save now.
Okay, here we go. Is he backdooring this?
Oh.
Like all his boys do?
Oh,
like
Xavier
Michael Peterson.
Huxtable.
Boom. Right there, you did it already. Go get back out there.
So
how's this? So I was gonna say, usually at pipe, you can usually come back in 3 minutes. You know, you could drop 2 sevens. So that's why I was almost like, I'm loving it when you said Ryaru, you know.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, exactly. But today it's so tricky. It's not like your typical perfect pipeline. So it's actually harder. You won't be able to, or usually you won't be able to come back like this. But he just got this mental wave, and he's probably paddling out, and there could be another one right to him, because sometimes they do it in this spot.
Well, he needs a 7 as we're watching this wave to get into second place.
What a way to never give up, too.
That was like the typical Australian. I love the Australians really take advantage of backdoor. I remember even way back in the day, in my dad's day, or like I remember Michael Peterson seeing him get the sickest backdoor photo ever.
Ledge.
And yeah, and a lot of even with Dean Morrison and Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson. And
well, even like even Rabbit and stuff back then, a lot of people going left and Rabbit would go right.
That's what I mean, Rabbit, and I think the Aussies love it.
The Aussies are going to love this score. Mason, an 8.73 for Xavier Huxtable, and he goes into second place. Amatriain, he's been surfing so well, but that's the game changer right there, Mitch.
Yeah, and 2 9s right there thrown out too. I like that appreciation from the judges, but Adur had a wave right afterwards that it was incomplete. He had the attempt, and now at 20 seconds.
Still time.
Yeah.
Some
and
sets.
He's out there, but Xavier with higher priority, Kaipo.
And Huxtable just is going to take this one into the beach. And yeah, I'm not betting, but
no, not betting. Sorry,
I've been doing this for a hot minute. There you go.
You're smart, analyst, professional.
Ryaru Ito, Xavier Huxtable on to the quarterfinals. There's the numbers there. Excellent surfing for Xavier Huxtable. Mason is going to stick on with us. We got more stories to tell. We got more entertainment. And when we get back, Seth Moniz, George Pitar, Liam O'Brien, Shion Crawford out in the water. Ryaru Ito just can't help himself.
I feel like Andy surfed not using his brain, just using his heart.
He was the happiest I've ever seen him in the water. The happiness shone through him, like you could see it coming glowing out of his face.
Everyone is so excited about it, and seeing the boys in it means the most to me.
We're back to motion! From out to the new beat!
Out now, the Billabong and the Irons Collection surf shops or online at billabong.com. This is Ryaru Ito. Put in another impressive heat here at Pipeline. He's into the quarterfinals. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, joined by Mitchell Salazar and Mason Ho on the call here as we're rounding out the round of 32. Last heat in that round before we move on to the quarterfinals. Got a great heat here. Seth Moniz, George Pitar, Liam O'Brien, and Shishi Boy Crawford. Kaipo, Mitchell, Mason. What do you got there?
AI.
AI collection?
AI. This is part of it. Look good, yeah?
Smooth.
I know people said that this color brings out the best in my eyes, so thank you to whoever said that on the bike path, by the way.
Oh, nice, really?
I know.
That's genius.
It's rare that Brown Eyes get compliments.
Hazels, you know.
Hey, you're Hazel.
I think, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh,
here we go to the surfing lobby. Liam O'Brien.
Is he?
What? Almost.
The
He's
lobster.
one of my favorite surfers, that guy.
Yeah.
Actually, all these. Look at this.
Oh,
heat.
it's a great heat.
Oh my God.
It's a great heat. It's
All
a great.
these guys.
It has all these different personalities. It has a runner-up here from Pipe from a wonderful surfing family of the Monizes. Seth Moniz. Remember, he came in second to Kelly Slater in 2022. We got the new star on the North Shore.
GP, what?
George Pitar. Ooh, packing it. Now we'll see if that CI survives
Crunchy.
that crunch.
Let's see, where is he?
There he
Ah,
is.
the board survived.
Oh my goodness. That was a huge wave at backdoor.
Oh, that was, yeah.
Oh, and then the payments right here, Mason.
I hope he qualifies because pretty much this year on tour or for the challengers, I feel like this year is probably one of the most special years because pretty much if you're on the challenger, you rip super hard.
Yeah,
Like,
he's close. He's close.
Okay.
He's number 5 on the Challenger Series coming in here. If he makes it to the final and gets 3rd,
yeah,
he's back on tour.
Wow. Okay.
And he's going to have another chance at Newcastle because he's going to have there's a 7th event, you know, in the Challenger Series. There's all of our names right there that we've been talking about. What a rad heat.
Well, one's already on the CT in red. The other 3 looking to get there. Shion, I mean, boy, has he been impressive over the event, Kaipo, and coming off a great result regionally, too, here at the Florence Pipe Pro as well.
Yeah, he made the final at the QS that we hear, which was a star-studded affair. Even though it was just a QS, it felt like it was much more than that, given all the surfers that were in that regional. Mason.
Yeah. Oh, Shion and Seth, too. I'm just blown away on this heat right now because those are like my other 2 favorite surfers. Like grew up watching Seth, and then now Shion's this young. Yeah, Liam. Wow, action. Super good heat. But yeah, Shion's been growing up, and oh man, George won't stop. This guy just got crunched. Oh, but this wave, this reminds me of like, I love the Challenger this year for some reason because if you're on the Challenger, you rip super hard. But since they have a contest at Pipe this year, I feel like everyone that rips super hard is going to get a nice dose of Pipeline, whether it's a crunch or whether it's a nice wipeout or a mean blowout barrel or both. But it's just super cool to have the competitors go through something like this, like an event like this.
Yep.
Because it's actually where, you know, this year the title's going to get decided here and stuff. So it's just cool to see the challengers kind of get a taste of it out here and get seasoned on it.
100%.
Boom, because they're rippers now that got pounded or spit out extra hard. So I feel like I'm going to have a lot of fun watching this year.
This is so rad having Pipeline on the Challenger Series. Omedetou gozaimashita. Congratulations to Ryaru Ito. Let's hear from Ryaru with Jess.
Yeah, omedetou Ryaru. Amazing heat, solid heat win at Pipeline. You love it out there.
Yeah, I love Pipeline. Yeah, that's last one heat. I go 2 good ones, 10 point, and then 6.5. Yeah, I'm happy to take the heat. Yeah, thank you.
We love it, Ryaru. Obviously, you come here a lot. You've spent a lot of time here in Hawaii, especially really comfortable at Pipeline. Feel free to answer this one in Japanese, but tell us how much time you've done here.
Maybe 11 years.
Wow.
11 years come to here. Yeah. And then I tried wave of the winter kind wave. Yeah, but Pipeline is dangerous and very good waves. Yeah. I love the Pipeline. Yeah. That's it.
And obviously, heaps of fans back in Japan, heaps of friends and family back there as well. Feel free to say something back home.
応援ありがとうございます。次も勝つことできたんですけど、次はちょっともっとやばい波に乗ってやばいライディングするので楽しみにしておいてください。ありがとうございます。Thank you.
As us. Thanks, Rio. Thanks, guys.
Super Genki right there into the quarterfinals. Ryohei Ito. During that interview, we saw Seth Moniz with his AI trunks. Red a backdoor barrel, Mitch.
Oh, sick.
He might get one of the best scores of the day right here,
Lot
too.
of AI right there.
Oh.
You know what's so crazy about him, and Shane brought this up the other day, is that 80% of the effort that you have to do here at Pipe is before you even stand up on the wave. And I feel like his positioning to me has to be one of the all-time best I've ever seen out here at this wave, Mace.
Yeah, I agree. I like that call. Seth, to be honest, the whole family, like, I'm sure even up to Uncle Tony, like, they all, even Micah, like, or everybody, they all know how to position out there and ride it. Josh and even Isaiah. They have a really cool connection out there with Pipeline, I've noticed. Because for me, I like to be in that sweet underneath spot sometimes too, you know, but sometimes I like to be a little outside or a little behind it, or there's like a critical little zone that I notice Seth and Josh kind of toy with, you know?
Yeah.
When I'm out there with them, I'm always like, whoa, when the waves come in, I'm like, you're gonna go from there? And they're always this big old smile, like, of course. And then I love it, you know, and it's always a pleasure watching them. And Seth right here, I love watching Seth on tour, and I like the colors on his board this year. He's looking nice.
Yeah, seven-point ride for Moniz. He goes to the top and maybe looking for a backup here. You know, all the different spots on this reef and all your positions, Mason, but it must matter what board you're riding too, because I see you ride sometimes a 7.6 out here, sometimes a 5.4. Like, you have this full gamut. Oh, there's Josh.
There he is.
Right,
He's one of my favorite surfers too in the world.
I almost said Tony because he looks so much like Dad right there.
Sick. Oh, Riz and Batet.
Yeah.
And Douglas.
Cool gang.
Indo's in the house too. Some legends over there.
That's cool. Josh is here.
Yeah.
Supporting his brother, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Does Josh have a heat? For sure.
No, he lost. He lost in
yesterday.
Dang.
Opening round, remember?
Oh.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Locals round.
Locals got lucky.
Here's a real question though, Mace. I've been trying for years to get Kaipo to Mex. When are we gonna have you
to
go?
Mex?
Yeah.
Oh, I love Mex. I went last year.
You did?
Yeah.
What
you didn't hear? I didn't score so. You didn't hear I scored so hard. No, I'm just kidding.
Did you hit Junior up or what? Did you go with Al?
No, I went. What did I do?
Yeah.
I went to the. I don't even want to say it, but I was oh wait, someone on it getting barreled. Oh yeah, they interrupted it. Never mind.
GP, that's funny that Mitchell. He's very protective of his
I
spot.
went by your spot.
And he was
I went
trying
down.
to. He was trying to have you blow out his spot too. Oh, Shion.
I went to your spot. You know, come on, are you messing with me?
Oh.
No,
I don't. You guys kept it.
You look like you're upset I didn't tell you
No.
that. I love it. I love this guy. Mitch is on. Hey, I've seen Mitch a couple times. I'm like, this guy wants a heat, bro. He wants
I don't.
He wants a nice right or an expression. This guy wants a right, bro. He can get blown out, too.
Whoa.
So she on, bro. Everyone's on right now.
Yeah.
This is a really good heat. Super stoked to be in here for this. Look at that late drop. Oh, my God. Did that just happen? Oh, too bad the thing didn't just let him. Oh, man. He was ready for a 12 right there. A 10, I mean. So that out there, that's a really scary feeling because that would have been, if there wasn't this little wind tatter, that would have been a little more of a cleaner and safer and funner takeoff, and maybe he would have got barreled perfectly. But with this tatter, it kind of makes the wave cap and kind of whitewater a little quicker. So sometimes when you're in that sweet spot, even the one I was talking about earlier that Seth likes to play with, sometimes the whitewater will cap and break over you, and it's like you're wearing like a weight suit when you're taking off. So it's super crazy. And look at that pro. He got right back on that thing. Oh, Liam, highline, backdoor, Aussie at backdoor again. These guys love it.
Wow.
Got a ton of right point breaks over there. Oh,
Seth, okay.
Oh, Sethy boy.
That was so tapped. He usually, okay, so something, I can't wait. If there's an angle looking in, that's going to look crazy, but that already was.
Wow.
Okay, he's going to shake that off. This guy's a little freaking animal. He's not even little anymore.
And then we did see the jet ski get broke loose, got broadsided out there.
Yeah, he got right back on, too. How
Yeah.
cool is that? Not even a leash on that thing.
No need.
How do you get back? How do you swim back to that thing? To that thing, oh, yeah.
There we
Okay,
go
so
with the
Seth,
pickup.
Boom.
Hawaiian Water Patrol on the Red Bull jet skis, and this is the drill right here to get you back out. Seth Moniz.
Heroes.
Yeah, and I mean, what a moment right there, too. Just quick explanation. You want to get onto the sled as quickly as possible, but if there is a chance to get to the saddle as quickly as possible, too, right within the same transition, that is a picture-perfect example right there, Kaipo, of what to do in the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like getting up on the sled because usually my surfboard, I just love it so much. I'm like,
they get beat up if you lay on them on the sled.
I do. Yeah, some people say they don't, but I'm like,
100%
I couldn't even
they do.
imagine laying on. But sometimes I'll do it just if I'm like, hey, I want to win the heat so bad, I'll break my magic board.
Crease it that way easily, yeah.
Or bump, or even a pressure, anything. I'm always like, let me get up there. I try to tell the guy, let me jump up there with you. Sorry, like no rush, no worries.
Okay, so 8-point ride for Liam O'Brien, battling Seth Moniz for priority here on the paddle back out. He could do double damage right there if he gets priority over Seth. There's the score, Mace. 8.3 by the Brazilian
Nice
judge.
score. Yeah, Liam's nice. This heat's really good heat. All four of these guys are top-notch surfers and surf thinkers. Like, their IQ is high. Look at that high line. That was sick. That's why I got the 8, I think. He was behind it, and he did like a cool high line. It wasn't just your basic, the judges know, and then he went into that wedge. Whoa.
You know, another cool thing about Liam and his partner Sophie is that they have the option to, you know, go to Jay Thompson, everybody from Surfing Australia too, who are amazing coaches, but they're actually working with Reynolds Hayes at this event, Kaipo. So they went out of order and made sure to get the proper knowledge of a location like this. And Lob's been here in the past, you know, he's been a competitor here at Pipe before, but remember a few years ago when he qualified for the CT, he wasn't even able to surf as a championship tour surfer because he got injured hours before the event started at Pipeline.
Yeah, hours before his rookie debut. Looking to back up the 8, Liam O'Brien stalls, disappears, and he's looking good now.
Mean little backup. Did he have last priority too, or did he have?
I know he didn't have
Third.
first. He didn't have first priority.
He was
that
in
was
either third
cool
or
with
fourth.
that was cool with that. That was a smart move. Yeah, it's fun watching them because, like I was saying, they got nice. All four of these guys are smart surfers. Like they got the high surf IQ for the heats. So it's not often you get 4 guys that are really talented, good natural surfers, and then also really smart.
And on the paddle, you could see Seth Moniz right by Liam, and that's how important that paddle battle for priority.
Yeah.
Shion trying to get in the conversation there. Nice start for the surfer out of Haleiwa.
Perfect.
Oh,
Back up.
GP.
This looks like a beautiful wave.
George Pitar
Stay
in
high.
a big
Stay.
backdoor
Wow.
barrel, second
Make it.
section. Come on out. Oh, he's surprised. He's yeah.
Oh, rib curl sticker, yeah.
It's just dreams are made on the North Shore, and
Yeah,
you said Mason, when you only got 3 other guys out there, you have this opportunity to get like the wave of your life.
Blessed. Yeah, it's such a. That was my kind of mantra. I don't know if I could use that word there, but that was my whole deal when I got in this event or when I got to surf those heats. Was I was like, I'm just thinking thankful. I'm so thankful. And other events and other even pipe events, I've always been like, whether I'm in or not, like kind of a feeling in me is like, I should be in that. I deserve to be in that. Or
Well,
a
you
piece
do.
of me. Yeah, well, a piece of me. Oh, here we go. Not enough of me. Look at this perfect one for GP right here. Blowout. And okay, so this is a special wave. Mean drop. Big barrel, blowout into the second section, and that second section is so nice and cool and special too. So this I'm assuming is going to be a good score. And he stayed high too. He didn't drop low and let the lip hit him. And
It's got to be a 9
I'm calling it.
something.
I'm going 10 puntos.
10 puntos.
I'm calling it right now.
I like that.
Why not?
Look
Let's
at
go.
that angle. Whoa.
Especially the guy drops in the barrel already too.
10
you know?
puntos.
Yeah, right.
Australian
Right?
on a backdoor wave again, right?
And especially with the double barrel at the end
Love
too.
it. They love it. The boys. Huh.
Hey, I'm with you, Mitch. Just give him a 10. Let's call it a day. We can talk about it on the 805 post show for
He
sure.
ended up at off the
Sick,
wall.
bruh.
I mean, like that was a long wave. And I mean, length isn't everything, you know, but you get the double barrel too. But that first section alone, I think it's worthy of a 9-point ride.
The intensity of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Beautiful wave too. Sometimes sometimes the wave's such a beauty. Like it could be a 10 or a 9 or anything, and if you just go compliment the wave, you're gonna get that score, you know. So
yeah,
that wave was one of those beautiful 9 or 10, you know. So, and he went and did his job, you know, or did the job. So I think
close.
He's perfect.
9.77 for the surfer from Manly Beach, Australia. So it's the 2 Australians out in front with 12 minutes remaining. There's all the scores, Mace. Couple 9.8s.
I love it, bro. From Manly to backdoor. Just got blown out.
That's incredible.
Highest score of the event, yeah, Kipes?
9.77, I think so, yeah.
So, I mean, at the end, all you need to do is advance. And, you know, remember he grew up in Vanuatu. There's a couple of heavy reef breaks over there, too. So, out of Spain, yeah. Oh, maybe not blow it up too much. Yeah.
Oh, whoops.
Already going to give away the spots to Mace back in Mex. So, maybe not too many over there in Vanuatu, too.
It's all right.
I'm going to extract some spots from you. Yeah, you're easy one to crack. I love it. No, I'm just kidding. You're probably tough, but
you're the best, man. Love you.
That's good, yeah.
So nice. Man, I really love Seth and Shion too, man. Those are my 2 buddies. We're all from Hawaii, but the Australians are having a heyday on these rights.
Oh, man. George Pitar, once again. He's on a roll. And,
Okay.
Maybe overstalled just a little bit right there at the end.
Exactly. Maybe, huh?
But he's going to make it back out, it seems, pretty easily, Kipes.
Such a fun heat to watch.
Yeah, this has been a very entertaining one.
A lot of waves.
It's
good
cool.
Scores.
Yeah, it's cool when they're good on paper, and then they're good also in action and while they're going down. Oh, yeah, he almost, if he didn't stall in that one part, huh? It probably he would have butterflied right over that weird part. Right here's the weird part. Right there.
Oh, actually slipped. His back foot came off fully, so too much weight on the front part of the board.
Well, you guys, we're going to take a break right now. We're going to see if the locals, Seth Moniz and Shion Crawford, can come back. Currently, it's Liam O'Brien and this guy, George Pitar, in the driver's seat. Stay tuned.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By 805 Beer. Properly chill. By White Claw. Grab life by the claw. And by Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Let the good times cruise.
Oh, we're in Hawaii. We're checking out the Naya, the dolphin. Oh, having a good time out there, and they share the ocean with the kohola, with the whales. This is Mahina Olelo Hawaii month, so we speak the Hawaiian language whenever we can. It's whale riding season, right? Not riding season, whale migration season. You're not supposed to touch
Oh,
it.
you're going ancient times, yeah?
I forgot Mitchell Salazar Mason.
All okay.
You like the whale riders.
Whale riding times. That was way back, wow. Was it myth or was it real?
Was it myth or was it real?
Was it real?
I tend to think it's real.
Me too, for sure. Yeah. No, I believe. That's why when you said it, I was like, yep, you're going to let them know?
Having
Beautiful
a good time
day.
here. Having a good time here. And the two Aussies in this heat are having a good time. Liam O'Brien got an 8-point ride, 9.77 for George Patar. They're running the show right now. Seth Moniz in the red jersey. She's got first priority. Shion Crawford needs to claw back if he wants to get into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that'd be super cool if the boys got another shot, you know, at a wave. Just give them the chance, you know, and then also give the other boys even more chances. I love seeing everyone go at it, you know, but man, it's so tricky. I like all these guys are my buddies in this heat.
Right.
It's super tricky, and I kind of love these, but
it's hard to cheer for it when just like everyone's your friend.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And everyone rips too.
That's my favorite part. I think almost like you couldn't put odds on this thing.
But odds coming into this, I gotta be honest, you guys. If I had to put odds on this, I would have put higher odds on Seth and Shion, given
to
their
be honest,
how familiar they are to this
with
break.
the reef shelf.
With the reef shelf.
Yeah, like I hear some people talk about, oh, is there advantage or not with the locals or not, you know, and if you want my opinion, to be honest, it's not even a question. There is a little advantage for the locals, or little or a lot, because we just know the reefs and we know when the swells come. Like I don't even surf out here before the event or anything just to keep my body all good. But I know I don't care if the sand moved or what or anything. I know exactly what's going to happen. Sometimes I'm watching guys, like, look at this guy. He knows right where. But come on. But sometimes, okay. But it is Mother Nature, right? So that's where it's anyone's game, you know? And these other guys are so talented that, that's the old school, or that's actually new school, old school. That's like Bruce and them. Slater started doing that, paddling straight out through the rights. Yeah, I think.
Lobby.
Liam O'Brien, our heat leader, first priority, pulls into pipe. He's slotted, it's spit, and he's out there.
I was going to say, he's not going to make it easy for anyone, this guy.
What a great heat.
Well, the interesting thing happening right now is that George Patar doesn't have a backup, and Seth Moniz just needs a 4.41 to go into second place.
He's taking the lead with this one, but I think Lob's probably going to improve on the high four that he has. And now Shion, he's got to get to work pretty soon with 5 minutes on the clock here, Kipes. And
Seth broke his leash, maybe?
The leash broke and something broke.
Yeah.
Mermanning under that thing.
You were talking about him paddling straight back out, and he paid for that one.
Yeah, I think that was like a, yeah, I mean, I don't know exact everything, but I know, I'm pretty sure that, like Slater and all them kind of, and Bruce and, I don't know, my dad kind of was like, you know, you got a mean right. He's like, I don't know. He always told me, just go around. You just got a mean right. Just go back around, you know. So I just kind of grew up doing that. But then, you know, I also grew up watching like the Momentum generation and all the boys and Ross Williams and Shane Dorian and Kelly Slater, and then also Bruce Irons and Andy Irons and all these gnarly guys. So I'd watch them in the heats. They had this theory where they'd pull in and just kick right out and get right back out through the right, you know.
Right.
So as I got older, once I got, I don't know, it kind of took me till my 20s to do it. Like, look at that animal.
Bro, look at that. That's just a leash snapper.
That's gnarly, bro.
So shallow right there too.
He's gonna go through that right almost any. If I was to bet money, I bet Seth's the kind of guy who'll try to gamble going through that right every time. There's some guys like that. I remember one time Manoa Jolie just like. He went on a right, he went on a right, and he was trying to go back out, and I was just thinking, it was like third reef pipe, but I'm like, why? This guy's so gnarly. Why is he doing this? Just go around the left, you know. But yeah, that's sometimes what happens when you go out through the right. It's pretty crazy. But really good for the heats and time management if you pull it off. Like John nails that right. I don't think John will go around the left too often. Yeah.
And one thing, John's one of the best duck divers in the world. Like,
yeah.
That too. Maybe that's why he just shoots the right.
You know, we talk about the Naya, you know, the dolphin. He's like
he's a human dolphin?
Yeah, kind of like John Naya. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. He's a dolphin for sure. He's part something else. Something special and cool. Wow, so Liam, this guy is always doing so good in my eyes. I have a pleasure watching this guy.
Well, I mean, he's got the frame of a young Mark Richards, so Mark, one of the best out here in his era, and
Oh, he does kind of look. Yeah, kind of.
the afro,
Whoa.
everything, yeah, the demeanor.
Yeah, the frame even, all kind.
You know what's shocking, or could be shocking, is George Pitar has dropped down into 3rd place, even though he has that 9.77. He needs a backup of a 3-point ride. He's got 2.5 minutes. Still need to get the score for that last one for Liam O'Brien and see how that changes the situation. O'Brien likely going to take the lead, I feel. Needs a 6.67.
Or at least improve on the 4.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and if he does, it's got to be substantial, I think.
Oh, let's hear from the camp. Seth Moniz's camp suggested down the sound with Doug Silva.
Yeah, Doug, you've gone and picked up the equipment that unfortunately Seth lost in this heat. Tell us, what has he got? We want the inside of the board.
Yeah, so the board he chose is the first time he rode it today. It's a 6.4, and I just gave him a backup 6.6. And I know we've been going with a little bit of more of a flatter.
Last score of Liam, a 7.93 back to first.
Flatter rocker.
Right second. Blue,
And
4.9.
I know Taylor from San Diego, been working a lot with Sharp Eyes, and been doing an absolutely amazing job with Marcio and Taylor. Been doing a great job with Seth, so we're very blessed for them.
We'll let you focus on this heat. Focus on Seth. We'll see you soon, Doug. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. You could tell Doug Silva wanting to pay attention to the water because this happened. George needs a 4.9 to bump Seth out of 2nd place, Mitch.
It's smaller wave. It took him a while to stall. He did disappear completely for
at that
couple of moments.
Is this a 4.9, I guess is the question.
So it needs pretty much a 5.
Yeah.
I don't know.
On the cusp, huh?
But as you said, though, Kaipo, you never want to lose a heat where you have not only the highest score of the heat, also the highest wave of the event, too, in that same heat. So it's a bummer. And he's tried. I mean, there's been a couple of waves where he has truly tried, but I don't know. I don't think so, personally.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to fall short.
Crazy train for George Pitar on the paddle back out, just 30 seconds.
They never like it when you stall. You have to stall that much to get properly barreled. So I feel like that's going to be taken into consideration right here, especially when you look at all the 7s and the 8s. They've gone directly into the barrels.
Xian got one of the sickest barrels I've seen ever out here, like a couple days ago.
The afternoon.
Yeah. So I was really expecting him to go kind of berserk in here, but I guess contests are crazy like that. And
just never had that rhythm out there for this one for Xian Crawford. Still waiting for the score for George. It's going to make or break this heat. He's a 4.9. Oh, man. Clock's off. We're still waiting for the scores. George needs a 4.9. He's got 2 up right now.
And the 2 local judges, too.
5.1. Wow. He turns the heat, and you can see the relief from George Pitar. So it's the Aussies, Liam O'Brien and George Pitar, moving on into the quarterfinals. Great surfing throughout this event from Seth Moniz and Xian Crawford. But right now, there you go.
Great heat.
Team, what an entertaining heat. And what an entertaining conversation. Thank you, Mason Ho.
Yeah, thank you for having me again, you guys.
Bro.
Good times.
You know where we're at right now. Yeah. Anytime you want to come through here, you just come right back over here. You know where we're at. We got a little lounge over here. Thanks, Mason. Mitchell, take a little break because we got more on the way. Joe Turpel, Ross Williams, Josh Moniz coming to talk you through the quarterfinals here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. George Pitar threads the needle and finds his way in the quarters.
When you're really connected on a wave, it's kind of like a spiritual moment. Like some higher power is taking your body and using it. I work so hard to get all aspects of my surfing to the highest level that I can and create no weakness, because then I feel like I deserve it. That's how much I want it.
Sometimes a loss is a good thing. It just keeps you hungry.
That was my biggest dream ever. I don't want to let that kid down.
The male pro Portugal champ.
Seeing through all the adversity that you went through, on the other side, there was something beautiful. One of the things I see in Cade that I also had in myself is overcoming the nerves, harnessing them, turning them into fire. What motivates me to care and give back is just like how much I love these guys. They push me just as much as I push them. The more you care, the more focused you are.
It's quarterfinals time here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. A wild wipeout for last year's runner-up in the world at Griffin Colapinto. Very sendy on that opener, got hung up, and maybe they're tangled up now. Griffin right next to Jackson Bunch right at the start. That is a wild scene to kick off the quarterfinal. These guys traveled a bit together last year through Jackson's rookie year on tour, and now they'll shake that one off and try to settle into what is a big heat. Also having Morgan Siblick and Ryan Huckabee. What a start. Joe Chappelle, Ross Williams, and joining us, Josh Moniz. Always great to see you, Josh. Multiple-time pipe champ, long-time ripper, and always fun to catch up with you. Just first off, congratulations, man, on getting engaged just the other day.
Yeah, thanks. That was a great moment in my life. Very happy to have a super solid partner. So yeah, happy to be here and watching some heats. Waves are pumping.
Awesome, it's pumping. And here at Pipe, obviously close to your heart, seeing your younger brother just get knocked out in that last heat on a very close decision. Sometimes they say it's hard to watch your friends or family when you're not in the ocean with them. How did you react to that?
Yeah, for sure. I hate watching my brothers or friends. When you're out of control, it's like a funny feeling where it's not on you. So I definitely feel more pressure watching them, but yeah, that's how it goes. George's 9 was insane. I thought the 5 was a little high, but if you go back and look at both of the waves, which I'm sure the judges did, you know, that maybe the gap, I'd have to watch all the waves again, but yeah. George, that was a tough heat, tough draw, so George put it out there, got the 9. I was kind of calling 10 from my angle when I seen it, so yeah, he got probably 2 better waves. I mean, I'm sure we all would rather have that 9 than both set 7s.
Yeah, Ross called a 10-2. I was sitting next to him as well. Here's Jackson Bunch recovering from that tangle up, and he's got a couple chambers to enjoy. That one takes him out of the completion on the second effort. Jackson really fun. He can shapeshift in these pits. He can get really flexible and bendy when that barrel changes. So open with a 1. We'll get a little more for that one, Ross.
Yeah, that was crazy, that beginning there. I'm glad Griffin is okay. That was a bad wipeout. And then he kind of dusted himself off and went into a paddle battle with young Jackson Bunch. So Griffin, what a warrior.
Yeah, Griff loves it. Griff's here to win too, which is pretty cool. You see some CT guys coming to these events, and I feel like they kind of just coast their heats and see where it takes them, but Griff's here to win. He's never won out here, and he's so good, but here we got Jackson on a sick little nugget. Probably just feels good getting a wave after that little tango up to start the heat under prio, so get the ball rolling.
Josh, what's your take on Jackson's approach at Pipe?
Oh, Jackson's, technically speaking, surfing is pretty perfect. He's so good. He's 100% one of our top guys coming out of Hawaii, and I'm obviously rooting for him. I know he's had a pretty rough year on the Challengers, so it'll be cool to see him get some momentum and make a big run right at these last 2 events, but he has a huge heat right here. This is a pretty stacked heat. Ryan's doesn't really probably have the biggest name in when you think of barrels, but this kid would give it a go. I seen him the other morning when they called the event off. It was onshore and 12 feet, and he sent it on one and made it, and yeah, I know he'll give it a crack. And then Morgs is a vet. He's ready to go.
Josh, how much does that evolve, you know, season to season? And is it common just another new international face shows up and gets the wave of the right foot back door? I mean, what impresses you year after year, seeing the level rise from other parts of the world?
Yeah, it happens every year. The level of surfing in general is just so high right now, so any kid that wants to just spend a little extra time, maybe when the waves aren't as good or the crowd isn't that thick, and if they're willing to like put themselves in that situation, they're gonna get a chance. And here's Ryan. This wave looks really nice. Big backdoor one. Yeah, that's gonna feel good. That's like the best way to start a heat at Pipe. Really happy.
Well done for Ryan Huckabee in the quarters here at the CS level. Doing well throughout the region in North America and representing Flagler Beach, Florida. Big guy, knows how to swing and pack it, like Josh was saying in the free surf. Now making it happen consistently with the jersey, Ross.
Yeah, that was a good call from Josh. And I was on the beach the other day with Finn McGill, and we were watching Ryan Huckabee in the water, and he's like, watch out for Huckabee. The guy's kind of sendy. And right on cue, he got like a psycho on it backdoor. So it's cool. I like your conversation, Joe, about how kind of learning on the fly with some people that come to Hawaii and just show up and blow up. And you never know who's got the courage out here at Backdoor and Pipe. It's a spooky place. It intimidates you, but ooh, another nice wave here.
Absolutely going inside out on Morgan Siblick, and a clean top turn. That was kind of groovy. But his favorite part, getting just sucked into the vortex there. He was dial-a-bomb at backdoor, and now showing he's got it on his backhand as well. Real classic character. That was a star of that Apple Series, make or break, when he was in his rookie year on tour, working closely with Liam O'Brien, Matthew McGillivray, J. Bottle Thompson, and he just found kind of overnight success on that rookie season. Take us through what made this one cool, Josh.
Yeah, this is just like a really pretty, perfect pipe wave. Really easy drop, and just those are the ones you just set your line and you kind of know you're coming out. He did a real good job on hanging himself up a little longer because he would have probably outran it. So just kind of a real like vet look at someone who knows how to compete and play the game. This is a huge heat for Morgan. I know he's right there looking in the cut, and he seems pretty dialed in every time I bumped into him in the water and just around the event. So it'd be cool to see Morgan get a chance back on the tour.
Morgan creeping into the top 10 on the live rankings, and that was a big situation for George in the heat previous. Pitar moving on as he was in the mid-range packing that top 10 as well. You had Jacob Wilcox, Liam O'Brien top 10, Eli Hanneman, Cowley Voss. There's a lot of the top dogs seating-wise that are just pushing through into the final series. As we did have Liam O'Brien win that last heat. He's ready to go with Jesse Starling.
Bit of a stressful one for Lobby in that last heat. Obviously hearing 9-7s, and then it was a battle to hold on to the lead at the end there. Just getting the heart rate back down right now.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's stressful when everyone's getting good ones, but it's also, that's what you want. When it has to surf in a heat, like that's what you dream of. So that was pretty epic. So saying it was kind of weird before we paddled out, so I was thinking it was going to be another sort of grindy heat, and then yeah, mid-heat it just turned on, so it was pretty epic.
Hearing George get a 9.77, obviously you two really good mates. You've been traveling a lot together this year, especially with the Challenger Series and the CT at the start of last year. Feels like even in moments like that, but although it's not for you, that it's just exciting to even see your mates get those big numbers.
Yeah, 100%. I saw that wave from the side, just the takeoff, and I didn't think he was going to make it. Then I heard the whole beach erupt and went, oh, that must have been pretty nuts. But yeah, stoked for him. I had the sickest view. I wish I had a camera. Would have got a hell shot.
As far as your, time at Pipeline, especially when it comes to being in Arashi, maybe best conditions you've ever competed in at Pipe?
Yeah, up there. We had a day last year in the CT that was pretty sick too. But I mean, anytime you're getting barreled at Pipe in a heat, you're pretty stoked. So it's pretty surreal. And yeah, hopefully it just keeps cooking the rest of the Arvo. It'll be a sick day.
Love it, Lobby. Into the quarters, moving close to getting back to that CT. We'll chat to you soon. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Well done to Liam O'Brien, another Aussie in the top 10. Another comeback story for Liam trying to get back on the championship tour. Class act, real mellow, humble Australian warrior that absolutely charges, Josh. I know you've seen Liam and surfed with Liam a number of times over the years.
Yeah, I love Lop. He was on Billabong. We grew up on Billabong together. He was a bit younger than us, but he was always so down whenever the waves got scary from a super young age, just real quiet and always gave it a crack. And he's so good at surfing too, so I'm happy to see him make the heat. I'm sure even Seth lost, but
we're pretty close with Liam. I'm sure he was happy. He's seen him squeeze through that one.
We were talking to Brody Sale about memories. So the Billabong house says we've got Morgan Siblick fades it first, then lunges in beautifully at backdoor.
This guy.
That was insane. That line was crazy he took. You never see people fading like that at backdoor. That was sick.
Well done to Morgan Siblick, fired up by Nathan Hedge to go all out, but making just real smart tactical decisions. Every time he paddles out, he's already got crazy one going backside, 667, and that'll be into his top 2 going right at backdoor, Ross.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. Morgan's reading the lineup great. He's in a good rhythm. He's choosing great waves, and he's surfing great on the waves too. He's not just getting good waves and surfing okay on them. You know, he's really capitalizing. Like you said, Josh, fading at backdoor, that's a pretty gutsy deal there. All the way over towards the sandbar and then hooked it back towards off the wall and capitalized as much as he could on that A-frame.
Yeah, you don't see people taking this line often, and it's cool to see someone like Morgan have the creativity to draw a line like that, because even someone like him, it's not like a name you think of when you think of heavy barrels. But again, everyone's so good. You just need to give it a go, and he has super solid corner. He's got Hedge. He's probably just firing all the boys up. So.
Yeah, all about that support crew, and it's all about your opportunities, right? When he was on tour in that shortened season and he made the top 5, he had huge result in really small waves. It was like tiny North Narrabeen, tiny Newcastle, almost lapping on the beast at his home break at Merriweather, and then also even Rottnest Island. It was really lack of swell. There's all these small wave decisions he had to make where you're like, oh, this guy's quick. He can really surf these sections up. And last year in his wild cards at Bells and even Burley, he was able to capitalize on more ideal conditions, and then showing what he's earning now at Pipe, he's really got the whole package.
Yeah, and that was the same year he had John's number. And the thing that was most impressive that year was his IQ. He was really smart in heats. He's super impressive with wave selection. Even in beach break style contests, he chooses the bigger waves. He's really smart. He doesn't surf down, but he'll just do solid off the lips on the biggest section out there and get, you know, maximum reward for relatively low risk. But this is a bit different. You know, this is showcasing some serious, you know, courage. You know, backdoor and pipe is slabby and sketchy. He can get hurt, and he's answering the call.
15:25 on the clock. Big heats coming up. We've got Cowley Vost taking on Charlie Quivon, Joey Johnson, and Jorgen Kuzine in the next heat. Cowley trying to be a full-blown rookie on tour this year, and he knows he's getting close. He's number 2 in the world at the moment on the live rankings, and he's been really showing off his backhand barrel riding in this event, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, Kylie's, he grew up at Tahiti, so everyone probably thinks he's just a left barrel guy, but his water knowledge of just reading the ocean is incredible. It's a pretty big heat. I'm pretty sure if he makes that, he's gonna get confirmed, I believe. He needed to make semis, right?
Well, yeah, we're definitely going to keep you guys posted on all those scenarios. We know that Cowley Vost is very close. Eli Hanneman back to world number 1. I feel like we're getting closer and closer to maybe making some special announcements. We'll see how far we go with that. And the WSL office is just actively updating those clinching scenarios. For Eli, it'd be a comeback story to the tour. For Cowley, it'd be his first time being a rookie at every event. You know, for him, Cowley, he won in Portugal. He's so well-rounded. You know, he's not just a slab hunter. He would just be such a treat to see on tour if he can get there this year.
Yeah, he's good. I like watching Cowley. He's really smooth on the rails, got a good wrap on him. He can punt some pretty cool airs too. Really high IQ, super confident. He's got that really cool swagger. He'll be really fun on tour. I think he'll ruffle some feathers in a good way.
Back half of the draw is going to be fun to watch. We talked about the Joey Johnston roll. He's coming up next. And then Benji Brand on the back end. And I looked at the draw in the opening round, Josh, and I was like, wait, is this a flashback to a Pipe Pro Junior final with Josh winning? And I believe Benji was second. And then you guys got to have a heat together this week at this event. I know he's one of your best friends in the world. No surprise that he's making this kind of noise in this event.
Oh, not at all. Before we paddled out for that heat, I was kind of talking to Reno. I was like, whoever makes this heat out of like everyone in that heat, they're probably going to go really deep in that event. And the conditions we're in, like Benji and Ko Smith are, when it comes to, they're as hard as it gets. You don't want to draw those guys when it's oversized pipe. They're so good with their positioning, and I feel like they're just so good at like slowing the moment down in these intense situations. Oh, Griff on a sick one. He needs to get going. Nice.
That was a fun way to get barreled. Really different. Had a fun drop, then pulled in with style, and then gets blown out. So really changing gears. A guy that can be super spontaneous in the moment, Ross.
Yeah, he can. And this is a really tough position for Griffin because it's really hard to reverse your role. Right now, everything's been going against Griffin. He's had an awkward heat, couple bad wipeouts, and it's hard to flip that, you know. And right now, this is the wave that's going to do that for Griffin. We're looking at something positive for him now. He's gonna log in a medium score, and this is his chance with 12 minutes to go to get back in this heat because he's had a tough start.
So Griffin getting in the game, and I love your insight, Josh, of a guy that's taking it very seriously. You want to practice perfection. It needs to be automatic. You don't want to be getting a warm-up into bells when the CT starts. You know, same for your brother, where you are really strategically planning your off-season by showing up in this event. And you could tell, looking at Griffin's face, the only reason he's here is to win the event.
Oh, yeah. Even his last heat, I was surfing at Gums, and he, like, paddled around, and I kind of hooted at him, and he just looked at me with just a death stare. He was not having it. He's like, get out of here. I'm focusing. So,
wow.
Griff's, when it comes to competing, Griff's a savage. He's always been like that since we're super young, super focused, and, yeah, I know he wants to win out here. If he won out here before, he probably wouldn't be here, I feel like. But I know he wants to get that one ticked off his list, you know. He's so good, and he hasn't really had a crazy like moment at pipe in an event. Obviously, in free surfs, you see him get some of the best waves during the season. So I know he wants to just kind of tick that off for himself.
And Josh, from your point of view, as we watch this real quick, Griffin, nice control of the rail, doesn't pull in. Now he'll just top out of there. But we talk about that a lot. He's getting like the wave of the day in the lead up to the big events at pipe at the CT level. Him and his brother Crosby getting their fair share of good ones out here in pipe and backdoor. How did that evolve, and how did you see two of your good friends from California fit into the mix so well?
Yeah, I mean, Crosby was a little younger than us, and Crosby was kind of a late bloomer. Like when we were growing up and surfing, Crosby, he surfed, but he wasn't like he is now. He got into it a little older. I mean, still young, but definitely like not as like Griffin from 10 years old. You knew he was like, had the drive to become a professional surfer and do this. Crosby was a little later, but I mean, they just did a good job on coming here during the winters and posting up. You can't really just show up here and think you're gonna get in line and get crazy waves right away. It's a place you gotta really like take your time, see faces, especially the guys you don't see on Instagram. There's a lot of guys out there that people don't know of, but they're not giving up free waves until they see you like work for it. And that's what Griff and Cross do really well. They're always over here. This is like their second home, and yeah, that's what Griff's done the best. Just continually just showing up here day after day.
Biggest part of it, just getting better and better each and every season. Griffin last year runner-up in the world, and now big shift with the Pipe Masters being the season finale in 2026 and pulling into a solid section.
Wow.
So much room above his head. Griffin Colapinto, a crucial make. Good timing to move into the top two, Ross.
There it is. You know, it was that little 5.4 that switched everything for him, kind of. And he's such an energy guy. You know, he's always talking about meditation and kind of feeling it, the energy out there. And sometimes those momentum waves, that 5.4 was that for him. And that led to this is going to be a much better score. It's a huge backdoor wave. It was a pretty tall wave. Really good timing, too, with that doggy door exit. Those are kind of tricky.
Griffin Colapinto at backdoor, Josh. What'd you see?
Yeah, this is one of those cool random waves. He was way on the shoulder towards pipe. It's kind of like where Joey sits, and you get these like crazy horseshoe, like they go from like 4-footers to like what he got. It just turned into like an 8-footer, and ooh, we'll see what that was, but.
Yeah, and then right into live action, we saw the tail end of Ryan Huckabee getting another make to go with his 7.83, pulling up and under. Morgan Siblick is still on a roll. drills it off the top again. He's got 2 turns for his combination.
Jeez.
He is in one of the best forms I've ever seen from Morgan Siblick in his career. Already has a 9 and he continues to pick off the bombs, Ross.
That was pretty cool. Even getting a couple turns in, chewing the cartilage off that chicken wing. Yeah, that was nice. He's such in a good rhythm in this event, but he's making good decisions on top of that. But good waves are coming right towards Morgan. As you see, first up here, Ryan Huckabee. You were looking for that wave, Josh, and just an okay one. Looks like a mid score for him. But let's see the top of this wave. This is from the back angle, so this is going to be generous in terms of how deep he got. The next angle will be curious to see how high the score will go. But he milked it. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that last turn was hectic. We never see people doing that out here.
He was spring-loaded into that combination. You could tell how focused Morgan Siblick is. Became a household name overnight. I remember when he qualified, he was on the North Shore, and I had never met him before. I was like, hey, how do you pronounce your last name? And he said, it doesn't matter, just whatever. I'm like, no, this is important for your career. We don't want to say 4 different versions. And he honestly was like, no, whatever works, you know? And then I was like, what can we expect on tour? He's like, I have no idea. It was just so fresh. He was just so honest. And he wasn't trying to go out and say, I'm going to stomp people. He was honestly just trying to figure it out. He just went on tour and then finished 5th in the world. What a journey it's been as we see that angle here, Ross.
Okay, so he's still got a good amount of cover-up. So right now he's trying to get rid of a 6.67. I don't know, Josh, what do you think? I think he probably will eclipse that just a little better.
Yeah, I think it's going to be right around that range, so like that high 6, low 7 mark. I kind of like those 2 turns better than the barrel just because we never see that out here. That end section's kind of a scary commitment to get yourself into.
Yeah, free falling into that shallow trophy area is weird.
Yeah.
Vulcan Pipe Pro Final with Josh Moniz winning that event. 2nd place with a 10 was Jamie O'Brien. That was a special day for surfing history, but obviously for you, Josh, putting your name, just cementing it on the list of great moments at Pipeline. And, you know, like you said before, you want the best guys to be around you. And to have Jamie with a 10 and get the win, you got to remember that final like it was yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I actually gave him the 10.
Did you really?
I gave him the 10. Oh, my God.
Bottom drops out. That's Huckabee.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Ryan gives it a go. That's what I like this kid. He gives it a go.
That was crazy. Look at his board popping up. There he is.
He's got the perfect name for it. He's Sendy.
Yeah.
Another great pro surfer name, huh? Huckabee. That's the best.
For airs and barrels.
Yeah, exactly.
Hucking himself.
He had his little edit called Huck as he is getting checked in on by the great Hawaiian Water Patrol.
A little slow to get back on his board. Keep an eye on him here for a second.
One more look. This is crazy, Josh.
Yeah, that's commitment right there.
Holy smokes.
That's, I mean, you never know with backdoor. You kind of have to go. You never know what, like that thing could have slowed up and he would have got a 9. So
he wasn't that far.
Yeah.
Potentially making it. I mean, when you look at it and replay, you're like, why did he go? But he was only about maybe 10, 15 feet from being in the perfect place.
Yeah, for sure. You just, any wave that's steep, gnarly, and you kind of see a corner on it, especially in a heat, with these big scores dropping, you need to give it a go. So
how's that evolved for you, Josh? Like a wipeout where you're like, oh, cool, that actually gives me more confidence. And then a wipeout that's actually like, hang on, let me catch my breath and sort things out. How's that been in your relationship here?
Now that I'm a little older and I understand the reef a lot better, I don't like any wipeouts. I like kicking out. But yeah, you just roll with the punches. Out here, especially contest surfing, it looks so easy from the beach, and when you're sitting on your chair, you just see like every little mistake someone's making, and you're like, oh, why are they doing that? They're blowing it. And then your heat starts, and then you understand the risk and how like the trial of errors literally could be a foot, where you're getting a 10-point ride or a 1-point ride. So it's really easy to make mistakes out here, and you kind of just got to roll with it and just commit to your decisions.
Really like that breakdown, and I love when you tell stories on social media as well. You know, I know how much it means to you to have the Pipe Masters on the CT and having that end the season, your younger brother in a special final with Kelly a couple years ago, and how much that means to Hawaii, to surfing, and I think you use your platform very well spoken, articulate, and speaking on behalf of a lot of people that were waiting for you to open up about that. What are you feeling now with the Pipe Master returning to where it should be?
Oh, I'm so happy. I mean, growing up, the Pipe Masters was always a CT, and I feel like it's just the best competitors competing at the heaviest wave we have, and it's right on the 100 feet off the beach, and it's going to be super cool to see all the guys giving it a go. I know John not retired, he's not doing it, but I hope he sneaks into that event. That'll be cool to have him just going up against some guys trying to win world titles. That'll be insane. I mean, I'm sure no one wants that, but as a fan, I want that. So
100%.
Hopefully he sneaks a wild card in there. That'll be really cool.
I also enjoyed your review of the regionals. I mean, most people that are finishing runner-up in events sometimes it's tough. Sometimes that's the worst feeling. You come so close to winning, and when you finished runner-up to Finn McGill in the regionals this year, how stoked you were that the informed surfer, giving Finn so much props on the regional win and the tear that he was on from Haleiwa to Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, Finn surfing right now is incredible. I think he's putting down, like, as far as power surfing, like, he's right there with John, which is like a crazy thing to say, but he's surfing so good. I think he's one of those guys, if he can like just get on a little run on the Challenger events and get to that tour, he's gonna be a nightmare. He'll be so good at belt, like every heavy water wave out here. I know he had a tough run out here, but he checks every box you want for a CT surfer.
How's the vibe? What's the dynamic like with Finn and John in little training programs, Ross?
Oh, mellow. Yeah, it's good. You know, Finn is a cool cat. You know, he knows how to keep it light and laugh and all that, but he's also competitive. All those guys that, you know, we train with are sneaky competitive. They're really smiley and cool on the beach, but they get in the water and they're super feisty, but it's a fun crew. Those are fun days.
Down to the final minute in this first quarterfinal, Siblick with an enormous total out front, 17.5, a 9 and an 8.5. One of the biggest totals we've seen in this event, as current on the live rankings, #1 on the CS, Eli Hanneman from Lahaina, Maui, making the move to the North Shore a few years ago to go all in at Pipe, Haleiwa, Sunset. One of the hardest working guys in the game, who's had some uphill battles with health and just finding his feet. He actually had to take a lot of events off in the last couple of years, and just to see him on the roll he's been on, you know, that took a lot to dig deep and run with it to be holding the lead at the moment on the CS. Well, the 17.5 total, guys, that's the best heat of the contest.
Wow.
Morgan Siblick creating a big reputation for himself in pipe and backdoor.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's cool to see these guys you don't really get to see out here get a chance at, you know, making more of a name for themselves in these like heavier type of waves. That was a huge heat for Morgs right there, especially with Griff, so cool heat.
Morgan, remember, drifted into the top 10 on the live rankings when he advanced out of the previous round. So he's trying to move up even higher with this one as he's moving on to the semifinals. Griffin got his last wave. One more score to lock in to make it official, as the judges will put one in for Jackson Bunch. But 4-man heats, we get through a lot of names quickly. This is the 1 CS with 4 guys in the water. We're top 2 advance. It will be a 4-man final once we get there. As results are official, we lose Jackson and Ryan Huckabee. Quarter 2 coming up next. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Pipeline. We've got a brand new quarterfinal getting started, and looks like we'll watch a nice left from Jorgen Cousinet, representing France, longtime QS warrior who's gotten the call up to the championship tour in the past. Really kind human being, electric personality, and spicy in the water as well. He's had some great moments throughout this event. You have to have some if you're in the quarters of a pipe event. He's got Charlie Crevant in the white jersey, who spent many years right at the Volcom House, getting his reps in at Pipe and Backdoor. Also, Kauli Voss representing Te Hupo'o in Tahiti, an Olympic gold medalist, taking on the local boy story, the Pipe Underground Charger, getting some time off from his day job on the Shark Tour boats in Haleiwa. The Joey Johnson story, gentlemen. Let's go there, Josh. What a run it's been.
Yeah, I love it. I grew up with Joey, you know, just surfing V-line and everything, and to see him get this run is super cool. He really been like giving Pipe and Backdoor a big push the last like 5 years, and to see him get some big credit out here in front of the surf world, it's super cool. Everyone loves him out here. He's such a character, very big personality, and yeah, you know, he has probably no contest strategy right now. He's just has his marks. He's gonna sit like, you see how far over he's sitting towards Eukai. That's kind of like his peak. That's way off the main peak, and that's for those crazy rights we've been seeing him get every day. And they're back there today, so I like his idea of sitting back there and just holding with his guns.
He's just so stoked too that 805 is to sponsor this event. He's just been enjoying the evenings with his friends, music, just like really happy-go-lucky vibe from Joey. Not your typical comp surfer of wrapping things up at 8 p.m. Nice tucked in with some electrolytes and everything else. He's
no stretching.
It's a rad story here.
Yeah. He's really comfortable, and that's the main thing, right? He's got no pressure. He's not worried about points. He's not worried about even sponsorships. You know, he's just out there getting drained, and that's what he does on a normal day anyhow. So he's a dangerous guy. He's that comfortable, and if waves keep coming to that back little Joey Johnson peak, look out.
And he gets to feel what is really for the first time to really hear what the community thinks of you, where he's getting loved on social media, in the parking lot, in the neighborhoods, you know. Josh, you know what it's like to get on a roll where everyone's going, do this for us, do this for us. He's getting to feel that for the first time.
Yeah, it's super cool. I feel like everyone gets their little moment, so to see him finally get his, it's really cool. He's such a good kid, and like I said, he puts the time in out here, and he's doing a good job on like not changing his program of like his daily life. I feel like he's not playing into everyone else's game. You know, a lot of these guys here, they're working, they're trying to get points to get onto tour, and sometimes you see guys like Joey who's real raw and like get into an event, and then all of a sudden they're changing their program up, and it kind of throws you off. And I know he hasn't changed his program up at all, so he's just doing his thing, sitting at his peak, and yeah, it's been doing really well. And here's Charlie on a nice little pipe wave, and he's been doing really good. I've been impressed. Charlie spends a lot of time out here. He's really close friends with Joey. They kind of grew up together a lot too. Charlie's been coming here forever, staying at the Volcom House and everything, so I'm sure a lot of people might be sort of surprised seeing his name still in, but nah, he knows the peaks. He knows what to do over here.
Yeah, well done for Charlie into the quarterfinals and getting a make on his opening ride in the heat number 2 here. Scores in for Jorgen, 4.67 on his opener. And now waiting for last of Joey, just an up and out. And then Charlie Crevant in the mix. Yeah, and also you think of the southwest of France, you think Big Barrels as well. Ross, one of your favorite locations on the planet.
Definitely, Hossegor is really throaty. It's a heavy, heavy beach break, and those guys, they get reps in those types of waves. They're used to knifing late drops, and that's kind of what Pipe's all about. It's slabby.
Here we go, Charlie again behind the peak, and realized maybe it was too deep for that one, so it just has to kick out on his backhand.
Kauli staying patient, and he's the guy at the top of the ratings right there with Eli, so interesting. He's trying to be smart, waiting for a quality wave.
And now getting another view of this angle. What's your take on his technique, Josh?
No, that was really well done. He's oh, and here's Joey. He went left. Crazy. This one kind of, those wide ones tend to bend out to sea like that. But Joey jokes about only going right, but he's a savage. If a big chunky left comes to him, he's gonna go. He just prefers rights, but he knows how to go left. Like,
Well, especially if that's his peak, right? Then he's kind of out of position. He's on a shoulder for pipe.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that he's just committed to those rights.
Yep.
He talks about it, so humbly too. He says like, for his sessions, he'll surf 2 to 3 hours. He's like, maybe I'll get 4, 5 waves. It's for a local as well in the lineup. He's going, hey, I'm not taking unnecessary risks. He knows the certain wave he's looking for in those long sessions. And if he gets 4 or 5, he's going to be very happy. And they're so rewarding that he's not rushing into something that could take him out for the season.
Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of like having a spot in the lineup is you can kind of pick your waves and really like kind of sit in the spot where you see and what you like, and you can, paddle over a wave and not get forced into one you don't really want to go to. Or guys, maybe like a Jorgen, if he's kind of in the spot, he's going to have to go. And here's Jorgen up right now. Nice little backdoor wave. Putting together a pretty smart little heat, just, no crazy scores yet, but the way heat's been going, he's gonna need to kind of like bunker down and wait for a proper one.
Waiting for that score. Let's now chat with Morgan Siblick with Jesse Starling.
Morgs, are you kidding me? I'm going to say it for you. I'm going to call that the heat of your life. Just then, that last 30 minutes was insane.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. I don't know. I just felt kind of in the zone. I don't know. Felt real nice. I was a bit nervous at the start. Didn't get a wave till had to wait a little bit for the first exchange. Got that 6 on the board, and then the 9 felt really good. Just felt like the wave was like pretty good, and then I just faded off the takeoff, and it felt real nice. And I don't know, just so stoked to be here, just lapping it all up, like surfing pipe, no one else out really, and it's pretty cooking. The boys before my heat, Lob and George and Seth and Shion just had an absolute clinical heat, and I don't know, that frothing, just trying to stay contained on the beach because I was sick watching the boys go 1 and 2 in that. It was nuts.
Morg's in the zone. We're loving it. Obviously, you haven't probably had a chance to chat to Lobby and George, but I know you guys. You're all such good mates. You all feed off each other. They would have been sitting down feeling the exact same way about you. How does it kind of feel to have this family with all those boys just away from home?
Oh, it's so sick. I mean, there hasn't been too many events where all the Aussies kind of are going real well, and I feel like we've just got such good momentum here. Somebody must have got a sick one, and I don't know. It's just sick to be a part of it. It's like hopefully we can all have a big push here and go deep again, and keep it going. Go the Aussies, and I just wanted to say thanks to the Hawaiian Water Patrol. They've made today so much easier, and all the locals. Thanks for having us. It's been a pleasure to be.
We love it, Morgs. Let's do this again. Let's do this a couple more times. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot, Jesse Starling, Morgan Siblick locked in. Jesse said there, heat of your life, and I'm right there with you. That was one of my favorite heats Morgan's ever surfed in. Remember, he surfed in Final 5. He's done a lot of big things, upset John and many more. But that was just a different type of level that he brought to that last heat. It makes sense that it was the best combined heat total of the event, Ross.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing too, because when you have a good competitive heat win at Pipe and Backdoor, that's great on its own. But then you're also getting blown out of giant barrels. That's really fun on its own as well. So it's a double banger. You have a good day at Pipe and Backdoor, it's, could be the day of your life.
As we get caught up there, Joey's been going left. Charlie as well here, Josh.
Yeah, this is a really fun wave from Charlie. Unfortunately, kind of clipped him at the end. Some of those deeper ones tend to pinch what we see at Pipe. And then Kali over here just, probably just wanted to get his heat started and not lose, not surfing. That's kind of always the bummer when you're waiting for something that doesn't come out here at Pipe. And then Joey right here going left, and he knows how to do it backhand. He has such a solid stance that he can plow through those. Oh, sick. Yeah, like I said, his stance is super solid on his surfboard, so when he's fighting with foam balls, lips coming down on his head, he's so square on his board that he can kind of just keep punching. Whoa, that's such a cool, super cool drone angle of him just floating over the foam ball right there. And yeah, I'm not surprised he's going left and getting barrels at all.
Great job, Joey Johnson, switching gears. Started in the locals round, got an 8, got into the round of 90, got an 8. Got an 8 in the next round, then turned to 9s. Now he's going left, adapting to what's in front of him here in the quarters. Charlie checking out right now. Crevant makes it without a problem. Lays down the rail, little open face hook. And combos it up almost. He won't get credit for that last move. But Charlie will get rid of his 1.5. Last of Johnston, a 5.43. And now paddling into this one, we've got Cowley Voss from Chopes, pulls in, comes out with the spit. And now Cowley's starting to get on a nice roll. Way before it was a 6, Ross.
Yeah, impressive. I'm also really happy to see the trade winds make an appearance. I was a little worried that we were going to get sea breeze, onshore crumble, but this is beautiful. Light east wind right now.
Scoring as we look at Jorgen. His turn, grabs the rail, great positioning. Kuzene comes out, and a nice little point to the beach, showing that he's feeling great. Looking to ditch a couple of his 4s. I'm sure you've run into Jorgen a million times over the years, Josh. Really hyper surfer too. Like, he throw rodeos in performance conditions. He wants to tag it 20 times. Really fun personality as well when you're hanging out with him.
Yeah, Jorgen's solid, really good surfer. He's been like right outside of the cut for like the last like 5 years. So he's one of those guys you want to see get a full crack on the tour. He's right there. I mean, he's doing great out here. Somewhere like he's probably not well known for, but man, that last wave was legit.
And then a nice make here, clean for Charlie, Ross.
Yeah, nice style too. And again, with this offshore breeze that just came up, it's going to make a lot more waves contestable. So we're not worried as much about chandeliers. I'm a little surprised with Joey's 5.4. I kind of liked it. I thought it was going to be a little higher, but I think the judges spotting that it wasn't a very big wave and they kept it modest. Really cool technical drop there from Jorgen. Maybe that's some of those reps paying off in Hossegor, those late drops over there. That was technical.
Now Joey Johnston back on his favorite section, incredibly deep at backdoor. A cannon of spit just unloads, as that was a beast of a wave.
Wow, he got to the end too. That's the wave he's looking for right there. That wave was insane. That thing was a tank.
Holy smokes, dude. That was a 12.
Yeah.
How'd he come out? Yeah.
That's the one he wanted, and he almost got there. He was right at the end. That wave was crazy.
Well, he got the wave he's been waiting for in this heat. Did a little fade. Maybe if he'd had it over, he'd not fade. But that was such a perfect wave. Joey couldn't help himself. He's just such a natural surfer. He's like, I'm going to capitalize on this thing and really surf it to its fullest, and just got hung up on the floor. You know, and when you're that deep, the foam ball will kind of wipe your fins out, and it's probably what happened when he was inside that barrel. That was really gangster.
Yeah, that was full commitment.
Joey Johnston already on the sled with the Hawaiian Water Patrol, putting on a show here in the quarterfinals. 5.43 and a 2.17, and judges have been giving you credit even for not making it, and that might be the case with last of Joey. He could improve on that 2.17 for the effort, showing that commitment off. Meanwhile, Jorgen moves into the top 2 with a 6.4, sitting underneath world number 2 Cowley Voss. Charlie drops to 3rd, and Johnston swinging for 10s. He's hoping for another chance in this one.
What a fun human. He's rad. Put this guy in all the events. He's a natural competitor too. I mean, we're talking about how he's just kind of cruising, but he's good. He's swinging.
And probably just how different it feels for him, you know, surfing in maybe 10, 12 QSs in the last 10 years, just here and there, picking up a couple moments in a jersey, but a relatively unknown feeling on his home break right now of going, hey, there's priority. I might know the reef better than a few guys. And like you mentioned too, Josh, you know, and Charlie for so long, it's, you know, when you're on the North Shore, Joey's been saying he takes advantage of all of his international friends coming to his house. So he gets to catch up with them. He knows what they're good at. And all of a sudden he's quietly turning into a little assassin in this event.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Joey's like, he's incredible. And his natural ability too, it's like his instincts are really well. He's super talented. One of those kids when we were growing up that was kind of good at everything he did, everything he grabbed, skateboarding, whatever it was. So he's super talented. I'm honestly really not surprised he's in the situation he's in right now with doing so well. So yeah, hopefully he can put it together this back end of the heat and put some pressure onto the boys.
We mentioned how this wave could just change your career overnight, even one wave. And guys were just dedicated to getting the best wave they can in the winter, when mags were going, movies were going, it was the wave you talk about. It's pipe, it's backdoor. And I love that we still get to see that happening. You know, when Joey had a wave of the winter entry on that wave end of 2022, it changed everything. All of a sudden he's picked up by TNC Surfboards full time. He gets more mentions as being the guy. He gets voted into these local rounds because of that significant turning point in a guy that's, you know, working other jobs. I love that story that pro surfing still has that.
Yeah, I'm with you, Joe. And I think this big result here in this contest, and he's still going, will solidify any kind of questions anyone might have. When there's these trials where they're going to try to factor in who to invite, Joey's going to be right up there high on the list to be in it. So this will change his career. You know, he can, and I hope he picks up a clothing sponsor or something like that too. He deserves it. He's a rad character.
Yeah, I mean, that's what life's like on the North Shore. You'll be looking up on a roof and you're like, Jock Sutherland is on the roof right now. He is like the most legendary human in the world. #1 in the surfer poll in the 60s, one of the first to surf pipe. And
yeah, Jock.
He'd just be like giving you a big shaka. Jock said he was out here at Pipe recently, and you know, this guy is an absolute legend. There's a guy in his 50s out there, and it was a fun day, and he goes, oh no way, how long have you been surfing pipe? And he was like, 60 years, you know? Like, the guy was like, oh my gosh, he just met royalty. And then, you know, he's working on Chuck Andrus's roof today, and he's just putting in the hard yards, but still surfing as much as he can. And, you know, that's the heartbeat, the heart and soul of the North Shore of Oahu.
Sure. A lot of legends around. Yeah, shout out to Jock Sutherland too. Love you, buddy. That guy is one of the best surfers ever to live, and he's just cruising around the North Shore.
11:30 on the clock here. It's going to be a split. We'll watch Charlie backdoor, Cowley getting clipped at Pipeline. Both going down on the split. Charlie needing a score for the top two. Cowley Voss trying to protect his lead as world #2 on the CS.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate for Cowley right there. That would have been a pretty nice score at this point of the heat to make out of. But yeah, pipe, that's what pipe's funny about. Like sometimes they just kind of pinch and it's so unpredictable, but that's why this wave's so special. You don't know what you're getting yourself into until you're like halfway down the thing.
Here comes Jorgen. Nice read, making that look so easy, and just a fun frontside tube ride for the man representing France. Chasing a 5-1-3 for Cowley's lead. We will give you an update on scores in a moment. Judges checking out the performance of Jorgen Kuzene. At the time being, he's sitting in second. More to come in quarterfinal #2 right after this break. What a beautiful day on the North Shore of Oahu. How lucky are we to be a fan of pro surfing, watching these guys send it in big, heavy sections at Backdoor and Pipeline. How good is this? It's also the second to the last stop on the Challenger Series. Eli Hanneman, #1. Cowley Voss is in the water now. and he's number 2. George Pitar was unbelievable in this round, getting almost a 10-point ride, probably the wave of his life at backdoor. He's jumped up 2 spots to the 3 spot now. All those shaded names have been knocked out of the contest, so you see them drifting slowly on the rankings. Wilcox up a spot. He's still in the mix. Liam O'Brien won his heat. He's in 9th, and Morgan Siblick up 4 spots to 10th. Comes down to Newcastle, the season finale, and then it'll be a very quick jump for the new faces on tour because Bell starts in April. And then we've got Jorgen on a wide open cave at Pipeline. He comes out after the spin. He is loving his job today.
Très bien. Yeah, Jorgen, that was a proper Pipeline ride right there. He did everything perfect. Grab rail takeoff, got maximized, kind of sat down in a barrel. That was really well done.
Already had the lead too, Josh. Well executed from Jorgen.
Yeah, that's going to be a big score. He's doing such a good job on his backside barrel riding right here. That's like textbook pipe right there. He's going to get a nice score, be pretty somewhat comfortable in this heat with almost under 5 minutes, about 7 minutes left. And wow, yeah, that angle gives it way more justice. You see him bouncing over the foam ball, and yeah, like I said, I know Jorgen can get barreled going forehand, but I haven't seen too much of him on his backhand barrel riding, and he's been doing really good in all his heats. Just his approach and his positioning into the wave. So, yeah.
Josh, you guys make that look so easy. I mean, backside barrel riding at pipe is so different than backside barrel riding anywhere else in the world. You know, for what he accomplished there with his body mechanics, and when you're trying to burn off speed on such a powerful wave, well, let's watch this. No grab then to grab for Jorgen, just a shootout type wave that won't give him much of a score. But yeah, what goes into being a backside barrel rider, one of the best at pipe, when you're dealing with such a powerful wave and trying to slow down?
It's a funny one because it's such an awkward position you got to put your body in. And ooh, we'll get back to that. Here's Cowley. This is a big moment in the heat for him.
A cave to start for Cowley Voss. He got such a jump start on that. He was always making it.
Yeah, that was well done. He's probably going to up his situation right there. Yeah, he should be. It's around that range. But yeah, that was a big moment for Cowley in this heat, especially. I'm pretty sure, I don't want to say it, but I'm pretty sure he qualifies if he makes this heat. So a lot on the line.
A lot on the line. We'll take another view here.
I was almost thinking he was going to go for a big float the boat, but he kicked out, which is smarter. You know, it's all about getting barreled out here. And Cowley, it's going to be a mid-score, so this heat's not over. You got the danger man out there, Joey, waiting for a big bomber right. So a lot could happen here in this last 5 minutes.
Cowley Voss riding for JS Industries, who's done well at pipe. Joe Parkinson winning this event. Jeremy Flores multiple times upsetting John Florence, and also upsetting Kieran Perot in his first pipe win. And now a super coach for guys like Cowley Voss, working hard with Vahine Fierro through the Olympic Games as well. Has that warrior type approach and really puts a lot of fire into whoever he's working with. There were screams you could hear across the world in the Olympics, just from Jeremy to Cowley when he took gold in the final with Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Jeremy's rad. You know, he's just got that AI spirit, you know, real rock and roll, competitive, not shy about it, just there to destroy. And you kind of need that, you know, when you're in this little bubble of being a pro surfer, you can be a little too shy. So Jeremy makes sure everyone's wide and awake and, you know, here to compete.
This thing's starting to TP up. Priority is with Charlie in the white jersey. Blue is Joey Johnston. The local hero locks in, clean section, well positioned. Johnston gets the exit. He tried to, well, he did pack what would have been a 12 on his wave before. Chasing a 6.77 there, Josh.
Yeah, I like that move by him. Even if he doesn't get the score, he's going to hire that 5, and he's going to be in a lot better spot. And since Joey knows the reef so much, he can kind of like go to those oddball section of the reefs with 4th prio with this amount of time in the heat. Oh, that was sick. Yeah, he's going to get a nice score for that. So Joey's going to kind of have to tap into his local knowledge of the lineup and maybe create some space, whether it's going down towards off the wall or even sliding back to his normal spot. But you got to think Kali's going to be all over him.
Kali Voss with a higher priority than Joey. Doesn't have a higher priority than Charlie, who's in third. 3:10 to go. Qualifications on the line. We'll keep you posted. There's a lot of scenarios unfolding. Nothing official yet.
Interesting score here for the judges to deliberate. It's very similar to Kaoli's sixes. Here, another backup score.
Joey swinging under priority. Another fun make.
That's a fourth prio deal there. Just trying to look for a little cave. But it's interesting, you know, Joey's wave, Joe, was really short, but it was super deep. You know, he touched the foam ball for sure in that barrel. So crucial score for the judges. They're going to look at a lot of replays to get that right.
2:35 on the clock as we now check out the replays of Joey Johnston, Josh.
Yeah, he did well on getting these last two waves. I don't know where they're going to go with that, but the good thing is he's just giving them things to look at. Sometimes when you just kind of stuff options in the judges' faces, you kind of force them to give you the score, and that's what banging two waves out quick can do. And yeah, I'm interested to see where the previous one goes. I think it's going to has to be somewhere around that range of what he needs.
Scores are dropping, Joe.
Does it continue for Joey Johnston? Will he get a chance at the semifinal? Numbers lock in. A 6.77 for his previous wave. He has one more to be scored and got what he was looking for. So it's a tie break between second and third with Kali Voss.
Well, Joe, in my opinion, that's the right call. And the last couple of heats, the judges have sort of taken into account both rides and tried to make a judgment call in totality. You know, sometimes they don't get the wave scores right perfectly on their own. So they'll, you know, potentially throw a little extra on the second score. And that might be what happened, because I thought Joey's 5.4 would have been a little higher relative to Kali Voss's 6 and 6.2, which I thought were a little more mellow. That's just my opinion, but it's a tough heat for the judges, because a lot of similar rides went down, and they really had to nitpick it.
As we come right into the tail end of live action there, that was Charlie getting clipped at the end at backdoor. So Quivant down to fourth, and Kali Voss lunging into a backdoor pit. Had his hands free and trying to find some space, but it's shutting down quickly on the Tahitian.
Only needed a 6, Joe. That would have been it had he come out.
So 40 seconds. Kali Voss, number 2 on the CS. Joey Johnston took the second spot on a tie break, with Joey's high score being better than Kali's high, 6.2 to 6.77. That's so close. And Kuzinade still out front. He had that 8.33 on his 6th wave ridden in the matchup. Very active as Jorgen in this matchup.
Yeah, if you press the judges, if it's this kind of close heat, I think they'll always lean towards the waves that are more critical. And Joey just has a little bit of edge there.
Yeah, I think Joey's wave was just a little steeper, a little further back. Didn't have to play with his speed like Kali had to. The judges don't really like when you have to stall for the barrel, and Joey had those straight shooters from right behind it. So it was a close call. Either way, I think I'm happy with either decision. It's, you know, one of those coin flip heats, but Joey, man, the dream killer.
And he's still alive into the semifinals, and a solid victory for Jorgen Kuzinade. Josh Moniz, always a pleasure to hang out with you.
Yeah, Josh. Thank you. That was
really
fun.
Stoked for you. Congratulations on everything this year.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It was fun talking some heats, and hopefully the win hangs around for the boys.
Awesome. Josh Moniz, what an awesome class act representing Hawaii so well. Quarter three's up next. Benji Brand, Xavier Huxtable, Eli Hanneman, George Pitar, Kaipo Mitch, and Finn McGill coming in for the call.
here on the North Shore, looking at how many people have passed away and over the years, over the decades, and how radical the ocean is here and how dangerous it is and the surf, that's who you want coming for you in a bad situation, is Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah, Hawaiian Water Patrol, Billabong combination, supporting each other for the last 8 years. Started in 1985 by Terry Hui. Brian Keaulana started the legacy. Talk about legacy. Second generation pipe surfer right here. Joey Johnson is going to be a local hero, making it to the semifinals after another great heat, getting a talk from Billy Kemper. You can see how the community's really proud of Joey. Heat on hand, Eli Hanneman knifes into this thing. Frothy barrel, and Eli comes out. Eli Hanneman, number one on the Challenger Series. What a way to get started. What a way to get excited.
Let's go.
Kaipo Guerrero here with Mitchell Salazar and Finn McGill, 2017 World Junior Champ.
Thunders.
How's it going?
Really good. Not as good as Eli, though. Check him out.
I mean, there's a reason why he's first right now.
Yeah.
That was crazy right there. That backwash, I mean, it almost seemed like he was about to eat it right there. And I was about to say, luckily he's wearing a helmet, but I mean, good Lord, just to be able to make that drop right there, Finn.
So there are qualification scenarios, and we'll keep you updated for CS Rankings number one, Eli Hanneman. But this is a way to start a heat.
What you think, Finn? Crazy.
No better way to start a heat. I mean, gosh. That was mind-blowing just to make that drop. Like, go over that, boil and through all that. Eli's the magician. He probably wanted to do a full road after, to be honest. He's probably bummed that he didn't do a full road after, and he still gets an 8.93.
It's great to see, one, him accomplish that, but even to point into perspective is he won the QS here just a couple weeks ago doing giant full rotations, and here he's showing his whole skill set going through a thundering barrel, Finn, for that 8.93 that you pointed out.
Yeah, he's got the full package. There's no doubt about it. There's no, ands, ifs, or buts.
23 years old. He only had 1 year in the championship tours.
Yep.
Looking good to get back on there, though, representing Lahaina Maui. He's in the white jersey, red jersey. Benji Brandt, another favorite out here at Pipeline. Xavier Huxtable has been steady in his approach out here, as has George Pitar.
Oh.
Eli, he's just toying with pipe now, but played a little bit too much on that one. But I like the thought, Finn, just getting a backup right away. Don't take any chances.
Yeah, it's tough on days like this. You're either in rhythm or you're out of rhythm. So it can really switch pretty quick in a heat as well. You can start hot and then just end up sitting. So it's nice to just try to get those backups done,
Yeah, you don't want to take time. Hey, this is Kaipo, Mitchell, Finn McGill. His middle name's Thunders.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother story. We're going to get to that at some point. But timing right here is half-hour heat seems like a long time.
Yep.
But not really.
Well, it's a long time when you're in first, a very short time when you're in third or fourth.
This is true, right? So let's see where Eli went. He hit 1.23, 8.93, 10.16. Is that enough to get him out of the quarters currently on the board?
No, not with these guys out there in the water right now. As you said, Zave's been kind of rising up the ranking so far, and even Benji, this guy I still think has a lot more to prove out here. A lot of people think, including myself, that he has the potential to go all the way and win this thing too. And GP just barely making the last heat. He's into the quarters, and here he goes, Kipes.
Got a 9.77 in the last heat. George Pitar from Manly, North Stain, Australia, but that time didn't work out for him. George has gone up 2 spots in the live rankings. He's number 3 on the leaderboard. He's right there too.
Wow, that's amazing.
He's right there, yeah.
That top, it's so close between them. And even the guys down in 10th are, around 17,000 points-ish?
Yeah.
So it's tight. That can swing so quick.
it keeps getting higher and higher every year too.
Yeah.
Well, there's more events.
Yeah, but I mean, even Jorgen a few years ago, remember, he was around the 20,000 mark and leading up until that point, and he got dropped down so much. So right now, I still wouldn't feel safe until you get that text saying, hey, you're officially qualified. So right now, you just got to go out there and try to win the event every single time, Kipes.
Well, Jorgen had, you know, a tough time when you look back at 2019, finished 15th, almost making the tour, surfed 19 events in the QS system there. But he's got the juice right now. He's on to the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Jorgen. He's with Jess.
Looking so sharp, Jorgen. I mean, when I spoke to you earlier, you were feeling it, your leg was a little bit sore. What sore leg? What an incredible heat, getting excellence on pipe, which has kind of been hard to get excellent scores out pipeline today.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you, like to get above 9, it's really hard, mostly on the backside. Because I don't know, I was in the barrel, I came out with the speed, so I was like, oh, maybe it's a 9, I don't know. The weight felt pretty good, so, and then I heard an 833, so I was a little bit disappointed. No, I was really happy because I knew the other guys had like 5 and 6, so that was enough to make the hit, yeah.
Was that a bit of a game plan? Obviously, everyone getting really big scores at backdoor. Were you like, I might try and sneak a couple waves at pipeline?
Yeah, it feels good to surf pipe because you know you're going left, and then as soon as you make the barrel, then you go back out. You know, it's really easy. When you go backdoor, you can fall on the takeoff and get smoke after. So yeah, it's just a little gameplay.
We were chatting before as well. Not very often you see 3 French surfers in a quarterfinal, especially on a stage like Pipeline and the Challenger Series. That must have been a really cool moment for you and your fellow countrymen.
Yeah, that was amazing to surf against my good mates. Unfortunately, they didn't make it. Carly was second probably most of the heat, and Joey got 2 waves at the end, so he got enough to make it. But yeah, I'm proud of Carly. He's done a good job here. I think he's pretty much qualified with the points he has. And Charlie, he's been surfing good all events, so he must be proud of himself. And yeah, I'm surfing the semi very soon. So I never know how to say it, but I'm surfing it soon. So I'm gonna go and get prepared.
We love it. Thank you so much for your time, Jorgen.
Semis, whatever it might be, Jorgen. That's your best result of the year so far. Keep that forward momentum. During that interview, we saw Eli Hanneman, who's already got a giant 8.93, get sneaky right here, Mitch. Get a backup.
5.33 for this one. I just love the activity, and as Finn was pointing out earlier, his versatility is second to none out here right now. He's just feeling the flow, and then this one waiting on the score, Kipes.
Yeah, Xavier Huxtable doing that one for Jan Juk. In and out. Zave's been just really putting together some gutsy heats, Finn.
Yeah, that's a fun one right there to get. Look at that smile. Those ones are so much fun because you could pump through the whole entire wave. And then also, too, in a heat, you hear everyone when you come out right there. And you can hear the whole beach. It's so sick. Honestly, that's a great score for today.
8-point ride for Xavier Huxtable, so he's gone excellent. Eli's gone excellent. Time for Benji Brand and George Pitar to answer back, Mitch.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about quarterfinals right here, the top 16 surfers in the event. I love the format change. I think 4-person going all the way into the finals is essential for here, Capo. You're using the time way better, and of course, I think you're just talking about pipe specialists against people that are looking to qualify for the championship tour once again. So big fan of it, of course, and I think it just allocates time a lot better.
And you talk about guys like Benji Brand, who actually, he's in the quarterfinals right now. He started at the very first round, the opening round, the locals round, and made it this far, Finn. And not known as so much of a contest guy, although he did win the region in 2017. Benji, really impressive.
Yeah, Benji's one of those guys where you never want to draw him in a heat, you know? He's anywhere. He's so good.
Speaking of winning the region, congratulations. You won the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. Yeah, you did a pretty spectacular fashion, too. You won at Sunset, won at Haleiwa. My man, you're kind of on your way here, but that's a whole different story. We only got like a half-hour show. Actually, we got 18 minutes, so we're not going to get into that. But congratulations. We'll see you on the Challenger Series again next year.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. It's a big happening. Yeah, I mean, look at you. With your career, it's pretty cool when you think about a world junior champ. Now you're a regional champ. You know what's next? Winning the Challenger Series. There you go. And then?
Yeah. World champs. Yeah. I thought you were going there right away.
No. There's steps to these things.
Screw it. Let's go all the way.
But that's what's cool about this, though. Yeah, it's a platform for success, and eventually you have to be successful in each and every one of these steps.
Yeah, and you have to be good in all all conditions, and that's the tough part coming from Hawaii. It's really difficult for some of us. I'm not going to speak for everyone, but for some of us to go to those places and surf a beach break.
Yeah.
We don't get to surf beach breaks that
No.
much.
So what did you learn? This was your first year, of doing a full Challenger Series. What's some of the takeaways?
Everyone's really, really good.
Really good, huh?
Yeah, really, really good. No, but I didn't doubt anyone coming into it. But, it just, it's really savvy, and it's really grindy, and you got to really kind of look at the bright side and everything and enjoy the grind. That's what was kind of my mindset through it. So it didn't work out well, but...
Hey, you got next year. You learned a lot this year, and I've seen so many times in surfers' careers that freshman year is about learning. You know what I mean? It's about getting your foundation. And then I've seen so many success stories sophomore year, both on the championship tour and on the Challenger Series. Yeah. But you're right, it's crazy. You travel around the world with like 80 guys and everyone rips.
Yep, every single person rips. We were joking about it in Oz, like, I remember seeing my first year, I was like, oh, that's kind of a stacker. And then you look at every single one, you're like, oh, they're all stackers.
Yeah.
Every single heat could be a final.
Yeah. But it's good for you because now you've been everywhere, and so you know like what's happening at every stop too. I think that's an important part of the learning process.
Ooh,
Benji in the barrel. He's going to come out. Come on. There he is.
Oh, wow.
We kind of knew that.
Yeah.
Love the artwork on that board, too. That thing looks sick. But, I mean, just knifing the drop the way he did right there. Oh, GP!
George on a big backdoor barrel.
Oh, bummer. I think someone went left on that, too.
You want to give up on George there. Wow.
Oh,
Eli.
wow.
Yeah, Eli.
He's on one right now, man. I'm telling you, he's just feeling the flow. And then another thing you have to consider, too, Kaipo, he had a bad wipeout here a few years ago. So that's another major bounce back at this wave right here for Hanneman.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
Zave.
Oh, this one would be incredible if he can make that. Yes.
Wow.
Disappearing act to Xavier Huxtable. He's already got an 8. He's going to get another excellent score.
What a heat.
Dude.
I love these heats.
That was amazing.
Right on cue, too, Finn.
He's laughing at George right now. He's smiling.
You said everybody's good, the waves are good, and I mean, case in point right here in this one.
Yeah. That was wild. Benji's was amazing. This is such a good score. I mean, we didn't see Eli's, but every single one of them got a crazy one.
Yeah, 7-point ride for Benji for this wave right here.
Yeah, those are tough, too, because when the lip bends out to sea, you have to get real, real high on it, and then kind of your board, your nose gets hit by the lip, and you fall. So those ones are really tough. That was a good one by Eli, too. He might better
maybe.
It. He might better it, but maybe not.
It's a cool barrel, kind of shorter.
Yeah.
But still really nice. Great takeoff.
Xavier's score is going to be huge, I think.
Well, he's going to take the lead right here on this one. He's just an animal right now.
That bottom turn looked like he got no speed off of it. Wow, that was a crazy one, too.
Didn't travel as far as I thought he did either, but the drop was mental right there.
Yeah, this one. Wow. That's such a good wave.
All that froth, too. It's so hard to be able to hold onto your board right there at the end.
Yeah.
Everything's just trying to knock you off.
That's tough. Oh, he let go of the rail for a bit, too. That's awesome.
Great reaction, Kives.
So let's round out the numbers right now. 7.27 for Eli Hanneman. It was a flat 7 for Benji Brandt. Waiting for the number, wave 2 of Xavier Huxtable, feeling in the room. That's going to go excellent, and we'll see how that plays out.
Well, needs an 8.2 to tie Eli.
Another thing we got to talk about Eli is he could qualify in this heat for the championship tour, for the 2026 championship tour.
No way.
Yeah, we got the abacus out. We're doing that math right now, but we'll get back to that qualifications and see who's heading to the semifinals once the back half of this heat.
What a great day. I mean, pleasant surprise showing up and seeing that, it tapered off enough to be able to run. Yesterday was wild and unruly, and then today you show up and it's perfect. And Oh, we got a major score coming through right now for Zave Kipes.
We thought it was excellent, and it was way up there. 9.57. Xavier Huxtable goes into lead with an excellent heat total of 17.57.
Baby boy.
Eli Hanneman, he's in the excellent range too with 16.2. Look at the judges, Finn, and look at that spread.
Well deserved. Well deserved. These sets look great coming in too. Yeah, Xavier's such a good person. I've got to know him quite a lot from over the years. One of my good buddies is Cody Robinson, who grew up with him. And he charges. This is a nug too coming in.
Priority right now with Benji. Benji looking, pipeline, stalls off the bottom, threads through the barrel. Benji needs a 9.2, however, to get into that top two. That's how competitive, that's how high scoring this heat is, Finn.
Yeah, it's a high scored one. But also too at pipe, it's kind of one of those things where like, you never really want to need a 3 out here.
Right.
Like you kind of want to need a 9 sometimes, like when you have priority and all that. It's really hard to get a 3. Well, it sounds weird. It's almost easier to get an 8.
We're waiting for Benji's score. What will it come through? What's the situation? What's the qualification situations? So many things going on. We're going to give you all that news right after this break. Welcome back to Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Look at our live rankings. Eli Hanneman up on top of the rankings. Eli, he gets 3rd or better in this quarterfinal, and Eli has qualified for the 2026 Championship Tour. George Patar sitting in the number 3 spot. George would have to make the semifinals and get a 3rd. That's an equal 5th for Patar, and he is also on tour. Jacob Wilcox, Liam O'Brien can also qualify here. They're still in competition if they win the event. Those are the scenarios that are unfolding as the day has presented itself, and it's getting pretty epic out there at Pipeline and Backdoor. We've been very lucky, and Eli pulls into yet another barrel. He feels it. He's may as well start booking his travel.
Get this man back on tour.
Oh, he's going to be on tour. 9 minutes away. Epic, Kaipo. What a way to do it with these waves.
And big news just coming through here right now. Today's finals day, we're going to run it all the way through today and crown a men's champ. Why would we leave waves like this and Eli Hanneman doing surfing like this?
Taking off under the lip is so difficult out there, Finn, especially going backdoor where you need to have that one line the whole time.
Yeah. And days like this, too, it breathes a lot, and you get this backspit that comes up. And that's probably what happened to George on that good right, to be honest. And it's really difficult to get through. So Eli's doing a great job.
Well, 8.65, and he takes the lead off of Xavier Huxtable, which is
possible.
Pretty impressive
right now. I mean, 17.57, that's one of the highest totals of the event. 16.2, that's excellent heat total right there alone, Finn. But just, I mean, even if you better the 7, You're making things so much harder for everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, who would have thought that? Still in the hot seat with a 16.8 total.
Yeah, I think Xavier just took over the highest heat total in this event. It was 17.5 by Morgan Siblick, so Xavier is now on the top of the pack when it comes to scoring in a heat. Still looking for that Eli Hanneman wave comes in. 7.87, so Eli remains in a second place, but look at the needs for Benji Brandt, a 9.8, and George Pitar needs a 16.8.
It's not impossible, though. I mean, 7 minutes on the clock. Benji's a specialist right here. I wouldn't doubt him for a second.
No.
So
never
still a possibility. I think Eli's still got to go out there and compete, Kaipo.
Now remember, Eli doesn't have to advance. He just doesn't have to be last in this heat to qualify.
And GP needs to get third or better in the semis to clinch.
Well, GP needs to get a combo right now. Is the first task at hand. Benji Brandt, you said it before. You've seen a bunch of 9s by Benji out here at Pipe. When we judge ourselves.
Every time he surfs.
When the beach judges, right? When your peers judge.
Yeah. I mean, he's so good out here, and especially those creepy lefts that no one wants anything to do with. He's the guy that's like, with a smile, anyone going? Yeah, the nicest voice. It's scary what he does.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Finn. Mason was in here earlier with Kaipo and me, and you mentioned the word fun a while ago too. At this wave especially, how do you balance competing and having fun at the same time with the amount of risk there is at Pipe?
To me, I look at it all as fun out here, but that's just my perspective. But also too, I lost first round, so maybe that's probably not a good thing. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's balancing that, like, trying to get on the best waves and really take it serious, figure out which boards to ride. But also, too, you're getting blown out of a barrel for your day job.
Right.
So, I mean, that sounds pretty fun to me.
It's not hard to do with a smile, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, but who knows? I mean, it's different for George or an Eli in this situation right now when...
With pressure.
With the pressure, with everything kind of on the line, you know? It's not, there's still one more event, but still, you know, to have that comfortability of going to Oz and being prepared and ready to go to the next stop, you know?
Yeah.
Already your mind's there, so I think that would be pretty cool.
And I want to say with George, I mean, still his performance here, he'll get a 9th or a 13th. I think that still improves his situation on the rankings, right? Of course. He's up 3 places right now, so he kind of, like, even if he doesn't qualify here, he did his job, right? And it may just be a couple heats for George. But we'll keep you updated on all of that stuff. We got a long way to go. Again, we're going to run all the way through the finals today. So semifinals after our 4th quarterfinal, and then a 35-minute final.
Oh, GP.
George Pitar in the barrel. Threads it. Ooh. And an easy out for Pitar. Well, he made it look easy. I'm not going to say that was an easy out. But he's right back in the conversation. Likely to break the combo. What do you think, Finn?
Oh, for sure. That's for sure breaking the combination. I think it's going to make this heat interesting, but, you know, Eli and Xavier are sitting pretty with the 2nd and 3rd prio, and they can kind of manage from now on. But, I mean, also, Kelly came back from combo, right, with like 1 minute left?
Yeah. 90 seconds pretty much, yeah.
Timmy Reyes, was it?
Oh,
that one was crazy.
And he rode that weird-looking board, too.
The deep 6.
Yeah. Kind of shorter one. I think it was a 5'10".
Shorter, wider nose, but with a pulled-in tail. Interesting design.
Yeah. I mean, that thing wouldn't float me.
I think John rides something similar to that, but a little bit more stretched out from a different shaper. The Pizel Ghost. I know John doesn't like that comparison.
Breaking a wake?
Oh, talk about breaking. George Pitar. That was getting broken right there.
That one hurts.
Yeah.
That hurts.
Tell us about that, Finn.
Those are the worst. Oh, Benji's on a crazy one.
And I was holding my breath.
Wow. Those ones hurt the worst because you don't really, like, penetrate the water.
Yeah.
So you just kind of fall and, like, body surf a little bit out of it.
It's a slap.
Yeah, it's a slap and then suck back over, right back onto the reef. So those aren't fun. That one was crazy that Benji got. Those are the ones for you. You wish you were front side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been.
To get that huge pump off the bottom. But who knows? I mean, George's score? Is
Let's
it
see.
not open yet?
Yeah, wave 3, we're still waiting on it, but it needs to be better than a 6-8 to break the combo, Kipes.
Yeah, let's hurry up. Just got 3. we got 3 minutes remaining. I want to know the situation. We'll look at it one more time. We'll judge it ourselves. I think that should break the combo.
I'm thinking around like 7-3,
Yeah.
7-5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice to play judge. 7-5, spot on, Finn McGill.
Whoa.
Spot on. George Pitar now needs a 9.3, 9.8 by Benji Brandt. But the 2 leaders are also holding first and second priority. Let's see how they can guard the lineup, guard the peak there, Finn.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you never know, because also Pipe can send 2 perfect TPs right at you, and you can go left and right on it. And then fourth prio gets it.
Do you just make a deal with the other guy? Go, hey, we're first and second. You take green, I take red. Or am I thinking controversy way too much?
I don't know. I mean, if you're friends,
If
maybe.
you're bros, huh?
I'm a talker on a heap. No one really listens, but
I love that.
I hate that.
I love that. What do you mean? I love talking.
I hate that.
Why?
Because you try to talk to me in the heat, that would be like the worst thing possible. I'd be like paddling towards you and just be like giving you one of those paddle slaps kind of things. Hey, like, oh,
wow, hey,
good wave.
Hey, have a conversation.
Right.
Eli, he's going to take his priority, and he is going to just change the priority situation and not change his score. I like that he sticks with it.
Wow. What?
That was pretty talented. I don't know if that's going to
won't.
better the 787 though, but
He kept Benji off of it, though. Benji was interested, so.
yeah, that was a little bit more of a defense.
Yeah,
huh?
100% at this point of the heat. But he's doing his job, Kipes. Here goes Zave.
Zave with first priority, takes that away from George. Back door, stalls off the bottom. Just going to have to straighten out.
Ooh.
And goes down so. Opportunity for Benji Brandt's got first priority. Let's see what Benji can do. Drops into this one. Some time off the bottom. Has to delay to get into the barrel. Disappears completely. And unable to find the exit.
Oh, Eli's a minute away, guys. He's a minute away right here.
Eli
I
Hanneman.
think he just did it because Benji's stuck inside.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So even if George bumps up, then
He'll still be third. Yep.
Yeah.
And Zave, he's going to move up big time in the rankings with this result as well. But what a moment for Eli Hanneman right here.
I love it. Eli's honestly the hardest worker out of any of us. I remember sitting in, we were in Papua at QS 2000 earlier this year and talking and just, it's kind of the first time I've stayed with Eli and had more than just a surf session with him. And man, he deserves it.
Well, he's been so up and down, right? Whether it's his health issues, wipeouts, everything, you know, like a semi-shocking, you know, rookie year on the championship tour where you had so much expectations for this guy right here. Looked at his watch right now. He looked at the Apple Watch, and he knows his destiny is about 5 seconds away.
I wonder if he knows. Does he know, you think?
I hope he knows. I hope the beach announcer's saying something right now.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Wow, I'm so freaking stoked for this guy.
Well, the clock's off. Eli is into the semifinals, but more importantly, Eli is on to the 2026 championship tour. He's going to be, Mitchell, our first men's qualifier.
Yeah, and very deserving, as Finn's been saying. I mean, coming off of the final in Brazil, at least the semifinal guaranteed right here, but he did his job within the first 6 events. What a way to do it, and he's going to be back on tour, his second stint now on the World Championship Tour with a brand new format too, Kaipo, that is going to benefit him tremendously. Look at the reaction right here.
Look at qualified Eli Hanneman, Maui zone, Maui no Ka'oi, and an impressive person both in and out of the water, has a lot of faith in everything that he does. He wears that faith on his sleeve, and his prayers have been answered today at Pipeline. Hanneman about to celebrate on the beach with all of his friends. They're going to cheer him up? What do you think?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I'd be tackling him right now. There goes Kato.
Kato can cheer him up by himself.
Yeah, and Shion.
Manager right there, Sean Ward too. Big part of his legacy and what he's been able to do as a pro, and even as an amateur too. What a moment.
I love the camaraderie too, because remember, you battle against these guys in the same time. You're heated battles with all of these guys, but they're the first people to congratulate you, Finn.
Yeah, I think we're all in the struggle together, you know.
Yeah.
So you're so happy to see someone succeed. You know, it's a great feeling.
Third place in Araceras, runner-up finish over at Brazil. He's guaranteed a seventh place here, making it to the semifinals. But when you add all the numbers up, you crunch it all together, you know that he is on the tour. Like I said, book your tickets for Bells. April 1st, the championship tour starts, and Eli Hanneman will be part of that conversation.
Yeah, and then another big thing, too, for the region, you know, like there's been a big need for pushing the region right here in Hawaii, Tahiti Nui. You got a qualifier right here, Kaipo, and stoked to see him do so well. And, of course, still has a chance to win the Challenger Series event right here at Pipe 2. Add his name to an impressive list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all about where he finished the rankings is going to be all about seeding. There's Mom seeding into the year, but we got the schedule coming up for the championship tour. What does he have to look forward to? Well, we started the world's longest running professional contest in the chilly waters of Bells Beach. Then on to Margaret River, Snapper. That's the Australian trifecta right there. And then something new, Raglan. Punta Roca, Mitch, with Mamaoka.
Yeah, he's going to do well there. I'm excited to see him there.
He's done well in Saquarema. We're going to see him in the Pacific, in Tahiti and Cloudbreak. I think he's going to kill Trestles. And then with Surf Abu Dhabi, Peniche on the postseason. And then everybody comes back for the final event, the Pipe Masters, December 8th through 20th. Book your ticket right now.
Yeah, and a new format too, so no non-elimination round. It's going to be single elimination from the get-go. It's going to be very impressive to see him back on tour where he belongs, and the first one out of the men so far to qualify for the CT for 26, Kipes.
Wow. Well, congratulations, Eli Hanneman. The clock has already started on quarterfinal number 4, down to 26 minutes with Ryaru Ito, Callum Robson, Liam O'Brien right here in the white jersey. And Liam completes that, as well as Jacob Wilcox.
A lot of Australians in the quarters right here, too. I mean, 3 Australians in this one right here at Nito. I mean, you've seen him surf out here plenty of times, Finn. Very underrated when it comes to barrel riding, this kid out of Japan in red.
Super underrated. He is so good out here. I saw him take off on like a 15-footer on like a wash-through day and handle the drop, like the bouncy, wonky weirdness that like the Benjis of the world wants.
Remember, when we look at this this lineup, Jacob Wilcox, Liam O'Brien, Mitchell, if they go all the way for a win, we can qualify more surfers.
Oh, yeah.
Here. So they can qualify if they win the event.
Well, and, you know, just thinking about goofy footers, would love to see Jake back on tour. And I think he'd do very well, especially with the re-addition of Fiji. I think he'd do incredible at Chopes, and we'd love to see him compete back here at the Pipe Masters as well. So, you know, he's a few heats away from that, Kaipo, but 25 minutes and really nothing outside of the 283 in this heat gone down so far.
You know how we've gotten pretty lucky, right? I think we're exceeding expectations today from the forecast I saw, Finn. I'm really stoked.
Yeah, I did not expect this today, to be honest. I was surfing Haleiwa all morning.
Hey, you guys, let's hear from our first qualifier for the championship tour. Congratulations, Eli Olsen. He's with Jess.
Eli, it's official. We can say it. Welcome back to the championship tour. You've just qualified. To be back on the dream after a long road to get there, this is everything right now.
Yeah, this is crazy. In Brazil, I needed to win the event, and I got second. And then for some reason at that point, I just knew that it was going to happen here at home. So this is better than I could have ever imagined. It's all my friends and family on the beach when I came in to congratulate me. It was so special.
Your wife there, your friends there, your mum and dad are down the beach. Last time you qualified, it was in Brazil. Now to do it at home, and I think just have that family energy around you. I mean, we saw the emotions just pour out from you down the beach. This is massive. Not many people can get back there once they fall off, but you're one of the few who have gone and done it.
Yeah, it's weird right now because I'm still in the event, so it doesn't really feel real. I feel like I'm still working towards something, which I am. I'm still in the comp, so I want to win, but yeah, later I'll probably lock myself in a dark room, maybe just cry it out. I don't know, just kind of looking back on the last few years, it's been a wild ride, but it just feels so good to be back.
Let's think about even someone like your nephew. I met your nephew Cyrus the other day. Someone like him, obviously you've been through a long road to get here. It hasn't been easy to get back to the tour, just even some personal things you've had to go through. For a kid who is dying to be in your position right now, what are you going to say to them?
Yeah, my boy Cyrus, he's back home in Oregon, but if you're watching this, miss you, dude, love you. But yeah, anyone who's out there working towards a goal, or whether it's in a sport or just in everyday life, you just don't take no for an answer, and you believe in yourself through and through, no matter what happens, no matter what people say about you. You got to believe in yourself and keep going, and yeah, just have belief in yourself and have some faith.
Well, Eli, we're going to see you at Bells. We're welcome back to the tour. We could not be stoked. Re-qualified, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, Hanneman, and I want to apologize. I was thinking about speaking of friends, my other friend Eli Olson, when we went to that interview. Eli Hanneman, and I got to make that correction, obviously. And yeah, our first qualifier for the championship tour. Hanneman did it ahead of the finish line, actually.
And I like that.
Stop number 6.
He's not getting ahead of himself either. Like, he's still, hey, I still have a goal in mind. That's to win. He's won the U.S. Open before, which is a major event. But, you know, to do it right here at home within the Hawaiian Islands, I think would even be more special, Finn. And, you know, big aspirations right here with a couple heats to go.
Well, I also want to point out, Finn, you were there in Sakurama, is the fact that Eli made the final in 1-foot surf, and now he's had this run at pumping pipelines. So he's got the entire skill set. So it's great to see a surfer like that back on the championship tour.
Yeah, he's got that wow factor. He's got the excitement. You know, you never know what he's going to do when he stands up. So he's that type of person where you could sit and watch movies, like surf movies of him all day, and he can go compete and beat everyone out in the water.
Well, he's done it within the last 2 months already, because like when the Florence Pipe Pro ran, it was so different to what you're seeing right now, and even the other events at Haleiwa, at Ali'i Beach Park, and at Sunset. So the diversity is there. Now it's a matter of being able to put it together in those 30, 40 minutes that you have at the championship tour level, Kaipo.
Spinning on this one. Wilcox on the backhand. Chippa. Oh, gets slammed searching for that doggy door exit. That was a brutal wipeout, Finn.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, this heat's been a little slow. Here's Liam.
Liam O'Brien. He's got 2.83 so far. That is the top score in this heat. What a contrast, Finn, between, you know, what we saw in the last heat and what we're seeing in this heat.
Yeah.
Maybe change the story right here. Callum Robson pulls in. Robson searching for an exit, does not find it. The door shuts on Callum Robson, surfer out of Evans Head, Australia.
Yeah, I think it's also tough to back up a heat with that high of scores. You tend to start thinking like, oh, I might need 17 points to make this next heat. So I'm going to send it just a little bit more. Like in the beginning of this heat, Liam's first left, there was a crazy ride off of it. But, you know, obviously it's first wave, no prio, all that stuff. So you kind of got to go whichever way you can at that point. So they're still out there. It's not like it's stopping. It's just the mentality of the heat, I guess. Every heat's different.
Australians have had a good run in this event. Winning that last heat, Xavier Huxtable, he's on to the semifinal. Let's hear from Xavier.
Xavier, you and I are in a state of shock. That was unreal. I mean, getting the highest heat total of the event so far. You just told me about that 9. I would love you to tell to everyone else just your experience of being in that barrel.
Yeah, I seen the wave. It was like, I don't know, I think it was one of the later ones this set. And I was kind of paddled out to it and then like turned and was like kind of already committed without thinking and looked up and I was like, shit, I'm pretty deep here. And then just kind of went for it. Like, I think I let go of the rail or something and just pumped as hard as I could. And then, yeah, just kept on traveling somehow and then got to the end of it and it was, section was starting to come down. I was like, please don't knock me off, and then shot through it. So I was so stoked, yeah.
Best wave of your life?
Yeah, 100%. Without a doubt, yeah. I was sitting there after it, even just like laying in the inside, just going, oh my God, I can't believe I made that. Yeah, surprised myself, that's for sure.
Do you remember when we were Groms and we would go to the Aussie titles and usually Pipe would be on around the same time and we'd sit and we'd watch and Kelly would win and Mick would win, everyone would go and win. You just went and did that. You just went and got excellent scores at Pipeline. You're living out your childhood dream right now.
Oh, literally. I mean, before that heat, me and George were sitting down. We got a little camp down there and we were just losing it, just going, this is as good as it gets. Like, this is what you dream about. This is, yeah, pumping perfect white line. So I was already frothing before I went out and now I'm even more frothing, yeah.
Look at you can't sit still.
Oh, I'm so excited.
We know that you got a lot of love back home, especially Torquay board riders. I know there'll be a lot of people who would want to hear from you right now.
Yeah, just like to thank everyone who tuned in, supporting back home. Mum and Dad are on the beach, but family, girlfriend, everyone back home.
All right. Well, we'll get back to the beach, but congratulations to Xavier Huxtable. Xavier, Eli Hanneman on to the semifinals. Semifinals we're going to roll into after this quarterfinal number 4. And we're going to finish off and crown a champ today. We'll have our finals. We'll add 5 minutes onto the final. And maybe see some more qualifications.
What a rad kid, dude. I mean, deserving of this result already right here. 17.57. All these guys international, Finn, you know, they have something to prove out here. And, you know, we got 3 Aussies out there in the water right now and 1 Japanese surfer. So I think so far, Kaipo, they've proven their point right out here at the Challenger Series level at Pipe.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that, you know, everything's cooperated weather-wise and
100%.
swell-wise.
Yeah.
Because we had a tricky window. And we're not done yet, by the way.
Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
The show continues. We still have the round of 32 in the upcoming days to finish off for the women and go all the way through to crown a women's champ as well. And taking a look at qualifications there on the women's side, too.
Hey, there's 2 women locked already, correct?
Yeah, Tia and Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins and Tia Zabrowski. So five more spots available for the women, and we are entering the 2026 championship tour with an expanded women's field, Mitch.
Gonna be really fun. Still a lot of new names in the top 10 as well. The Echebarri sisters are right there. Feel very, very pleased to see a lot more Europeans in the mix, especially on the women's side. The 2 qualifiers so far have been out of Europe, 1 French, and of course the other one out of Portugal. So great to see new representation on tour, Kaipo.
Yeah, it's going to be well, we talk about the women's side, it's going to be really cool to see what Tia Zabrowski brings, because at such a young age, she's just so talented. So she's going to be on the big stage. See how she's able to handle that at such a young age, but she's got that talent.
When are we going to get Thunders on tour? That's the real question right here.
Soon. It'll happen.
Short-term goals, long-term goals. I mean, how many things do you set yourself, especially knowing that Challenger can be 6 or 7 events? It can be pretty long over a calendar year.
Yeah, I mean, short-term goals are just get better every day. Long-term goals are to get there, you know? Yeah, I mean, dang, this is a good little TP coming in right now.
Jake.
Wilcox on the backhand again. Body drag, gets through it, trying to fight for an exit. Again, unable to get through.
Yeah, he's dangerous out here.
Oh, yeah, he is.
I remember I was a young kid from out here, like 15 or 14 or something, getting in the Vulcan Pipe Pro. I will be honest, I wasn't really watching surfing back then. And oh, wow. Liam, go.
Make it! Oh!
And I matched up with Jacob Wilcox my first heat. And I was like, oh, I've never heard of this guy. He dropped 2 9s on me. I was like, wow, this guy's insane. So good.
You knew who it was after that, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's in my nightmares still.
We're going to take a break right now. No one yet to break away in this quarterfinal number 4. We'll be back with the conclusion and setting up semifinals. Morgan Siblick, he'll be in the first semifinal.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing. By Uncle Ed's Premium Spirits, official partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger. And by Open Water. Join the post-plastic era.
Quarterfinal number 4 out in the water here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Liam O'Brien out on a slim lead right now, advancing through and giving himself a hope for qualification of the championship tournament. Kuiper Girl along with Mitchell Salazar, Finn McGill, calling this heat. Still really a tight heat, Finn.
Very tight.
I mean, not a lot has really, no one's broken away at all.
Yeah, I mean, like what we were saying earlier, it's really easy to watch the heat before and kind of get stuck in that mindset, you know, of just sending for 9s.
Right, the whole time, where you don't want to be complacent with just 10 or 11, but sometimes that's all you need to do.
Yeah. Oh, Liam.
Liam O'Brien, steep drop, deep barrel. A quick one, but that should improve his scoreline and either, you know, further himself in the lead.
Next one.
Oh, Riaru.
Wow.
Ito. Punches through.
Dude, don't count him out ever. What?
Yeah. We'll call that a make, right?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, he did the hardest part.
Yeah, he did.
He fell on the easiest. He's awesome. He's just a smiley kid.
You know what? He's short too,
Yeah.
so a lot of these waves look so much bigger than they actually are as well, which adds in to the judging criteria though, Kaipo. That element of the big wave and making the risk even gnarlier.
Smooth operator right there.
Oh yeah, he got on rail and did a turn.
Yeah.
Basically a bottom turn.
It reminds me of Masatoshi. Oh,
yeah,
no.
Masatoshi.
A lot.
Oh, no, another charger.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard part was done right there, and that looks more like one of my average sessions right there, the kick out. Just the fall, and then lobster right here on the right fin. That was throaty.
That was nice. Those are so fun. They're super steep, crazy drop, and you stand up tall. It's just a little short, but you know, it's a good start to get this heat going, you know. There's still no scores on the board except for Riaru's and Liam's last wave.
And under priority as well, so that was a smart move.
Yeah, this is a little runner.
Callum running through here, and Robson gets the completion.
The waves are so good right now. It's incredible how beautiful it is out there. Just clean, glassy. Every now and then the offshore will pick up, but we are so stoked on how today's transpired so far, Kipes.
Yeah, and looks like we got a heat that's going to be tightening up. 5-3-3 for the last of Liam O'Brien. Still waiting for that Riaru pipe score, and then we're still waiting for this score, Finn, of Callum Robson.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, it's a bummer that it slowed down right when it got big and wide, but it was still a great ride right there. I think it'll be tough to figure out whose is better in that exchange, but they're all right there, you know. They all still need backups.
Yeah, Cal might turn on this thing though, and he will.
Robson taking it to pipe. Gets a little cover up.
Small kind.
Just trying to stay busy out there. He knew he was in 4th priority anyway, so just took a chance.
Yeah, and remember, Cal, sneaky good in these types of waves too. I mean, he's into the quarterfinals, but remember that 10 he had in Portugal a few years ago? I mean, the kit charges when it's on the line too, so watch out for him. If the wave comes through, he's going to pull the trigger and go on it.
Yeah, they're not. A lot of the Aussies, they send it.
Yeah.
They sit out off the wall and just absolutely send it. Oh, this could be a crazy one.
Chippa, and you can see the frustration.
Yeah.
He's still in 2nd place, so number 1 and number 2 in this heat, Liam O'Brien, Jacob Wilcox. Remember, if they're able to go all the way and either of them win the event, they will also qualify for the championship tour. As we look at our men's Challenger Series live rankings, Eli Hanneman checked off the list. Kali Voss remained, Kali Voss in 2nd place, and George Pitar moved up 2 points to 3rd place, but still in the comp. Jacob Wilcox, Liam O'Brien, and Morgan Siblick, who's coming up in semifinal number 1.
Yeah, a lot of people in the top 10 grade out already, but Jake with a good chance right here. Of course, Lob as well, and Morgan, to me, has been one of the most outstanding and most consistent surfers of the event. Watch out for him. He's looking for his first win at this level. Eli, as you said, already clinched a spot on tour once again.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day, panned out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, down to 8 minutes.
Scores in red.
Scores in. 4.8 for Ryaru Ito. Still waiting for Callum Robson on his backdoor barrel and see how that affects the standings in this heat. And there is one quick score for Jacob Wilcox also owed to us by the judges, but it shouldn't figure into his 2-wave total. Callum punches through.
This next one could be good.
Lobby.
Ooh, it's drawing off nice. Ooh. Dang, that was a tough one. That was a tough. It was breathing so much in that. I think the lip just caught his board on that first bottom turn.
I think you're right.
That's a bummer.
That's a bummer too, right there.
That is not fun. Shallow right there.
Do they have jet ski assist today?
They did.
Oh, okay, that's amazing.
Oh,
Ryaru.
Ryaru Ito on his tippy toes. It's a growler.
Oof.
And he got caught up in there somewhere.
I think it was the same thing that happened to Liam.
Oh, board's tangled up. Jacob Wilcox, back door. It's a beast. And it just chewed up Jacob Wilcox.
I love that our reactions are like simultaneous too. We're synced up right now. Oh my God.
Wow.
Well,
you got to take off your leash at that point.
It entails one person taking off their leash.
Yeah.
Hawaiian Water Patrol has a job right now.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Everything that
Radical.
did not go wrong in the last heat is going wrong in this heat right now.
Hey, there's still 2 places open in the semifinals.
True.
2 of these 4 are going to make it in there, so this is going to be a hard-fought battle for those 2 spots.
Still wide open, too.
Oh, yeah. These heats are fun.
Yeah.
From our point of view, from their point of view, they're probably just like, okay, these 6 minutes, please. Let me just get a 5.
Yeah.
A 5 will do.
It's gnarly out there, too, Finn.
Yeah. It's stressful. It's so stressful in a situation like this, too, because even Liam's, he's not like, oh, I'm in first. You know, they're all thinking they're losing right now. Or not thinking they're losing, but thinking that they need to get scores because...
You're vulnerable.
Yeah, you never know. You know, you could be in first prio, take off on a wave fall, then they get 3 waves behind you and jump up. So it's not like it's he's chilling in first prio.
Oh,
that was close.
Man, Cal had to bail right in front of him too when he was getting barreled.
Wow, that drop is hard to make. Oh,
He was close too.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Little too high right there at the end. Priority's going to be huge right here, Kipes. 5 minutes to go. Nobody has a backup. A 2 or a 3 is going to make a major difference.
Oh, these guys are packing it up like FedEx and just sending it on the wave, man. I'm telling you.
Delivery drivers for a living.
Oh, my goodness. Look at the numbers right here. Those are some hard-earned 5s.
They got some water up the nose, that's for sure.
Wow. You think?
There's a couple of sets coming, though, right now.
Well, priority with Callum Robson. He's gone into 2nd place.
That's crazy, Jacob. You know, he still only needs a 5, you know?
If there's somebody that can do it, it's the guy that dropped a couple of 9s or a couple 8s on you that one year.
Yeah.
In the QS right here.
Yeah.
He is talented. He's gnarly. He charges. He goes for everything out here.
Yeah. He's crazy. He's West Oz guy.
Oh, yeah.
They're built different over there.
A lot of waves that have similarities to this one, Kai. So 4 minutes to go. You got to put yourself in a vulnerable position. Try to get that 5. And if you're both Cal and Liam right here, at all costs, just try to better the backup. I mean, a 2 and a 1, holding on a 1st and 2nd respectively with 4 minutes. Now, one thing to mention too, these guys have surfed multiple times today already. So you're gassed. I mean, you've already had to surf a couple of times, and then this one added on top of that with all the wipeouts, all the falls. You're feeling it.
Robson currently in 2nd. And he's going to improve upon his heat total. So did the right thing with his priority. He's going to ditch a 177 that he has in his score line and secure his spot in 2nd place. A 3-point ride will take Cal Robson into the lead in this heat.
Yeah, he's savvy. He's a savvy competitor. He'll probably go into the lead. I think it's going to come in right where his first one was.
Yep, 5.5. You're right. Take a look at the 5.5 here, Finn.
I liked it. I mean, he juiced it out as much as he could. That chandelier too is a nice little touch to it. Yeah, it gets right back out too. Doesn't get caught inside and lagooned around. So he's stoked. I mean, he's stoked if it goes his way.
Well, right now he's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Ryaru Ito, priority with the Japanese surfer. He's dropped 9s, you know, in competition here. Ito, 2 minutes 45 seconds, needs a pretty small score, 3.37 to get into second.
Has he gone right so far in the event? I can't really think so.
I think all his scores came from lefts.
So could be a point of difference right here for him, needing that 3. I'd be looking at that if it's an option available right here, Finn, with 2.5 on the clock. I mean, you got to be looking to go anywhere really with this amount of time left.
Yeah, it's a tough score to get. It's one of those weird ones where it's so easy, but it's so hard at pipe because you still got to get barreled.
Right.
You know, you still have to get barreled. You still have to come out. So
normal beach break, you could grind out a 3.
Exactly.
Not here.
No, not here. If you take off and do a couple turns, it's not going to get it. So.
You can take it, you know, left hand for Ito. I don't think it matters. Left-hander, right-hander. As long as it's not a straight-hander for him, he's going to give himself a chance.
And even Chippa, I mean, 6.76.
Totally doable.
For sure. I mean, he's charged on the right a couple of times.
Yeah.
And one of the few goofy footers in the event that have charged the back door as much as he has in this heat, Kaipo. So basically a 7, what he needs, 90 seconds.
It's a chess match right now.
And look at Lobby just chasing Jake right now. I mean, he's playing major defense right there. Second priority. Don't matter how you make it through, Kaipo, as long as you make it through.
Ooh, looks like they're scratching for something. Maybe something small on the inside.
Let's see. No priority used. Positioning by our Japanese surfer. Obviously, he's looking for a left. Being deep at pipe.
Great.
Set coming through here.
There he
here
goes.
Ito. Ryaru. We're going to go with Cal Robson, who's in the lead. And Cal just has a great back half of this heat, actually. So put it all together right
nice
there.
turn. Looks like Ryaru just got shut down.
Yep, so that is going to lessen the possibility for Ryaru Ito. Jacob Wilcox still on the search with 30 seconds remaining. Liam O'Brien giving his fellow countrymen some space with priority.
But he's deeper for the right, though, and that's kind of what he's looking at right now with 20 seconds.
Yeah. It's always a touchy subject when you know, he's probably staying with them too. And
yeah.
You're like, all right, I'm going to get on you, stick on you until I know that I'm clear, and then I'm going to give you some space.
Yeah, well, I feel like there's an understanding there, and we're also understanding that Liam O'Brien got the job done along with Callum Robson. That's going to round off the semifinals here. And remember, Liam O'Brien still a chance for qualification if he wins this heat. Cal Robson took the #1 slot, both heading into the semifinals. We are, thank you, Finn.
Yeah, Thunders.
Thanks for having me.
We're heading into a break, and when we come back, we got some really special guests. You don't want to go anywhere. This is the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Back after this.
You're watching Finals Day for the men here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Semifinal number 1 with Morgan Siblick, Griffin Colapinto, Jorgen Kuzene, and a local hero named Joey Johnston. It's a fun part of the contest. These guys have just bulldozed through a heavy lineup of talented international competitors, and they're hoping for a pipe title later on today. What a good time to be watching pro surfing. Joe Turpel alongside local legend Ross Williams and 11-time world champ, the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater. Kelly, I've missed you, man. I haven't seen you in a while in person. How are things been?
Not bad. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I can't hear myself, that's all. Not bad. I'm just starting to surf again. Had a hip replacement 3 months ago. Just getting back on the horse a little bit. So I've probably only surfed about 6 or 8 times since, and a little bit slow, you know, but it's all healed up. It's just having a little bit of pain in it, but I don't think anything is out of order, just some scar tissue or whatever.
Yeah, working through it. So you had the hip surgery a couple years ago. Is this the other side, or?
Same one, same hip I've struggled with since I was 19. I hurt it at Sunset. That's why I hate Sunset. You know, the truth was going to come out at some point. Needed to get through it.
Yeah,
you know?
and now it's time to clear the air on all that.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for the entertainment on Stop in the Dark, by the way. There's only 2 episodes out, but man, it's been riveting. Loving it so far.
Well, I'll tell you what happens in the other ones.
Yeah. Sam McIntosh is squirming around somewhere watching, but yeah, thanks Kelly for joining us for the call. Let's start with Morgan Siblick. He turned in a 17-plus combined total in the round before.
Yeah.
He's kind of made a statement here at Pipe and Backdoor. What are your thoughts on Siblick?
I saw his good one where he faded. It was really a sick line because, honestly, I don't know if many like seasoned guys out there would have taken that line. You know, you sort of go, I'll stall from here, not fade from here, because there is that sort of there's a little deep spot with some sort of a vein in the reef, a couple holes in the reef, and it does kind of clamp on that deep section. But he really read it well, and it put him in the spot where he was super deep behind the lip, but also had to pump to make it, so it made it a really exciting wave. And I didn't see the rest of the heat, but I happened to turn on right when that wave came, and that was super impressive.
Also, Griffin Colapinto in the mix there, last year's runner-up in the world. I think for you, Kelly, it was always kind of obvious that if you could get a spot in pipe, you love the wave so much, you're going to be in it. What does it mean for Griff, kind of starting his world title campaign this early and comparing himself to the CS guys at this event?
I think he's just trying to requalify, Joe.
Obviously getting reps, but you get to sometimes learn new things from guys you don't really get to spar with in your typical year on tour.
Well, this heat's a perfect example of showing some depth of talent here. Guys coming from completely different parts of the world, different approaches, and then you got Joey, local guy, who has really stamped his place in this contest this week, showing his skill and his knowledge of the wave and which ones to be on. And obviously with some heavy water out there, he's also, you know, stepped away from maybe some of the other people in the heats he's been against. So that's pretty exciting to see. Obviously Griffin speaks for himself. Jorgen, you know, maybe not the most well-known guy around the world in the surf world, but really surfs well. I've seen him surfing for years, and he shreds, and it's cool to see. I didn't know he'd be a standout here at Backdoor and Pipe, but he's done really well, and he had a really nice left in his last heat that I saw, and he's done well. Here he goes now.
Jorgen late.
Wow, he got caved in too. I mean, that honestly could be an interference. I don't know who that was, but somebody really whitewashed him hard. Might have been Morgan. Looked like Morgan.
Oh, he's underwater for a while there.
Yeah, that was a freaking cool wave, though. A little, see this bump? You can see from this perspective, it's like on the East Coast, that would be a northeast wind I grew up with. That comes, we get waves, but when you get it in Hawaii, you don't like that. That's that Kona. There's a little Kona breeze around Waimea sending us some chop. Watch this thing. What happens here? Like, see how Morgan ducks and it makes a full-on foam ball?
Oh, wow.
And, you know, I would call that he would have made that wave without that. So we'll have to see.
That's a great wave too. It was below sea level.
It was
super hollow. You're right. He had a big crumble there. He was really deep though.
And but if you watch the line he was on, he wouldn't have got stuck on that foam and that bottom turn. And so I'm calling Morgan out right here. Sorry, Morgs. I love you.
Let's see the takeoff again,
so
Ross.
Look, Morgan's duck diving land. Because the lip was there too, obviously, Ross.
Yeah, he had some action to go through. That
Yeah,
exit
but-
would have been tough, but you're right.
It's a cool wave though, and it was a great start.
What could you do though? You know, if you're him, you'd have to really campaign right now, start waving your arms around.
Yeah,
I'm
wave
sure
your
the
arm.
judges are on the radar for that.
Yeah, wave your arms.
Go in, tell them about it. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Well,
I watched this.
Oh,
Joey Johnston.
Yeah, Joey. Oh no. But I'll give you an example. I had a heat with Medina at Snapper, and I was deeper. First wave of the heat, I took off, and I was kind of where I was back behind where the backwash still is off the rock, and I was kind of pumping off that thing, and it opened the barrel, and all of a sudden it just crumbled. And let's hold on here, Morgan. Wow, this is kind of a cool takeoff. Look at this. They're gonna all have to readjust their decisions on waves here because there's that pinch now. Just all of a sudden in this heat, just started.
Wow, interesting. So going for it, and then back to Snapper, Kelly.
Oh, no. So first wave of the heat, and I took off and I pulled in, and I thought it just clamped on me, and I fell. And normally I would expect to make that wave, just knowing how many different waves I've had out there. I was like, I'll make this, and it just didn't open up like I thought. 2 judges called priority interference, or called interference on Gabe. I didn't. Let's see this again. That was a cool takeoff. Really cool line. Just that pinch.
Yeah, he
And
did
I think you
everything
see
right
him
there.
go over the falls right there.
Oh,
not too bad. But yeah, I came in and saw that 2 of the judges had called. I didn't realize Gabriel had been paddling for the wave, and I saw him paddling, but I didn't know he crumbled it. But they said that if I had raised my arms like this, that at least one other judge would have called it. He would have got interference. So
sell it.
it is you got to sell sometimes, you know. And I didn't sell.
I love that I triggered that memory for you. You got a Rolodex in there.
That's amazing. Yeah, was that the one where it was a really close decision? You guys are back on deck waiting for scores. You guys are looking at the screen. That was a wild heat.
Yeah. I fumbled the rail a few times, and he had the rightful win. But you know, I had the waves to win, and I just didn't. I made a couple mistakes on my wave.
That reminds me of the time he had priority and he dropped on you on a little wave at backdoor and tried to kind of accidentally fade into you.
I watched that the
After
other
you had a little
day.
barrel.
Yeah, he didn't even try to ride the wave. But if I could do it all again, I would have gone up and around him and tried. But I think I would have ended up in his leash. But I would have at least tried. But I was like, as soon as I do that, I get interference if I hit him.
Right.
So I was like, my heat's over. So I had to think. I looked back at it and I went, there's just enough room. I could have snuck over him, made the barrel, got the best score of the heat, and kicked out and got priority. But that would have been dream scenario. I also could have got an interference and hurt
dangerous
myself.
too. Yeah,
Or hurt both of us, you know.
Just imagine trying to play a game of inches like
Between
that.
Kelly and Gabriel, though, those are 2 minds.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of thought process.
I just couldn't figure out. I was like, why are you going left at me? Just get barrel.
He was trying to game you.
Really, like,
He was
stamp
trying
your
to game
authority on me, and he beat me in the heat anyways.
Those moments in time and, you know, the rule changes that have happened too from Gabe's approach just go into the build up to his return, Kelly. Committed to going for a 4th world title this year.
Yeah, I mean, he looks super strong. Surfing looks good. I mean, I expect that out of him. The clips he puts up, he's always surfing good and fresh. And you know, maybe this time off has been really good for his brain and his competitive brain. I know at a time I needed that myself. You know, I had 7 straight years on tour, and I was like, God, I'm fried. And he's been on tour for 15 years, for 13 years, something like that. So it's just a lot of mind power to commit for that long.
Joey Johnston, local boy, up and out, keeping the dream alive. He's the last one standing from the locals round. That happened a long time ago now. Benji Brand, wow, what a standout he was ripping all the way through the quarterfinals. So Joey's starting to look left a bit more throughout the day-to-day, Ross.
He's been surprising us this whole event, and now I wouldn't be surprised if he just flicks a big backside air full row, because he's just been doing everything. Why not?
What I like about that last wave, obviously it wasn't a score or anything, but it looks like the winds have gone trades now, Ross.
It's been wobbling. Like we were so surprised. We thought that it was going to turn pretty heavy onshore around 11, and then it backed off. Then it even went light easterly winds. It's like we've been treated to some like really nice conditions.
You can see the breeze feathering the lip now offshore, so that might be a good turnaround.
It's like classic variable. It's hot and sunny. The wind doesn't quite know what to do. And were you down at Haleiwa?
No,
Or
today?
you heard about it? Yeah, because I'm
The devil-
curious what the wind's like down there.
It might be full Konos over there. That's probably why we're getting that bump here. I mean, I've left Haleiwa because it was onshore and Kona winds and stuff, and come back here and it's straight offshore trades. Right at Waimea, it seems to, through the valley, have this this sort of vector or something.
It
That,
has a, I'm gonna guy hoggy out right now on you. It has a convection wind. It gets real hot in the middle of the island, and it sucks the wind in on the Haleiwa side because it's so hot.
Gotcha.
There,
Yeah, and
it
it's
brings
low
the wind
land.
in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Probably not true, but we'll run with that.
Let's run
like
with it.
it. I like
Yeah,
it.
I think Guy's stoked too on that call. Griffin Colapinto super late, gets engulfed by that one. He's one of those guys that can create magic.
Yeah, Griffin can make waves like that for sure.
Runner-up in the world last year, third in the worlds the years before. He's got one more place to go, and that's world number 1 if he could do it this year. And he's taken every heat just like he would take on the CT. Incredibly focused, really driven. His coaches are here, his buddies are here. He wants to start that world title campaign now, which makes it really interesting. You know, like how's Iago going to come back? Gabe's, you know, going to be in the mix. Don't forget about Toledo with where we're starting it with Bells, Snapper, Margaret River, El Salvador. These are all really strong events for these guys like Griffin. Remember
Hey, don't forget Jordy Smith. You know, last year he won El Salvador. He's won Bells before. He's really good at Margaret. Did he win Margaret's too last year?
He did, yeah.
So,
right.
I mean, you know, looking at events that really suit Jordy, and we'll see, you know, whether last year kind of put out his flame or got him fired up a little more.
As we see driving through this is Siblick, a guy that's moved into the top 10 today on the live rankings. And he has his home break as a season finale for the Challenger Series. His 17+ total, maybe my favorite heat I've ever seen of Morgan. And the former world number 5, still just looking to get a rhythm in this heat. Watching Joey Johnston here at Pipe. Yeah, I'll get clamped on there.
Yeah, interesting. I think the game plans are changing already. They're trying to probably get a lot of waves on the belt, hoping they just make a couple and get some scores. Probably for viewers out there, Joey Johnston's not a really familiar name, but if you go look at his Instagram, or I don't know if that's possible to pull up here, he got one of the greatest tubes of all time, I think 2 years ago out here at Backdoor. One of those ones where like 3 different times he shouldn't have made it, and he just did. And you could see when he came out, it was like, what just happened? Like, I just went through a time warp. And those are, you know, not many people get those waves at Backdoor in their lifetime.
Yeah.
One of those, you know, it's once in every few years somebody gets a wave like that.
Bought a board off Finn McGill, that TNC Glenn Pang, and then the TNC guys saw it, and he came on the team because of that wave.
Oh, he was on that board?
He tagged the TNC guys. He wasn't riding for him at the time. And they were like, oh, you're insane. Yeah, we'll give you a fresh quiver. And talk about one wave changing your career. That was it, definitely, for Joey Johnston.
Yeah, so I'm super interested to see more of the pipe stuff from Joey, you know. I've seen a lot of good backdoor waves of him. So
In his last heat, he had a couple cool lefts where
Yeah.
good technique, you know, he knifed it and a late drop and everything, but you can see he's so he really sits on that wide bowl for backdoor. That's the wave he wants.
A lot of people at Pipe and Backdoor have, they're either left or right brained.
Right.
And it's very obvious with a lot of, you know, myself, I've always preferred Backdoor for the contest because you can get on a smaller wave, you can get a better, bigger, longer barrel score. It's sort of easier to score at Backdoor, I think, competitively, but as far as just surfing, nothing beats either a great Backdoor wave or a great pipe wave.
Jorgen.
It is.
Well-read wave, out with the froth on the face. He's been providing a lot of big moments for himself in this event, even willing to take crazy wipeouts. Feels like there's a turning point for these guys when you see them first start surfing out here in early events where they're surviving pipeline, then they go to surfing pipeline. I think Jorgen's really making a big rush at this wave with more bravery and courage. Here comes Joey Johnston rushing the closeout. He ends up underwater.
Yeah, interested to see what the sand does. When we see a really lined up classic day now, you know, if we get like a pure west-northwest swell, what's happening with the sand. I haven't been out there to kind of see it, but a lot of the sand, a lot of the beach has moved down towards Rocky Point, and there's a ton of sand down there, so the reef's pretty cleared off, and a big west swell, Ross, one of those ones that comes sideways and you ride down to the sandbar, could be super exciting right now in the days ahead.
Big things happening here on finals day. 13:55 on the clock. Jorgen leading Morgan in second. Can the local boy do it again and make the final? And Griff is still in fourth. Back for more as the conversation continues with Kelly right after this.
You're watching Finals Day here on the North Shore of Oahu. This is the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. A lot of fans coming down to see who will be making the tour. Big congrats to Eli Hanneman getting a spot back on the top 34 in the world. You're going to get to watch him at Bells Beach. Be interesting to see what he does if he goes to Newcastle to prepare, if he's going to use that little extra time to make sure his boards are set and ready to battle with guys like Griffin Colapinto. We had a little change during the break. Griffin got this wave when we were away.
Cool takeoff, great line into that. One of the few lefts that seem to be staying open right now. It's a really, I think the bulk of that was all in that takeoff. It was a really tricky little line he had to take there. Did well to get going, but also not to go too fast and run out of the barrel too quick.
I know Griffin's called you in the past, Kelly, for advice. And was he ever asking you questions specifically about pipe and backdoor? And how have you seen his relationship grow with this wave?
Not necessarily specifically about backdoor. He was asking me how it felt when he beat me at Margaret River and when I fell off tour.
Nice.
No, Griff, I actually sort of coached Griff when he was really young. We were both sponsored by this restaurant, and we had a little team. And so,
I remember that.
And the guy who owned the thing lived in San Clemente, and so he kind of put together this little team of surfers, and I did a little bit of coaching work with them. It's got to be going back at least a dozen years.
Wait, you just had a wardrobe change.
I had a wardrobe change, yes.
What just happened?
So this is, I got a shout out to Shane Dorian and Nathan Florence. So Nathan won our stock trading group this year. I think he was ahead of Nancy Pelosi for the year. He was like 70% up on the year. I think he beat some of the best traders in the world.
Oh my gosh, what a wizard.
And Shane has won it, I don't know how many times, like 2 or 3 times over the years. So Shane's kind of the guru of the bunch. I'm the hack. And
quickly, how does this work?
So I have to wear a shirt. I'm supposed to wear pajamas and be at this dinner with him, but I missed the dinner. I wasn't in Hawaii yet. So I know I have to do my sponsored thing and blah, blah, but this is, this is my responsibility.
It's pretty
right
good.
Here.
That's really good. That's dedication.
I think the guys will be happy.
Yeah, they're going to be stoked.
This is all uni right here.
This is all, that's uni. So it's all, when you lose, you have to buy sushi dinner. And so I've bought a couple sushi dinners now.
Can you sum up the whole game real quick, though, how this all works?
Basically just a group of us that like to talk about and trade crypto or stocks or whatever. And so our group is called Losers Take Profits. It's a good name.
That's a great
name.
So
anyway,
great
this is the annual, the dinner just happened, and it's always about sushi, so that's all uni at the bottom. And yeah, it's just a...
I love it.
You look forward to losing or winning, to be honest.
Man, looking back over the tough decisions you made.
Yeah.
Ross, you played, right?
Yeah, I'm just steady Eddie. I'm always right there in the middle, but that's good because I don't have to pay for dinner. The dinner is no joke.
Wow.
Amazing. Well,
this
is
the
what
same
happened. This is the same wave. This is an 8-point ride, Kelly. Where do your eyes go first when you watch this replay?
That takeoff, how extended he was. He had to really angle down because it was so steep he could lose the fins if he tried to turn too quick.
That wind's coming up a little more.
Griffin just quickly jumps out into the front. Like Griffin was nowhere in this heat, but that's kind of what Griffin does. You know, he has a lot of heats where he has a really high score. Morgan, you could tell he wasn't wholeheartedly paddling for that thing.
I like the conversation of prep for world titles because for Griffin, he's been a world title contender, Kelly. And I've been thinking of Ethan Ewing. I thought maybe this would have been a good comp for him to come and try and get some big lefts. You know, Ethan's a great backdoor barrel rider, but I thought he could get some good reps here. What's your thoughts on that?
No, I totally agree with you. I don't know why anyone who has a chance to surf extra heats at Pipe or Chopu, some of the really distinct waves that take some local or knowledge over the years of riding, you learn little things, not only from yourself, but from watching other guys. And here goes Griff again. Could easily just solidify himself if he pops out of this, but wow, just a clamper.
Kelly, who's going to have an advantage with the schedule change the most? You know, with having now Pipe move from stop 1 to Pipe Masters in December and worth 15,000 points. Who is really going to take advantage of that?
I didn't think about that. That brings in a whole different thing, obviously. The way you work the numbers coming into that last event, even the event or two before, thinking like, will I have a chance? Oh yeah, there's an extra 5,000 points there I might be able to grab. Yeah, I don't know, because look, Italo, Gabriel, Parco, Adriano, like all these guys who've been in the running for world titles have stepped up and made the final or won the contest to win a world title. So it's like it puts you in the zone because you're so focused on like my career goal. Like your competitor inside you goes into overdrive.
It reminded me of the year Derek Ho won. If you remember,
Derek too?
Kelly, he was like in 6th in the ratings that year.
Yeah.
And he came back and won the Pipe Masters. And so someone that's really good in shallow, you know, kind of scary waves could come in lower on the ratings than traditional and steal it.
For sure.
Here's the schedule. The Ocean signing off on this one for the world title. Bells Beach, Margaret River, Snapper, and then a wild card event having Raglan jump on the calendar. Kelly, have you been there before? I'd imagine so.
I've been through Raglan. I never surfed Raglan. The time I went there, I had just had a surgery when I was like 21, 22 years old, so I wasn't surfing. But I think it could be a great, super interesting, you know, first straight away, guys like Cole Houshman come to mind, Italo, Gabriel. The goofies on that wave are going to be super tough. Put them on your team.
A little fantasy surf advice right there.
And because there can be barrels, but it can also be kind of soft. I don't know which part of the wave they're riding or whatever, but you know, depending if it's big or small. But let's talk about lowers though. You know, I know that the Final Five's got a lot of critique from over the years from people with that whole focus being on just trestles, but I think everyone on the flip side is all going to argue. Oh, let's watch this wave first. Oh,
Morgan Siblick.
Morgan finding him. Interesting. And see if he can better a 5 here and move himself up a little further ahead of Griffin.
I think Morgan's proven a lot because he's doing it with weather changes and mood changes. At backdoor and pipe, it's not just like, okay, I got a couple and got on a roll. He's totally switching gears well too.
And just 3 years ago, I think it was, he's surfing the Final Five at lowers.
Yeah.
And what was your point there? Well, here's a replay quickly of Morgan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a great little wave for this wind. As soon as we said that, Ross, it got bad.
What is it? It's really, the weather has changed. It's even darker outside, so.
It's gone more Konas really quickly. The ocean's real choppy looking coming at us from the west.
I believe we've committed to the finals, so everyone's coaches right now are running around the beach, like trying to come up with maybe a slightly different strategy.
Yeah, I wonder if it would be worth holding off or not, depending on how much that swell is going to come up in the afternoon tomorrow. But no, lowers is, I think everyone who also critiqued it being the Final Five would also argue that it deserves a spot on tour. It's one of the most high performance waves in the world. No, it doesn't offer any like mystery of like some crazy wave that might come like Chopu or Pipeline, but it does offer the most high performance surfing anyone can do on their forehand or backhand for the most part. Yeah. And depending on what the wind does and the swell does and all that, it makes different people favorites. But you know, you got to look at a guy like Felipe. If he's in the lead coming into lowers, and then he can really solidify that going to Pipeline, it sort of changes that equation a lot for him. You know, because he's struggled at Pipe to get a result. And you know, he's another guy that I would say should be here right now if he could, just getting those hours and those heats under the belt and more laps on waves.
Yeah, great call, and I love where Trestles is on the calendar. Back in September, it's a great month in Southern California and for lowers in general. And then before heading into that postseason, Portugal's back in October as well, leading into the Pipe Masters. Well, the whole field will connect again after that mini postseason, and joined by the locals as well, which is a fun part of this story because Joey Johnston's still in the water. This is Griff.
Wow.
Bully one. Gets blown out. Lays down the rail, can't hang on to the open face hook, but he's finally got something to go with his 8-point ride.
Yeah, that should lock in probably the heat win, considering I don't think there'll be better waves than there were on that 8 he got, you know, like the conditions have really gone south. But now it looks almost like a beach break, Ross. Kind of like, it almost looks like, oh, let's see what happens here. This has a long wall. It almost reminds me of Super Tubes now. Right. You know, you're trying to find those choppy peaks on a south wind.
Well, this really shuts down the lefts, right? Like
it's
still barrel lane, but it's tricky barrels, rights only. The lefts are going to really shut down.
Yeah, 4 regular footers.
Here's Griffin first, Kelly.
Yeah, a good pick. You know, not very deep, but just a cool little wave and a backup. Kind of could have capitalized with making that turn because, you know, he was kind of a little on the shoulder on that wave. Whoever was there paddling behind him could have had a really nice wave. I think that might have been Joey. Yeah.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto Bells to start, finaled with Cole Hausman there in the past. Margaret River finaled with Jordy Smith last season. Snapper had the 3-chambered 10-point ride in his rookie season. And then we've got Raglan, you know, to follow. Then El Salvador, he's been all over those finals. It's been either him or Felipe, really.
Yeah.
What a great schedule for Griffin to maybe start hot. As we know, he had to recover his year last season with a slow start.
Yeah, big struggle it seemed like he was having. Just things just not quite going his way, where a lot of times it just feels like the magic's on Griffin's side. Kind of like this heat did. All of a sudden, bang, he's just in the lead. Where in the first 10 minutes, he wasn't really at play in this heat.
Joey Johnston with priority. Ross, is this, when you have priority of pipe, is it more of a psychological play or a tactical play?
Well, right now with this wind, you know, it's just so different. All morning, it's been such a big deal to have priority because you could get in line for a really big score. But right now for Joey, you know, it's pretty tough. He's essentially combo needed a 9.6 out there.
Yeah, I can see him kind of throwing his hands up like, oh, what happened? But, you know, he never found one of those ones you could sneak out. Even though he looked on it in the beginning of this heat.
Going left, too, ironically.
Now he's going, I got 55 seconds. That's 3 more waves, well, 3 more lines of wave coming in. One of those has to be a perfect 10, basically.
This guy, Jorgen Kuzene, trying to get a 4.16 on this wave. Maybe his last chance. Goes to turns on the carve and has to get out of there.
Yeah, bummer for them. I mean, Morgan and Griffin just struck at the right time and probably locked themselves in here. I don't even know. It'd be struggle to get a 4 under priority right now with these conditions.
The swell's really dropping too, so interesting times here.
We always know that the scale is set for the conditions, but when it changes halfway through the heat, that is really tough because then those 8s aren't out there anymore of how Griffin and Morgan.
It can take the oxygen out of the room, yeah. If you're sitting in 3rd or 4th, you're just gonna be kind of shaking your head.
5 seconds to go, last effort for Morgan Siblick. And he will ride this one in. A solid day for the Australian as he will advance on with Griffin Colapinto.
What does that do?
Final.
Do you know what that does on the live rankings for him?
He jumped into 10th earlier. So now if you press refresh, if you have worldsurfleague.com opened, you can press refresh. This heat's over and you'll see if Morgan was able to jump. So we'll get our info from our team in just a moment, but he's put himself in the top 10. And with another final to surf, there's 10,000 points out there for Morgan.
Right. He's pretty clutch, isn't he, Morgan?
He's so clutch.
He pulls it off, man. You never count this guy out. It's been great to watch.
What a fun time to hang with you, Kelly. I really miss you, man. I'm stoked that we got to spend some time. And
you got my phone number.
Oh, yeah, totally. Let's go surf, play some golf. I love it. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and let's do this again for sure.
All right, and thanks for letting me get the shirt in. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, nailed it.
Had to pay my dues.
Exactly.
Right, thanks, Joe.
Awesome, Kelly.
All right.
We're going to bring in Tommy Carroll for the call. Coming up next in semifinal number 2, Xavier Huxtable, Eli Hanneman, Callum Robson, Liam O'Brien up next.
Semifinal number 2 is on in the red. This is Xavier Huxtable. Nice, clean bottom turn in some messy conditions. And look at him cleaning things up for us, extending through a couple of nice little chambers there. Gets clipped at the end. Xavier, the famous wild card that's done some damage at his home break at Bells Beach a couple of times, representing all of Torquay and Janjuk and Victoria and beyond. He's been fun to watch. Even eliminated Jack Robinson one year when Jack was #1 in the world. He's in red. Eli Hanneman, congratulations. Officially got his spot back on the championship tour. Joined by Caltech's Callum Robson, who's been on fire, moving up the ranks big time today at Pipeline. And also Liam O'Brien looking for his spot back on the championship tour. Joe Turpel, Ross Williams, 2-time world champ, 3-time pipe master. Tommy Carroll, great to see your smile, my friend.
Good to see you, Joey. Good to see you, Ross.
Hi, Tommy.
Really good to be here.
How is life treating you on the North Shore?
Oh, it's fantastic. Just the power in the ocean. Just keeps bringing me back.
Oh gosh, how many memories? Where do we begin? Do you remember the year you made your first trip out here to the North Shore and surf Pipeline?
Oh yeah, my first surf at Pipeline. All my heroes were out here. I was 16 years old. I had a 7.2 Simon Anderson. It was the biggest board I'd ever ridden, and I was sitting on the beach. I was with Joe Ingle, and Chris Byrne, and those guys already surfed pipe. So this is the first time, and I never forget paddling out, going, how do we get out? No leg ropes back then, so you didn't wear a leg rope. And it was bombing, like coming from Second Reef. And, Sean was out there on his pink board, that pink Spider Murphy doing backside stuff. It was the year after the busting down the door year, it was 1978. And, Jerry was out here, Rory, Jackie Dunn, a whole bunch of these guys I'd been watching in the movies, and it was for real. And I'm paddling out. I somehow got out. I didn't know how I even got out. I just sort of picked my way through that kind of end bowl, and I was just seeing these giant tubes coming towards me. Like they were big, lit up as this sort of around, early afternoon. It was lit up from behind, and I just like, wow, never seen anything like it in my life. And I better just hang inside, like on the end section. And I never forget, I go, I got to get a wave. Like, I got to get a wave. I'm not just sitting here. And I spun around on this one on the inside, and automatically my heart went in my throat. But I got in, and it just, all of a sudden, it seemed just like a wave at North Narrabeen that I've been surfing all my life. It kind of felt at home.
Wow.
And I just went, wow, I'm in the spot. And I kind of kicked out without losing my board. And I went, God, that was just all that flushing of just all, I don't know. It was just this incredible warm feeling of just being in the right spot at the right time. Wow.
I love that story. Tommy Carroll just brought us there to that moment as we have the winner of the last heat standing by, Griffin Colapintos with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, Griffin, out just mid-combo, I was saying, is it cool to see all these new names? Obviously, a lot of people you've never competed against before, but today's kind of been all-time for you to get to know these competitors.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of these guys, like, coming here, it's really hard to get waves, so it's cool to see people like Zave and, George today got a crazy wave. Like, people that you don't really get to see, like, on the best waves, like, get the best waves and show their talent in the barrel, and it's like, oh my gosh, everyone's so good at surfing. Everyone sends it these days. Like, no one's scared anymore, so, yeah, there's a lot more that comes into it.
Thoughts on the Challenger series and the vibe and everyone competing here? Because you don't get to come to these events too much and check them out.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, there's a bunch of camps, right? Like, everyone's got their, like, coaching camp, like the Aussies and, like, the Brazilians and, and the Hawaiians and stuff. And shout out to Joey Johnson for putting on his same performance. This event is so cool. He got, like, a winter's worth of barrels in one event. So, yeah, super cool. I'm sure they're going to celebrate big time tonight.
And Griff, you obviously had a purpose coming here and competing. You wanted to get more reps at Pipeline, get back in the jersey as well before the tour kicks off. Do you feel like you've achieved what you wanted to achieve so far?
Yeah, I'm really happy to be getting more time out here with no one out. In the past, I've had some challenges in the CT heats and just like finding a rhythm or like trusting my maybe wave selection and stuff. So yeah, getting that in, and we're finishing the year here, so it's just like more practice the better for me. And yeah, and then also my grandma passed away like 3 weeks ago, right? Like we came here for this event, and then we found out she was passing away. We flew home, Crosby and I, and we got to like say our goodbyes and talk to her, and she said she was gonna come back in butterflies. So I feel like I'm dedicating this event to my grandma Patty, and you know, I've had a lot of heat to this event where I got the wave like at the very end of the heat, or like a wave comes to me out of nowhere. So I feel like she's with me, and shout out to all my family. You guys are the best, and all love.
Keep an eye out for those butterflies. Sending love back to your family back home. Congratulations into the final. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. I think we all felt Grandma Patty through that. That was all love, all energy in that transfer from Griffin's heart to all of us around the world. We send our thoughts and prayers to his entire family going through that tough time, but you can tell that's giving him this magic, this mojo, this purpose, you know, beyond prep for the CT, beyond prep at Pipeline. That was really deep and beautiful from Griff.
Surfing's just such a good sport, isn't it? Like there's so much magic involved. You're relying on Mother Nature to send you these swells so that you can put on a good ride for the judges, and that's why we talk about rhythm and we talk about, you know, all this stuff. Like there's luck factor, but you have to hang your hat on vibes and feelings and energy, and you know, Griffin's really tapped in.
Absolutely, it's a beautiful thing, huh? That he's actually his grandmother's talking like that right on that moment. And here we go, there's a replay. Eli feeling it.
Eli, that messy section could have taken a lot of people down, but he punched through, Ross.
Yeah, a little bonus aerial too, just to show everyone, hey, don't forget about me. Kona wins, doesn't matter. I'll pop an air if I have to. Still, barrels are like what's on the menu. I think that's what's going to get the judges' attention the most, because we are at Pipeline and Backdoor, but it's getting tough out there with these Kona winds starting to bluster. So look out for Eli. I mean, he's the kind of kid right here that could look at this wind and these ramps and bust a backflip.
He's an opportunist. Look where he's come from right now. Like he's worked his ass off, hasn't he? And
100%.
He's just full spirit. I know what being a little guy is like, and you know, it's like a little dog, right? You just want to let it all out and make sure you heard. Here we go, he's just kicking out.
I was talking about that photo the other day, Tommy, of you and Micro together. You know,
Yes.
and that was a wonderful photo. I did not know Micro was taller than you. You know?
I didn't know either. I thought I was the big guy.
Yeah.
But no.
You have bigger muscles than Micro.
Something's
to be
going
fair.
on. I was like, wow, he's actually bigger than me. Yeah, but I'm going into the ground. This is like, this is just a slower process. I'm getting sucked back in. You know?
I was reading an article with Makana Pang talking to where he sees his advantages of his size. What do you think those advantages were at Pipe of having a shorter stature?
Well, I think you can see it in Ryaru. You know, like in the way he can stay really tight to the face of the wave. His read is just brilliant. I really get off on watching Ryaru's read on Pipe, and that kind of really reminds me of where I'm going, yeah, oh, yes, it's such a nice, and that's what you can do as a little guy. You can see Derek Ho had it. He kind of could utilize that tighter rail to the face, and that's how our whole game was back then, actually. Longer boards, a bit further out, and those crazy wild days like we did have the other day, where everyone's sort of under it, and you got Mason getting on a longer board and being able to chip in, knew the feel. He felt it, but Ryaru felt it too, and he was able to use his compact ability into the rail and being able to edge it from the get-go and stay tight to the face.
There is a feeling that you want to describe. You know, Ross, how much can you really prep on the beach, and how much of it is a split-second decision in comparison of doing well out here?
It's funny because there's a difference, right? Everyone has ability, but you also really have to have the mindset. You have to be hungry for it. And someone like Tommy, you know, there's a lot of tour surfers that go all year long surfing these events, and it's like a certain kind of prep where it's a sport. You know, you're trying to put together maneuvers and wave count. But at Pipe, it really comes down to that hunger and wanting to swing under a really gnarly wave, and that's where the magic happens. That's what makes this such a fun event to watch, because it injects courage into talent.
Absolutely, and some of us just have it in spades, right? So, and others have to really work at it.
Right.
And that was definitely quite clear in my day, and it's clear here today. But there's so many good surfers, and watching the post-surf session on that big day and watching everyone attack it, and they got all the gear to keep safe, so it's even going, they're sending it harder. So this kind of level of talents that are really taking it to the most critical parts of the wave now, and those people that have got it already, they'll shine. And see, you know, I remember that wave that Baron Mamiya got in the final last year where he just sort of spun and got that. That was honed kind of just, there's no reserve. He's just all in. He just had to have that pure feel. There was nowhere else to go. But who was thinking that at the last few seconds as he paddled under the face to spin at that last moment on that wave, the first wave of the final last year? That was intense.
Intense moments, man. You brought us back there once again. Tommy Carroll, 3-time pipe master, along with 2 world titles, one of the all-time greats, joining us for the call in the second semifinal. It is Eli Hanneman, 6'6", Xavier 2.0. Liam and Callum are still trying to wait for their moments out here in a forever changing lineup. We just saw a glimpse of Billy Kemper and Griffin and a bunch of guys talking shop. I wonder what the decision will be for the rest of the day. Huxtable grabbing this one, and looks like he's just going to kick right out, Ross.
They don't have to finish right now, so that's what they're having a chat about. Like, you know, they have tomorrow, they have a few more days in the waiting period. It is a tough forecast. There's super strong trade winds on the back end of this next big swell, so there's not a clear answer. So it'd be fun to be a fly on the wall over there. That's a big discussion with Billy and the surfers.
He's been doing a great job. He basically is putting everything on the table for these guys. He'll be like, okay, do you guys first want to surf today? This is what's coming in the forecast. If it comes down to the guys that get out of this heat say, hey, we want in too, if they're just like, we're down, right, we're going to see a final today. If everyone's going, let's just take a chance and see if we could get something better. We'll go from there, but we'll definitely keep you posted. For Eli, though, Tommy, he's back on tour. So now he gets to start letting go of that locked-in headspace. I ran into his mom a couple days ago, and she's like, he won't let me throw a party. Because it looked kind of obvious numbers-wise, and he's like, I can't even mention party. You know, she's planning one now. But it's there's nothing you wanted to jinx it. He didn't want to even get out of the idea of, like, I've already got it. He wanted to surf like he was still chasing something.
Yeah, I love that, and that's Eli. You can see how much he's built up over the, you know, to come back, and you can, a lot of the stuff that I've watched of him, social media, and seeing how he's applied himself, you know, and through like the toughest moments, you know, thinking like really like, you know, and hanging out with the boys too, you know, the Colapintos and that bunch, they've got that on the tour, you know, knocking around with the high end, really, and support crew. But obviously he's tapped into something really powerful within himself, and they can see him doing it and actually sort of expressing it in social media. It's really lovely seeing how his, you know, his path is, he's laid his path out in a way.
It's all about who you surround yourself by, especially when you're motivated to succeed. Griffin, well aware of that. Remember times Tommy Carroll would run by Potts, and there were no words. It was just growls at each other. I'd be like, hey, Potts, what was Tommy saying? He's like, oh, he's basically saying we're surfing later together, and it's on, you know? It was, oh, I love it. Just still fired up to see each other push at the highest level, watching a late decision. What a drop he pulled off Eli Hanneman.
It's Eli, right?
Wow.
He does that stuff. I mean, how did he do that?
He talked about being tight to the pocket there. That was insane.
He used everything he could to stay with it.
Yeah, forget like it's not going to be a score. Just a drop like that with his able to manage that line, it was beyond vertical.
That was like a mini big wave event right there. That was like a Waimea drop. It was incredible.
Greased it, perfect.
We saw, hey guys, you saw Griffin put a jersey on, so they must have had a discussion and said, let's do it.
I like it.
Could be a little air fest in the finals.
Let's go for it, for sure. So Eli in front, Xavier Huxtable, Liam O'Brien, Callum Robson. Tommy, these Aussies have been on fire. They've got the Hog down there, J. Bottle Thompson representing for Australia, but they've been all lifting as a group. You know, Mikey McDonough the other day got a bomb. George Patar was sensational throughout some big moments today. So as a whole, representing a region talk about a support crew and just banding tight together. They're lifting each other throughout this event.
Well, you know the hog, right? You know his energy. And, you know, he's... So, and he builds it, and he comes from that kind of energy from North Narrabeen, where, you know, look at that club. That board riders clubs are probably the best in the world. And he's bringing that energy to it. And boy, oh boy, I, you know, spent a bit of time with those guys the other day, and you know, got in amongst a little session there at Freddie Land with them, and watched how they were going. And then then there was a session out at the bay, you know, in the evening, and it got kind of chunky. So it was a really good day. Just those guys, they're tight, you know, they're supporting each other. They've got a lot of inspiration from, you know, the San Clemente guys. They've got a lot of inspiration from the Brazilian camps. And you can see here today at this event, you can see the Japanese crew really getting into it, like from an emotional point, to see them doing that too. So this is kind of like a building of the camps. I can see it in this Challenger Series events, which is building spirit, very, very strong spirit. And they're all bouncing off each other in a really strong way. And I think, you know, Ross points it out, you know, you come here to Pipeline and you get this sort of, you get this today, or you get these crazy A-frames, you get these wild slabs, you get this wide range of wild, you know, and you have to tap into that spirit. You cannot, you know, sort of try to kind of technically work your way through it. It's really got to be open to any opportunity at any moment out here.
Wisdom being delivered from two-time world champ Tommy Carroll here in semifinal number 2. Paddling for this wave is Eli Hanneman, looking like he might hang in there now. Looks like he'll just hop out, as we have time to take a quick break here in the second semifinal. Be back for more here at finals day for the men at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. It's a Thursday afternoon, and we've had some incredible pipe and backdoor moments throughout the day today, and leading up to a final that already has Griffin Colapinto, last year's runner-up in the world, featured in red. Morgan Siblick, world number 5 in 2021, on his comeback to the tour, and they're waiting to see who the final 2 will be. Eli, Callum Robson in the top 2 at the moment. But 9 minutes is a long time when you're chasing ones at pipe and backdoor. Liam O'Brien, Xavier Huxtable trying to get in the mix of a major final. Xavier played a bit of footy growing up, a total athlete when you look at him, really strong and fit, and a fun contest for me to watch him here at pipe and backdoor. Some of the best waves I've seen him throw down on this stretch of reef, Ross.
Yeah, it's funny, just looking at the board right there, these averages that they need are really small. So it's going to be an exciting kind of a quirky finish here in these last 8 minutes. Eli just going from strength to strength, looking for barrels. And like we were talking about, Joe, that's still the main thing to look for out here to impress the judges. But more and more with this westerly wind, I'm selfishly looking for a ramp. I want to see one of these boys take to the sky. It'd be pretty fun.
We're right there with you, Ross. Remember, if you guys are here on Saturday here in the North Shore, February 7th, there's the Kainui Fest. You guys can grab tickets at kainuifest.eventbrite.com. All fundraiser for Dakota Briley at the farm right across the street from Pipeline, right next to Sunset Beach Elementary. Artists will be playing like Landon McNamara, Kalohe Kai doing a solo set, Kanaka Faya, Ron Artis, music and rhythm. We've got Ring of Fire Productions, DJ Makana Pang, MC Island Magic Mike. We'll see you there on Saturday for such a great cause and very special for this North Shore community that is incredibly tight. 7:25 to go here. Callum Robson has a 3.0 as a high score, Tommy. Let's see what this 3 was.
Here we go, nice bottom turn. Aiming it beautifully off the lip. Whoa, just came a little squirt. Like his board squirted off underneath him on that bit of white water at the bottom of the wave, but a beautiful tack on the backside.
Callum Robson kind of fit that sort of underground hero story when he qualified and representing Evans Head, and all of a sudden he's at the finals at Bell's on the podium with Felipe Toledo. What a rise into the spotlight for Callum.
Yeah, and it's been a kind of a long kind of crawl back, right? From that real peak on his first approach to the big time. And so it's really good to see him here, in this space. He's got an incredible talent. You can see in competition he's really steady. You can see a plan. He really executes on that. And I think he's I'm really. You know what I really like seeing too is his on social media. Watch his breakdowns and his little coaching sessions he does on social media. And I show him to a bunch of groms that I coach and so on. And I think I just love the way he actually explains it. It's really right on point. So I love the way Morgan works.
Can I ask you a question, Tommy?
I mean,
when I think of Aussies, I think of
sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking of Morgan.
No, we were right there with you. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. When I think of Aussies, I think of how great most Australians compete, and I'm wondering, because Callum fits into this sort of program, and with him kind of slowly tapping into the coaching thing, and you as well. What is it about Australia and that affection and that such a good connection with competition?
Gosh knows, Ross, I don't know. It's just built into us.
Not the Vegemite.
Not the maybe some Vegemite. I don't know. It's just like it's from the get-go, right? You go to school and you get into these sports. It's just sport, right? You're just pitched up against each other, and you're in the schoolyard. It's like you're pitched up against you. It's just it comes from day one. You've got to play a sport, and it's always quite organised and put together, and that's why, and it's club orientated. You can see surf clubs, the surf life-saving clubs, coming from Callum looking for the left. I mean, he's seen some opportunity in riding a kind of this little thing. He's like squeezing blood from a stone. Liam O'Brien.
Getting a little bit of work done on the whitewater. These guys are really trying to adapt, knowing that bombs aren't coming, where it's going to be nice and clean and round. They had a lot of that to earn their spot here into finals day, but now they're going to have to really adapt and go to turns in these messy conditions.
It's really tough because you come here to take on pipe as it is and your dream and your ideas, and all of a sudden I remember being placed right in front of this sort of stuff in preliminaries, and having to go back door on crazy kind of onshore days, and kind of pretty scary. We didn't have any helmets. It was just like a pair of board shorts, right?
Wow.
And so
paving the way. Let's watch this replay. On the left is Callum Robson, Ross.
Yeah, nice snap there. Okay, so he was invested. He started with a good turn, and he's just like Tommy said, trying to milk it. But it's a mental trick. You have to be pliable. You know, when the conditions get grumpy like this, you have to be okay with it. And in fact, maybe expose your opponents. You know, maybe they're the ones feeling kind of grouchy and glass half empty, and you can expose someone by, you know, easily converting to maneuvers. You know, we've been getting pitted all day as competitors, and all of a sudden you're grinding out a couple floaters, and that's a big mental switch.
It's a big mental switch, and those who can pull that elasticity, that sort of ability to move back into this zone, which they're probably more used to.
Right, exactly.
And if they haven't been practicing this stuff, you know, you know, you really got to be in it. And see, Liam O'Brien did really well in that wave too. You know, beautiful vertical approach, kind of relaxed. He's got this nice, kind of critical but relaxed approach.
Tommy, is the comparison of Liam O'Brien to MR more on appearance, or also by anything else in surfing or heat strategy or anything else you could pick up on?
He's tall. He's got a bit of a neck on him. Yeah, he's got the bottom turn.
Yeah.
You know,
it seems like
the hair does its thing. Yeah.
Yeah, really polite, calm, the hair thing, you know. I'm always like, okay, they do look alike. And I was just wondering, because you saw it all happen and fold in front of you with MR.
Oh,
going,
yeah.
Is there something more beyond the appearance? But yeah, big shout out to MR, one of the greats, a 4-time world champ, had a huge, made many statements here on the North Shore of Oahu, from Pipe to Sunset and Haleiwa and beyond. And Liam O'Brien, just such a cool customer when it comes to humility. Always grateful for the waves he gets. One of the hardest charging guys on tour. As Eli will get this wave, uses priority, spring loaded into a tail high reverse.
Wow.
He's got another one. He will still ditch the fins in a tough section.
There we go. There's
that was
switch.
tight. If he pulled that, and it's.
And then now it's Liam's turn. A little sticky to start. More of a connection on that second effort, and puts that one away.
And that's the tricky thing about having a step up. You can tell both Liam and Callum have pretty big boards.
Callum got a little section, and it just surprised him a bit. He had to settle for a climb. Checks his Apple Watch into the final minute. These guys are scrapping. Australians, Callum Robson, Evans Head, Liam O'Brien, Burley Head, Xavier. We've seen him come out of the trials at Bells Beach a couple of times to be in the main event.
I think Eli had a great exchange, you know, the better of the exchange there.
And Eli's board looks great. You know, he looks like, hey, if I need to do an air, I'm good with it. And he probably saw the Kona winds before he paddled out and maybe stepped down a little bit. And the other guys are on pretty big boards looking for a barrel.
20 seconds to go. Eli's on the beach. We're going to see him back on the championship tour. 9 more spots to clinch on the CS. Cali Voss close, number 2 in the world, as he'll have his sight sets on Newcastle. Remember, Cali made the final there with Wilcox. And Xavier runs out of time. Xavier out in 4th. Liam waiting for one more score along with Eli. And we'll see what happens with that second place position.
Okay, so a little work left for the judges, Tommy. 3 is what Liam needs.
So decent score coming in for Elijah. He's gotten some big barrels. He can adapt so well in these conditions. This is the wave we're waiting for, Tommy.
Well, he gets a nice turn there, just short. Kind of like you say, Ross, the longer board, the longer rail, just not quite being able to make full use of that. Gets a good bounce there. Wasn't a great wave.
I like that snap, though.
But yeah, he does a nice, quick, and very stylish snap.
Tommy, he only needs a 3.1.
Right. Ooh. Well.
And remember, Liam in the top 10.
Right.
So
it's right there.
Very critical. And I like that second angle of that first tag. It wasn't as sticky as the front-on angle.
Yeah, me too, Joe. That's a good call.
When it's coming down to a 3, you're holding your breath. A year on the Challenger Series, starting a long time ago at Newcastle through Bolito, Portugal, Saquarema. Remember, you keep your top 5 results. U.S. Open as well. So you have a couple of throwaways Liam's hoping for a nice run to get his spot back on the championship tour, and judges will take advantage of this planned break anyway before the final. So whoever advances out, they're going to give them a moment to catch their breath and even talk to Billy Kemper and Brian Robbins about running. Numbers in now for Liam, chasing that 3. It ends up short, a 2.73.
Whoa.
Could have been a difference with a step-up board, you know. It's just the board is just a little too much lumber in front of him.
One judge thought it was enough. The rest of them on the panel saying not enough. So Liam is out of the event along with Xavier Huxtable. And now we've got our final set. Callum Robson, Eli Hanneman, Morgan Siblick, and Griffin Colapinto.
Wow.
A stacker. 4-man heat, obviously with priority. Griff and Morgan already talked to Billy Kemper and Brian Robbins. And now we'll have Eli and Callum with an opportunity to discuss things. Ross, if you're playing this game right now, are you just going, hey, I'm already hot, I'm in the final, I figured it out, let's keep going? Or do you want to go to bed and try another day?
Bro, if I'm Eli, we're running this thing. Because, you know, he can bust airs out here all day long. And his rate make, like, he's so consistent at those big airs. I'd be like, boys, we're on. Keep your jersey on. We're out there.
What about you, Tommy?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's a little guy, right? Again, I know what he's in, but Griffin's got the butterflies, literally. His grandma. Okay.
That's true.
So I know when someone's got something like that, a purpose like that to go for, let's see what Griffin's got.
I love that. Pulele Hua in Hawaiian, the butterflies. Billy's talking to Callum. Let's see what they're saying.
It's 3 p.m. and fucking 8 foot like this and you come in swell. Sundays of backup, it's just howling trades and very stormy. Like really windy and rainy, but better direction wind. It's east wind. Yeah, okay. Dropping swell.
The other man, I don't know. That's obviously shit, but if there's nothing better coming,
Griffin was like, this is, I mean, it is as shitty as it gets. It's turned out. Yeah, and it's too big to really go for airs. It's like, kind of turned pretty fucking grind. He was like, I'd rather wait if there's no barrels. I'm going to talk to him. Eli?
Well done, brother. Okay, amazing. I'm happy to wait. I'm just like, whatever.
Okay. We're either running 2 half days, it's like 70 to win tomorrow.
Billy Kemper breaking it all down for Callum Robson.
Quarters are women, semis women.
Callum weighing in his mind, knowing that he's got to keep his game face on.
Yeah, I'll talk to Eli. No worries.
I want to give props to Billy. I really love how involved he is with the surfers, you know, getting their full opinions. That's pretty great.
I'm with you, Ross. He's been doing a great job. You know, he's really sort of embraced the whole group, you know, and kind of availed himself to everyone. Yeah, he's really impressed me.
Liam O'Brien giving a pat on the back to Callum Robson. Great sportsmanship there as Liam just got knocked out of the event. And Callum's getting right back down to business. Jersey change. He's said he's ready for the final, saying, hey, if there's nothing to wait for, let's go.
That's how Callum. That's Callum. He's ready. Always ready.
And so, yeah, we'll see what Billy has with Eli as far as decision making.
It sounded like Griffin was maybe over it, over just listening in on there when they were having a conversation with Billy. And so that's interesting. You know, Griffin's like, no, let's wait for better surf. But Eli was probably like, as I'm suspecting, let's go.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, Tommy, there's moments in your career where you didn't really have a conversation, right?
No conversation.
You're out there.
Get out there.
Randy Rarick, just like
Randy Rarick, yeah, just go out. And you'd have Lord Talio Bliers on the. As soon as Lord Talio got the mic, the contest's on.
Oh man!
And so we're out there, and it's just like 1980 Pipeline Masters was intense. The preliminary round was. It's like a fresh new west swell, sheet glass in the morning. Went out for the practice. It was like 4 to 5 feet. And then all of a sudden, like, there's 8-foot sets coming straight over the old swell. And we go, oh, my God. We're just trying to get in so they could start the contest. And it just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. We went all the way through the day. The end of the day, it was just wash-throughs from third reef. And you get ones in between. And somehow I made it. But I was just like, how did I get through that day? It was intense, very scary day.
Water patrol back then?
No, it was so raw. The whole thing was so much, you know, it was just raw experience.
Wow. So one wipeout on a day like that, that could be your day. That could be your world title. That could be everything. Just
bye-bye.
Broken board. And who knows? The time's going to wind out. There's no one grabbing you. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was spinning out down the face on these single fins. It was just, you know, it was tricky.
Amazing. Waiting for the final. Billy getting a job recently as the athlete liaison as he's chatting with Chris Gallagher and Eli. Gally's been in Eli's corner for the last couple of years as they're having some decisions to make. As successful in winning the regional was Eli when things changed that day at the end of 2025 when it turned into an air show at Gums.
Yeah, very first wave. You know, literally maybe 15 seconds into the final, he went left at Gums and busted the air into the trade winds and just set down a huge score. And everyone's like, what was that? Because all day long, everyone was going right. It was a north swell, Tommy. And it was really fun, Gums. It wasn't pipe, but it was really, you know, like 5-foot barreling rights. And
he found a left.
He found a left, did a huge air. And the judge was like, 8? And he just took over and surprised John and everyone.
Well, that's our Eli, and Eli, you can feel it even at, you know, the last heat when he, you know, he just sort of started scoring, getting in the air, just sort of playing with every section he could, and looking at every opportunity.
Right.
And his opportunity's right in front of him to go back-to-back with pipe wins.
Sure.
I mean, the QS is gnarly. You know, as we know, the Challenger is like a step up as far as ranking and getting there. But a local regional, that's Hawaii, Tahiti Nui region coming together. John's in it, Barron's in it. You know, Eli won that. He's going for back-to-back titles here.
He's feeling it. He can smell it.
Yeah, and he's having a little bit more in-depth conversation, it feels like, with Billy Kemper, with also Gally there. Still, we're checking our feed. We're not getting any decision quite yet, but Billy wanted every finalist to have a voice.
Yeah.
I guess he sensed that it's the longer you leave it, the more it's sort of, you know.
I mean, tomorrow morning will be glassy, but maybe half the size.
Right.
And that's kind of a bummer if they're surfing head-high waves, so. And then really windy on the back end. You know, these next few days after that look super tricky, so.
Crazy trades coming, right?
Yes.
Like even sort of semi-onshore trade.
Yeah, sloppy, real nuked trades.
And we still have the women on deck too. In the round of 32. We just had one heat completed that Molly Picklum completely dominated, which feels like a long time ago now.
Right.
She got some crazy ones at backdoor. The wind came up, which is probably an advantage, you know, for Molly, you know, having more time off, because she can kind of sit and wait when the women get the call on. She'll have plenty of time to get her head around it.
Okay.
This looks like Eli's checking in.
Okay.
Number 1 on the CS.
Decision made.
Is now with Beach Marshal Ray Shito, which looks like his vote was to get this thing going. Eli, Morgan, Griffin, Callum Robson.
Smart.
This is going to be a fun final, and you've got to think Eli living the closest to this wave in this pack and knowing how to win and adapt on the fly, along with smoking everyone on the CS this year. Wow. He's got to be the favorite to win.
Yeah, he's got so much momentum right now. I don't blame him. You know, everything's kind of going his way, and like we were saying, he easily converted to the onshore wind. He's okay with just going to big moves and big airs, of course. So Griffin is a bit of a wild card. You know, he's got the power with his grandma and everything. And Griffin's also super good with aerial surfing, which, you know, there's some big ramps out there. It's tricky, it's shallow, it's punchy, but there's going to be some huge ramps available. So it could be a really exciting final.
35 minutes on the clock, an important one for Siblick as he's moved into the top 10. Callum Robson's moved up quite a bit. He was like in the late 30s entering into this Challenger Series event. Eli's back on tour. Griffin, runner-up in the world last year. All getting fired up on the skis to set the pace for the final this afternoon. Windy conditions, but man, we've got surprised in the past with that local wind changing. Fingers crossed. It doesn't look like this wind's going anywhere anytime soon, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, it's settled in. You know, that Kona wind, it's a pretty sunny day, and it seems like it's found its direction, and it could be like this the rest of the afternoon.
Eli now preparing for another pipe victory, and then he'll have to make decision on what his plans will be for Newcastle and beyond. 4 guys that worked incredibly hard to get to this stage in the event, as we are anticipating a potentially big day for the women as well tomorrow. That's Robin Erb in the background there, representing this region for the World Surf League. Brian Robbins, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet in the industry. And Luli,
yeah,
our head judge on the championship tour, starting off his year early as well.
Tommy, would you be going over to Newcastle for that event?
Oh yeah, I'll be there in the first couple of days just to watch the first. Yeah, I'll be there on the Friday, the Thursday and the Friday, and then I have to go off and do something in Queensland. So I'll watch that first, you know, watch a few of the practice sessions and a few of the heats. Yeah, I look forward to it.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, we'll take a quick break as we get closer to the final. Thanks for watching the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. The final is right around the corner. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. This is the update show. The update, we're on. We're going to run a final. It's going to be a 35-minute final. Griffin Colapinto, Morgan Siblick, Eli Hanneman, and Callum Robson making up the 4-man final. Change in conditions, obvious. The decision has been to go forward. So this will be a test, Kuiper Girl, Mitchell Salazar. This is going to be a test for our surfers right now. It's going to weigh into some strengths for some of them, and maybe expose some weaknesses in other ones. But these are the 4 best throughout the entire, very challenging and epic challenger. There's been some epic moments out here, by the way. Griffin Colapinto, he's doing his homework at Pipeline, making the final. He's going to take away points from here, but we're not. Those are not going to. They're not going to factor into any of the rankings. So it's going to be interesting to see the Griffin effect when we come to the end of the Challenger Series. Griffin Colapinto, Morgan Siblick, who's above that cut line currently on the live rankings. Eli Hanneman, he's already qualified for the championship tour. And Callum Robson, Mitchell, who's gone up 15 spots with this final appearance, looking to gain more ground on those Challenger Series rankings.
Yeah, major for him. He's done extremely well in the Challenger Series at the past, and of course, winning the event at Snapper Rocks a few years ago too. But right here, big, different animal. Very impressed with the Australians so far when it comes to this event, and especially here on Finals Day, Kaipo. Well, they agreed to paddle out. Eli Hanneman, he has nothing to lose and wants to keep that #1 spot on the rankings, already qualified. And of course for Cal, looking for the victory. Same thing for Morgan. And as you said, Griffin Colapinto just doing his homework right here, wants to gain some ground, and especially with such a big gap between the finals and the first event of the season over at their bells, why not surf an event right here at Pipe? Get some more reps under your belt, especially with only 3 people out there, including yourself. So big one right here this final.
But it's going to see, I said the Griffin effect because the impact is going to be interesting of Griffin Colapinto, what he's going to place, how many points are going to get taken away from the equation on the rankings, and we're going to play out. But we've been seeing brilliant surfing from Griffin Colapinto, inspiring surfing by Morgan Siblick. I think he's been putting down some of the best heat totals. Eli Hanneman got the job done here, and I think the conditions are favoring someone like Hanneman, who has an incredible air game. And then Callum Robson, you know, coming into Hawaii, had to get some work done. Mitchell got the job done.
15 spots, that's a massive jump right here leading up into the final, and that's without, you know, counting the result that potentially could be first place. So as you said, Griffin right here has the chance to take away 10,000 points if he wins. But for Morgan Siblick, as you said, big confidence booster right here for him. He's been one of the most impressive surfers throughout the event. 17.5 heat total a few rounds ago, and, you know, keeping up the consistency. He wants to get back on tour. Talked about his confidence, you know, going down just a little bit a few years ago, and now he's rising up to the occasion. But Eli Hanneman, talk about the guy who won the event, the Florence Pipe Pro on the regional QS side in similar kinds of conditions in that afternoon heat, has a chance to repeat a month later, Kipes.
Yeah, it's going to be really the surfer that finds kind of the gem right now. I hate to use cliches like that, but you are mining at this point and looking for those waves that are going to offer scoring potential in this chewed up ocean that has thrown at us. Kona winds, almost northwest. Kona winds are southwest winds. These are kind of veering away, and they're, because of variable conditions. I want to explain something about the conditions also. Because you have this weak front that's passing by the island, it didn't let the normal winds just establish themselves. So we've been swirling. We were very lucky today because we had glassy conditions in the morning. It turned offshore for a major part of the day. And, you know, part of the day that we expected for these winds to kick up. So the winds have held off for most of the day, but now it's on.
And as you can see right there, just a classic example of how strong they are right now. So, you know, guys got to go out there and perform regardless of how it is, Kipes.
Well, the whole show's over because the heat's on. 35 minutes on the clock. It's ticking down. Griffin Colapinto in the red jersey. Morgan Siblick will be donning blue. Eli Hanneman, welcome to the 2026 Championship Tour. He's going to be in white, and Callum Robson in green, the surfer from Evans Head, Australia. Spending Callum Robson 3 years on the championship tour, wants to get back on there. Same story with Morgan Siblick, who was #5 in the world on his rookie year.
Yeah, 21.
And Eli Hanneman also wanting to get back on that championship tour. We're going to start off with Callum here. Robson taking it to it in tradesman-like fashion right there.
Let's see where they go with the score right here. 35-minute final, so the extra 5 minutes will add some value, especially to the guys that have been in this situation. All 4 surfers, I mean, despite Griffin already being on the championship tour, last year's runner-up to the world title, first finals appearance this season on the CS for Callum. Every single one of these guys has either been on the championship tour or currently is, Kaipo. So a lot of experience with 35 minutes out there for all 4 surfers. But Cal, though, I'm interested.
Well, I'm interested in this first score because I think that's what's going to set the entire scale for this.
It wasn't bad surfing.
And where that number goes. You know, we went from, you know, backdoor barrels to basically a beach break type of conditions here, but Callum has adjusted.
Dude, and that first carve, I mean, a lot of spray. The second turn's not bad. It gets a little hung up, and scores in Kaipo, they appreciated it. That could easily be a top 2 score at the end of the heat.
4.17 clocks in for Callum Robson. Again, it's Kaipo Girl, Mitchell Salazar, and Ross Williams on the call here for the final. And, you know, Mitchell had his opinions on what's going on out there. What are you seeing, Roscoe?
I mean, it's hard to look past Griff and Eli. They're such huge favorites with these giant ramps, so looking for a takeoff.
What? Or maybe a barrel.
Barrel.
Well, that's, Ross,
Wow.
Was that a make?
Yeah, I
he
think it
came
was a
out of the
make.
barrel, right?
I think it was, yeah. And Callum grinding on the lefts. And I mean, that's the crazy thing about backdoor and pipe is there's so many waves that just suck the oxygen out of the room like that. Like if you get a big barrel, at the end of the day, it's going to barrel on the reef out here. If it's a big enough TP, you can get like an 8-point ride, and then it's just everyone else playing catch up.
Yeah, so what you're saying is if you go to turns, everyone's just scrapping for 4s.
Right.
You get that one barrel, and you turn the whole final.
Horrible timing for my air program, but yeah, those a nice barrel there from Eli.
But
you're right.
You know what?
You were right to question that, Kaipo.
Yeah. And he didn't. He did not get credit for it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so here's
It's the right call, though.
Okay, so we're back to airs. Like I said, airs,
turns.
It's all about airs.
He would have broken away with that wave right there, though, as you were mentioning, Kaipo. I mean, he gets an 8, and then everybody else is playing catch-up at this point.
Now, why, when you saw his body exit the barrel, was it incomplete? I think it was because he didn't show control.
Correct. Yeah, hadn't fully committed to that line, going straight towards the beach, and unfortunate right there, because that was one of those few gems that you were talking about a few minutes ago, Kipes, and right now it is hard to find those diamonds in the rough.
Morgs. Oh, applying some. I think he's at a day at Narrabeen right there.
Oh, that was a really wicked snap.
Oh, yeah.
You can tell Morgan, a lot of the traveling surfers that come to the North Shore don't bring shortboards. And right now, I think that board looked good. It looks fine, but you can tell it's a couple inches bigger. Whereas Eli is going to be very comfy, and he's going to be riding a pretty short board, and it's advantageous to have a board that's super maneuverable when you're looking to blast big turns and airs.
Eli took his helmet off for the final, too, so I think a clear indication of what his approach is for these waves right now, this Arvo. But as he said, wicked. First carve's pretty cool, too, Ross, and then the second one got a little spicy with it right there at the end if he pulls it. I like it. Get 10 points out there right now, Kaipo. You're doing your job.
All right, so let's see. Callum Robson, 4.17, 3-point ride. That was a 2-point ride for Morgan Siblick, 1 point, and some change for Eli Hanneman. The CT surfer, number 2 in the world, Griffin Colapinto, being patient and ready to strike. Waiting to strike, actually, Ross.
I see something here, Kaipo, and just a little funky. So with this Kona winds, if you go left, it's going to be downwind, so you're going to be looking for turns exclusively. And if you go right, the wind is into your face, and that's when you can punt and do an air potentially. But you can see it's still sizable. So the air sections are pretty nasty right now. But if you get a smaller one, maybe you can do it.
Yeah, look at that.
I don't know about you guys, but that's kind of like my ideal wave back home on perfect
No,
beach
it's
break.
not. No, it's not.
Oh, it's pretty fun. I'd be out there.
Where's the local, Mitch?
Oh, I can't say that, of course.
Oh, okay.
RJ's. RJ's on the good days.
You didn't last long.
No, I didn't. The sandbar's not good right now, though. Pretty bad. Been moving a lot of sand
Everybody,
around.
RJ's.
No.
Mitch said it's all
Don't
G.
listen to Ross.
Head on down.
It's been pretty bad.
I don't even know where RG's is.
You too, River Jetties. You've been there.
Yeah,
you've
okay,
been
what am I? I don't
plenty
know.
of times.
All right, well.
Shout out.
Yeah. So let's see what we got going over here. Griffin Colapinto, even though he took a peek at that, I think he's being smart, Ross, in that he's not going to take anything that's just grindy at this moment. Because like you said, he can turn, he can win the whole final just with that one gem that comes through.
Yeah, at some point, and there's a lot of time, and these are grindy conditions. This is kind of conditions where you can maybe catch 15 waves, you know, in one heat. So I'm interested to see when he goes from playing the patient game to just start catching waves and look for that anything, you know, a ramp or a 4.5. But right now he's got first priority, so he's trying to chill and wait for a wave of meaning.
Doesn't even look at that one. Second wave in the set. And how do you unscramble this lineup? You're probably the biggest local out of the three of us here on the set. How do you unscramble these conditions to figure out which are the go ones?
Well, you have to kind of squint your eyes, right? You got to look between all of the onshore chop and there's still shape. You can see this is a big set right here. It's tough to tell with the drone, but this is a sizable wave. So you got to realize it's still westerly, the swell direction. So these lefts are going to stay nice and open. So at long gone, is it like a real easy barrel? So right now it's kind of confusing, actually. They're just looking for an open face.
Oh, this is a clean one, though. I'm going to let it go.
You know, when you look at Griffin Colapinto, Mitchell, he's won twice over in Super Tubos.
Yep.
This could be kind of a war of Super Tubos in the afternoon with the onshore win.
And I'd even reckon oh my goodness, don't go over. When he won in Fiji that afternoon too, it was actually pretty similar to right now. All those runner lefts, it wasn't perfect. So I feel like he's pretty used to it. It was the one heat, especially against Medina, that he won in the afternoon that veered that wind. And it's actually pretty similar to the lefts we're seeing out here at Pipe.
Talked about boards, talked about a step up. It does look like Griff has just a little bit longer than his typical short board. It's going to pay off right here as he easily makes the drop. Looks down the line. You know what he's looking for. A big punt. And throws it away.
And that's the tricky thing about backdoor is it's real trophy. You know, it's shallow. It's a heavy reef break, obviously. So it's a super good ramp. But to land your airs out at backdoor, that's the trick. You know, it's pretty sketchy.
Asking for the ski, too. Great to see the ski assistant still in this afternoon.
Yeah. Hawaiian Water Patrol celebrating 8 years with Billabong and their collection. Hawaiian Water Patrol, best guys in the business. Terry Hui started that up in 1985 with Brian Keolana. Here we go at Morgs. Got a nice rhythm through that one. And I feel the similarities to me, Callum Robson, Morgan Siblick, they have that grinder kind of, they're not going to get bummed at this. They're going to grind through. Like tradesman-like approach to surfing.
All right, another day at Narrabeen. Yeah, they're going to be competing. Yeah, this is a CS event after all, so I guess it's only just that it comes back to these types of conditions, and this is what they typically compete in all year long. So, like to your point, Kaipo, this is business as usual.
And what are you willing to do, you know, to take out a W right here? Great air attempt from Griff, and it seems like maybe just over-rotated. The board especially was kind of starting to flip, so nice to push it away, not land on your fins or on your board.
Well, and a month and a half away from the kickoff of the championship tour, you don't want to hurt yourself if you're Griffin Colapinto.
Really good point. That's probably the most important one right here. So if you're at that point where you're needing a score in the last few minutes, you really need to go for it too.
Eli, he wanted to punt as well. He's been successful here at backdoor landing those airs though. So I almost feel it's just a matter of time, Ross, before Eli stomps one.
Absolutely. I mean, we were just here a little while ago for the regional event, and it was all airs. And finally, I was down the way at Gums a little bit because the swell was so north that they kind of had to surf up there. But he was blasting airs like nobody's business. And it's really rare that Eli does not make an air. Like, that was weird that he fell in that last one.
That's stock.
And the interesting thing about Eli and his airs is he's able to absorb so much of that impact. A lot of times, Mitch, he's landing really in the flats, and he rides out of them.
Yeah, I think, as Ross saying, though, it's so shallow right there towards the end of backdoor. There's that reverb that usually comes off of the reef right there. And another major thing, too, you haven't really tried or attempted any of those maneuvers in the few rounds that you've actually had to surf today. So your body isn't necessarily warmed up to those kind of maneuvers either. It's a quick switch that you need to make.
Yeah, it's a mental thing. Yeah. You got to be like, okay, I'm cool. And Eli does that. Eli's really good at that. And sometimes you have to make it halfway through a heat. You know, with the Kona winds, it'll just turn a surf spot upside down, and it can happen within minutes.
Yes. And look out for those Portuguese man-o-wars. Oh.
Don't tell me that. I want to go surfing the next few days.
Oh, you'll get it. It'll be good. Nice carve for Morgs. Finds another open face, and this is one of those, you know, just taking a look. I like Ross. He blurred his eyes, and he said, look at this left's running down the line. Colapinto right behind him.
Oh, late to the party.
Whoa, hangs on, but incomplete. So Morgs getting a good one. Morgan Siblick, 3.78. He's going to go into first. I think he did it. What do you think, Ross?
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely, like you said, Kaipo, they have their hats on, their hammers out, they're working. You know, they don't mind digging ditches right now. It's a blue-collar heat right now, and you know, we've been talking a lot about Eli and Griffin, but Morgan would love to spoil that party, and he'll do it in the form of really nice backhand snaps. You know, where this guy's from, he surfs these types of waves all the time in Australia. And, you know, it's kind of harping on him a little bit for riding a step up, but it does look good on the rail, you know, and so that's going to keep him kind of focused on those snaps.
Yeah.
Especially that first carve, too.
Sharp Eye Surfboards for Morgs, and this is a mayhem here for Griffin Colapinto. Like you said, Mitch, late to the party.
Yeah, but punched through that first section really well, so that's going to be critical in the judges' eyes right there. They want to see those steeper sections. I really did appreciate the first turn from Siblick, though. That was really quality stuff.
Why do we say late to the party, by the way?
Oh, because your timing's just off.
So that's a good way to say it as well.
Yeah.
Mistimed.
Yes.
He was going for the bonus second maneuver, right? Just climbed it back up there, and then
you're not supposed to be late to a party is the thing, you know?
Depends on what country. Depends on what country. We got Hawaiian time over here.
Oh, if you're from where I'm from, you're not showing up till like 2 a.m.
Well,
Not
there you
good.
go. Brazil likes to be late, too.
It makes a statement, right? Like, hey, guys, I showed up late. I'm so cool.
Yeah.
I don't even care, but I'm here.
Don't even.
That's so good.
He's going to get the score, though, and a change, you know?
Yeah, Morgan's going to go to the lead. As soon as we got two judges just need to lock in their numbers. There is 4.73. Morgan's on the lead. Look out for Eli. Oh, this is a beefy one if he's going to try and air on this thing. Bides his time. Yeah, did not have the section.
He wanted that one.
Yeah.
Now let's pose an, Cal.
Robson finds a barrel, hits the lip. Finds some clean water in a difficult ocean.
Oh, yeah. Golf clap. That was well done right there.
That was the first serious strike. Everyone's playing checkers. Callum found a serious barrel, and that's the thing we're talking about. You know, the judges are going to have to reserve some points for a tube ride. It's still backdoor.
Yeah. He's going to go to the lead for sure in my book. Let's take another look. What do you think, Ross?
Well, this angle is, you know, it's generous as far as how deep he got. So when we see from the other view, we'll see how many points he's really going to get rewarded.
I like the combo, though. There we go.
Barrel wasn't bad either. I mean, small cover, but as you said, judges are always going to take top priority when it comes to barrels, and especially right now, they'd rather see combos, too. I mean, the combo
turns
from the barrel into the turns, as they're saying, Kipes.
Yeah.
Especially the aggressiveness of this first one. That's a risky turn right there down the line.
It was a short barrel, but you know, he caught up to it, and he stood up late. So it was in kind of a nice critical drop. Be a good mid-range score, which means a lot right now. There's no real scores yet on the board.
BOH though, Kipes.
Yep, 6-3-3, and Callum Robson kicking the water as he hears his number from the onside announcer, knowing that he's in the lead. 20 minutes on the clock still.
And here's the most important thing, as we've all been talking about. You got to remember what the end goal is, and that's to qualify. One guy already out there has done it so far at this event. Morgan and Callum, they're the ones that really need this the most, Kaipo. They're 1 and 2 in the heat so far. So remember what your priority is. If you have to put your body at risk just slightly more than everybody else, that's what you got to do out there in these next 19 minutes. Go for broke. And for Colapinto and for Hanneman, well, they've done their job already. For Griffin, this is really a freebie. He came to surf the event, get some more reps at pipe. And for Eli, he already qualified. He did his job.
Here comes Griff. Looking for a barrel, finding some cover, gets the second section, gets the exit there.
It's a large number right incoming from Griff.
Here comes Eli. Let's see what he has. He's still taking a high line, looking for a ramp, looking for an air, does the alley-oop, and off the back of the wave.
Yeah, Eli's last 2 waves, he was a little unlucky where the wave filled up with all that foam and didn't give him a proper ramp, but I like his intent. He's too good and too consistent at making those airs. He's going to land a big air. That's what I'm predicting in this heat, and the judges are going to have to reward him with a big score. So this heat is so far from over. I mean, you know, that's cool. Callum got a 6.3, but I'm predicting we're going to see, you know, at least one 8-point ride or above once one of these guys find a proper ramp and put one down.
Well, this is a nice barrel, Ross.
It is a good tube, so it's a good backup score for Griff. He's already got the 3.53. I don't believe that's the one.
Yeah, we're still waiting for this score right here that we're seeing from above, Mitchell.
I would think this is going to be the best way of the heat.
For the length of the barrel, right?
And not just that, he got deep too, considering the conditions this afternoon. You got to give him a lot of credit right here for finding a gem, and seems like judges are going to reward him for that, Kaipo.
7-5, Griffin Colapinto goes into the lead. Siblick drops to second. As we update our scores right there, you can see the 7.5 for Griffin. Oh, man.
The one guy that doesn't need anything.
So I want to get, like we discussed, I want to get Ross's thoughts on that. This Challenger Series, Griffin Colapinto, there's his score. Actually, we're going to get back to your thoughts, Ross, because we're going to pay attention in live time with Callum Robson. Puts it down, wants to surprise everyone. And oncoming section.
Yeah,
nice.
cow.
Nicely timed lip glide. Wow. Here we go, Morgan Siblick. Oh, hammers the lip there. So the Aussies. Nice exchange between those two. Eli Hanneman decides not to go. That wave just dissipated. But how about Callum Robson? 4.71. He takes the lead off of Griffin Colapinto. Again, my opinion, I think he got the job done.
Wow. Yeah, it was good. You know, I've been just so sucked into the idea of Eli finding a big ramp, but Callum showing that he can get it done too, which doesn't really surprise anyone. You know, this is a tour grade surfer. He's competed at the highest level, so he knows how to do a nice stock air reverse, but that was clean with a little grab too. Great air there for Callum, and he finished it off.
Yeah, he was on time for the party for that finish, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, he was.
Got the grab all the way around too. It's kind of almost a full rotation. So judges will like that. It wasn't a tiny section. It had a little bit of criticalness to it, so it's going to be a nice backup score. Definitely better than his 4.
For sure. And, you know, point of difference, too, because it's unexpected from Cal, too, because he doesn't normally go for these kinds of maneuvers. But at this point in the final, having surfed multiple rounds at this event already during today, Kipes, I think you need to present something different, especially with the major change in conditions. And that was pretty cool from Morgs. And then this last turn, sick, too, knifes it at the end.
That was a nice combination.
They're making things look so much easier than they actually are out there right now. It is complicated to find yourself in this ever-changing lineup, Kipes.
So Callum Robson, 7.67 for his last wave. He goes into the lead. Morgan Siblick with that tube turn combo. We're still waiting for that. Eli Hanneman still searching for a ramp. That one's not there for him.
Okay, so pretty good scores, but I like what the judges are doing. They didn't get too crazy. You know, they're not breaking into the 8s just yet, and there's a lot on the plate out there. Someone could go throw down one of the biggest airs done in a contest. With this wind and these ramps, it's all you can eat for aerials. You can really put down a huge air. So the pace has been set, though, from, like you said, Kaipo, the 2 Aussies, and Griff with the 7.5, but Morgan's score has yet to drop, but that was a really nice combination. Nice little backdoor barrel with a classic off the lip in that critical section.
Griff paddles and loses priority, likely.
No, he will. Fully committed paddle right there. He should go down to number 4.
Yeah.
Well, they ain't wasting the max salad this afternoon, Kaipo, I can tell you that. Plate lunch is fully served.
Oh, man. All right. So let's see. Still waiting for that number for Morgan Siblick. So the judges kind of maybe scratching their head a little bit, looking over some replays.
Interesting.
Before they put the number, because it's been a while since that wave was ridden, and we still don't see that score for Morgs.
Well, it's the 7.5 of Griff, the pure barrel, right? The straight one. It was lengthy one, and then you have the 7.67 for comparison, and even the 6.33 from Callum. So there's a couple waves out there that are comparable, and You know, you look at the scorelines already, 14 points for Robson and scores in for Siblick. It's a good one.
Morgan Siblick just goes to second, a strong second with a 7.7.
That's really interesting. Those are three different, very different rides. 7.5, 7.7, and a 7.6, all very different.
Yeah.
And the judges locked it in right around the same. They got their work cut out. You got airs off the lips, a little bit of everything out there. A good old, you know, barrel ride from Griff. But that was nice and committed. He was behind that section. It was a messy barrel, but he backdoored it. And a pretty solid, it's just a solid, that's what he's so good at. Morgan's really good at connecting with those big sections.
Yeah, he punches the lip, you know, and that's something that we saw in his rookie year, Morgan Siblick, that he just put shock and awe through the surf community with an outstanding season as a rookie on the championship tour.
Well, he's not afraid to go for things today either. Split peak.
We're gonna stick with Eli. He's been searching for a ramp and just the ejection there. It looked like Morgan took off on a left there as well. And that was probably a quick ride for Morgan Siblick, I think.
So no change.
No change. Looking for a ramp, popping it up, putting it down. And nothing there for Griffin Colapinto. 12, oh. Let's take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this final. Right now is Callum Robson in the lead. Thank you so much. Mahalo to Lexus for their support of the World Surf League, including this Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Kai Figueroa, Mitchell Salazar, Ross Williams on the set here. Callum Robson in the lead. Morgan Siblick in a strong second place. Griffin Colapinto, 6.51, will take him to the lead, and freshly qualified Eli Hanneman rounding out the bunch.
I think it's smart not to go for anything unnecessary. He's caught 6 waves, the most out of the bunch right there, talking about Eli. But, you know, he's had a couple, you know, sections where maybe he gets there a little late and tries to push it too hard. But I think no unnecessary risk right here, Ross. Just make sure you're maintaining your spot out there in the top 10, and you've already qualified too. Sibs.
Morgs.
Ooh.
Throws a sharp eye up. Carves it back down. Running into some shallow reef on the inside here. Siblick looks for the oncoming section and solid finish for Morgan Siblick. 6.3 gives him the lead.
Yeah, Morgan doing what Morgan does. Real solid surfing. And Eli maybe was just a little romantic, got sucked into the idea of boosting a huge air in these ramps, but they are overgrown. They're real nasty. You know, they're pretty sketchy ramps, so it may have been an aggressive game plan, but the heat is still not over. He still has time to get back in his heat. There's no crazy scores on offer, but the two Aussies, you know, just getting it done traditional style. Nice sections. Callum actually boosted an air, so that was very solid and surprising at the same time. But this is what Morgan's so good at, finding critical sections and just forcing the judges to reward him, putting up his board. And as you said, Kaipo, he just hits the lip hard.
Takes it out on the lip right there. And let's see what Griffin did, Mitch.
Yeah, and this one comes in 3.53, so he's going to stay in third at the moment. Beautiful opening carve on the outside, but just the one and done. Found a quality, clean section all the way on the outside, though, Kaips. But 8 minutes, and it seems like this score from Siblick, it's going to go under. So Robson's still in first. Major moment right here for Cal in his career.
With Prio.
So heat control to Callum Robson. How, when you look at the conditions, how important is priority right now?
It's a little messy out there, so that could be confusing. You know, someone could run away and take off on a chip, and you'd be like, go ahead. And all of a sudden, the guy does a backflip. So you can get pretty creative with this onshore conditions, unlike perfect pipeline and backdoor, where it's more obvious to block someone from a really good wave. So I think he's enjoying it. I think, you know, he's going to take advantage of it. But you could hide from Callum a little easier right now with this wind.
So Robson, who's been just solid in all of his performances throughout the entirety of this event, now making it happen when he needs to. Eli Hanneman finds a barrel. That one clips him on the shoulder, takes him down.
Wow. I mean, even that wave, you could tell he potentially wanted to go for an air and was forced to pull in, and that wave shut down.
All right, Kaipo. You mentioned it the very first day of the event, and Callum Robson has won one heat out of the event.
Yeah.
And now he is winning the most important one right here. So you can cruise the whole time.
Well, it's not cruising, it's advancing,
yes,
right?
Exactly. But you can, be in second, and he's won one of the few heats that he surfed, and now he is winning the final. And he's 6 minutes away from doing that. So four-person format, definitely very beneficial in that sense. You need to know how to strategize around it, but I think great case in point right there. And as you said from day one, got to know how to play the game in this sense.
Yeah, it's definitely a different strategy, right? And Callum played it. And even when there was discussion if we were going to put this final out on the water, you saw him just like, okay, I'm ready. Where's my jersey? There's no complaining. There's no questioning the call. So maybe he just saw an opportunity.
Interesting.
I mean,
every heat you enter, you're trying to win. So it's not like, he was just scraping through. And that's what you got to love about these challengers is it's a four-man heat. You don't have to be the guy the whole event. No. You can just kind of be consistent. But the cool thing for Callum is he's showing up here in the final, and he busted air reverse right in our face. I was talking about Eli doing errors, and here goes, Callum busting an air reverse. So he's ripping.
Morgan looks right. Fades left. We know he's got a lethal backhand, but gets the bounce there.
Party late?
Yeah.
Tardy. he had to pay the entry fee right there a couple times, it seems.
He got bounced?
Yeah.
But even with that air with Callum, you talked about it a little bit, Mitch, is we don't see him as an air guy.
No.
So I feel like the impact when he does one is even greater. Where like even I was just like, whoa.
That's totally the point, and it's the same thing for the judges, too. It presents something fully different for them.
Snap tube for Griffin Colapinto. Surfs down the line.
Oh, ouch.
So shallow right there. My gosh. Right now he's running on the reef underneath, just kind of trotting so he doesn't scrape all the skin off of him.
Oh, right there you're pretty much standing on it.
Probably not be able to duck dive.
Yep. Break a fin off
Very
easily.
Shallow one, yeah.
Luckily it's not sharp, but I mean, the reef don't bleed when you hit it. But this was a cool wave from Griff, though.
Snap to barrel. Little doggy door there, and just got, I mean, that's a really shallow section, so all that convergence took Griffin down. But right now, looking at his score line, he's trying to get rid of a 3.5, but I don't think he cares so much about that. He just wants to win the event.
I think
for that he needs what, 6.5?
6.5, yeah.
Might have gotten it right there if he pulls that last turn too. Pretty critical section right there at the end of the wave.
Yeah. Well, remember, it's endurance comes into play as well for all these surfers. This is their 4th surf of the day. You started around the 32 this morning.
Yep. That's smart though. Kick away. If you know there's really minimal chance to pull that air off, don't even risk it. He's done his job. You're qualified. I mean, if you get a couple waves in the last 3 minutes, great. But if not, you've done your job. Just settle for making the final and having qualified already at this point of the season, Kipes. He's trying to bait him into anything right here.
I like that play right there. You could see Morgan giving a lot of strokes. Callum wasn't taking the bait. Callum has heat control right now. He's got the lead. He's got big duck dive, and he's got priority.
Donuts.
Yeah, endurance definitely a key thing right here, but I think Ross could attest to this. Adrenaline plays a big factor right here, Ross.
Yeah.
Don't matter how tired you are, as long as you're hearing those numbers and you're in first, you're maintaining that lead as much as you can.
Yeah, and it's a weird one for Colin because it's not clear on how to hold someone off right now. Though, you know, you can get a good score with a pretty choppy wave. So interesting. I would think for Callum, it's almost irritating to be, have priority right now. He'd like to just get this heat over with. He's probably got a little stress right now figuring out if he's gonna win this contest right now. I mean, he's on the brink.
Yeah, both of these guys just consistent through the day. Like I said, 4th surf of the day, half hour of really, of 100% surfing, 100% paddling is a test, but these guys, they're up for it.
And I think outside of competition, of course, too, they proved a lot during the free surfs as well. I mean, there's a reason why they were able to position themselves so well during the event run. So props to them. I think they've earned a lot of credit outside of the jersey, too. I think people look at these names now and they're like, okay, you're a legit person out here. Like, I got to watch out for you. And I think in the long run, especially now knowing that, there's a couple of people that are luckily going to qualify out of this final for the Championship Tour for 26, coming into the Pipe Masters at the end of the year, it's a big eye-opener for everybody else, Kaipo.
Here we go.
Oh,
Callum
mean.
Finds a wave, uses priority, big vicious snap there, goes for the big boost and doesn't do it. That would have been, that would have been it. That would have been lights out.
Clean. Well, he's inches away from putting that down.
Oh yeah, that would have been game, set, match right there.
With a great combo too, because he started with that sort of grungy power hack, and then he totally switched gears and went to another air reverse. Very cool from Callum.
Yeah.
This is sick though. He's 60 seconds away from being able to call himself a champ at Pipe.
Griff needs a 6.5.
Yep, and Morgan a 6.3. So just in the 6 range, mid-6 range for both Morgan and Griff to steal this off of Callum Robson with 40 seconds remaining.
And Cal's not going to better either, so door's still open right here.
Morgan needed a 6.3.
Here he goes.
Wow.
Here he goes.
Morgs needs something big. Looking down the line. Wave is not offering anything, and that's going to eat up time. Now our attention to Griffin Colapinto as Callum Robson jumps off the Hawaiian Water Patrol Red Bull jet ski. Griffin scratching.
Ooh.
Is there something for Colapinto? 6.51 is what he needs.
This is it. Oh!
Whoa. Mitch was excited.
Mitch yelled at me just now.
Dude, well, how cool is this moment for this guy?
It's going to be Callum Robson from Evans Head, Australia, taking out a win.
Look at him.
Look at that. That's
Checking
so
his
rad.
Apple Watch, and it's a big moment for someone who came in here. We know his solid surfing, but now when we also look on the rankings, Callum Robson is going to vault up those Challenger Series rankings. And like I said, Callum, a good result in Newcastle, he's back on tour.
Right, so he jumped from almost nowhere all the way up to 11th, I think our producer said. So he's in striking range. Top 10 qualifies, so he goes back home to Oz, and he's got a real good chance.
What a great event for both of these guys. I mean, Morgan Siblick, definitely one of the most impressive surfers out of the event.
Yeah.
You know, Callum Robson, we all know him as a great rail surfer, power surfer, but he proved himself in these kinds of conditions. His second Challenger Series wins ever. Remember, he's won over at Snapper Rocks on the Goldie, and now he's a champion at Pipe Kaipo. Congrats to Cal, man. What a run.
What a run. Powered by that plant-based milk Bonsoy.
Send over the boxes.
I don't think he's going to drink Bonsoy tonight.
I don't know, maybe.
He's gonna have a couple cervezas.
We got some oat, almond, and soy available.
They put alcohol in those things?
You can mix it in the 805, maybe.
Well, actually, a mix that would work is the Bonsoy sparkling coconut water. Actually goes excellent as a cocktail.
Kaipo, take it easy.
Lot of nose over here. Lot of nose.
Congratulations.
Yeah, Cal.
Callum Robson, our Lexus Pipe Challenger winner. It wasn't a pretty final, but this guy surprised us with all kinds of powerful surfing and an air game.
He posted 14 points in a final where I was expecting somebody to win with, 11, 12 at the most, and went out there, did his job. And by the way, he was the person that caught the least amount of waves in the final, too. 5 in comparison to 11 for Eli. That's crazy.
Yeah, some of his mates there carrying him up. Well done, Colin. He ripped. Bottom line, did airs, big turns, got barreled all event. Good for him.
He's jumped up 23 spots on the rankings to number 11.
Wow.
That's how you get it done. And now he's just within striking distance of qualification.
And
what a great story.
Getting cheered up by guys who were in the quarters, in the semis.
Yeah.
Liam right there, like that's friendship. And, it goes a long way.
Well, Aussies were half the final. They made a statement here.
They did.
In the semis, too. I mean, Chippo, they had Lobby. George was really close
had a great,
too.
yeah.
I'm telling you, they made a statement here at this event.
Sweet looking board there too. Shout out to Darren. Nice little space rocket right there. He's been ripping on that thing.
That's a Juliet.
It looked really solid under his foot. Yeah, round pin Juliet.
Very impressive. In the end, you got to know how to compete. You got to be able to stay consistent throughout a long day like this, and he was able to do it.
He looks kind of shocked himself.
That's
pretty cool.
I don't think it's sunk in yet for him.
Yeah.
That's so cool. You better keep that jersey, too.
What a solid result from Morgan, too. Wanted to give him some credit real quick, too, because he's put together some crazy highlights with tube riding. Really good pipeline waves, backdoor waves. Morgan has been really impressive in this event.
And I know the trophies are sick too, Kipes. He's gonna take some good hardware back home.
He's going to take a refresher in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
And quick water. And Eli, kind of funny, I just pegged him as the heavy favorite in that final, but he really went down with the ship. He said, I'm looking for ramps, and he did. He looked for ramps the entire heat. He never quite switched gears into comp mode and just kind of grinded out some big off the lips or anything. Backdoor was really tricky this afternoon. You had to make that conversion back to that sort of traditional CS surfing.
And very dangerous too, right, Ross? So, not taking any unnecessary risks right there. You did your job already. Props to him. And also Griff, man. I mean, the highest seeded surfer in the event, last year's runner-up to the world title, had a chance to take away the W right here. He's going to settle for third, but I mean, just making it to the final, getting more reps right here, Kaipo. An impressive and great event for Griffin Colapinto as well.
Well, Griff looks on point, right, as we look forward to the championship tour in 2026.
Yeah, we were talking about that, Kaipo. I'm surprised Felipe didn't come here, Ethan Ewing, like some of these world title contenders. This is such a great opportunity, this event,
100%.
To warm up and get some backside, pipeline barrels.
We can't predict the weather. This could be finals day right here.
Yes, sir.
For a world title.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, just practicing with only 3 other guys in the water. It's huge. It's really smart for Griffin to come here and get some reps.
Cal, though. Robson, Evans Head. Call himself a winner here at Pipe Kipes.
Let's hear from Callum Robson's, the champion here at the Pipe Challenger, the Lexus Pipe Challenger. Jesse.
Callum, let this sink in. You are a champion at Pipeline. Are you kidding?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, to be honest. Obviously, it's not classic Pipeline, but to be out there with Morgs and Griffin and Eli, it was obviously like really good surfers in that final, and to be able to win. And then I was just seeing time wind down, and I was just like, 9 minutes to go, just felt like it went so long, and I just can't believe I actually just won that comp. It's just crazy. Obviously, from the start of this week to then thinking that you're actually going to go through to win the event, it's pretty crazy. So yeah, I don't really know how to feel right now, but I'm just like kind of tripping.
Let me fill you in. You've moved up 23 spots on the rankings. You are currently sitting 11th. That is a massive advantage going into Newcastle.
It's a whole lot better than 31st or whatever I was sitting before that. But yeah, it hasn't obviously been my best year on the Challenger Series last year. But coming in this year, I felt like I just like kind of refocused over that off season or that little bit of time off. And yeah, obviously stoked to just come and surf Pipeline. I've surfed in the CT and I just love this place and love the waves. So yeah, 11 sounds a lot better than 30th or whatever I was.
Take it all in today. You got big barrels. Some of your mates got the waves of their life, and now you're taking back the trophy to Australia. Obviously, a lot of people are part of your journey as well. Surfing Australia, one of them. Obviously, Hog, all those guys down the beach. Plenty of people for you to thank.
Yeah, there's a massive list of people to thank. Obviously, my family and everyone, I love them, and my yeah, everyone back there will be stoked. And my cousin Pete, he plays a big role in helping me, and obviously everyone who supports me, my sponsors, and everybody, Bonsoy. And I'm just so excited to be able to move up the rankings and give myself a real good shot coming into Newcastle. I have a lot of people that help me, a lot of people behind the scenes, and yeah, I'm super excited.
Let's get Caltex back onto it. Callum, you are the Lexus Pipe Challenger champion. Congratulations, we're so happy for you.
Oh, me too, I'm stoked, so thank you so much.
Thanks, guys, you're champ.
Yeah, you go, Cal. We're gonna have our awards presentation. We're gonna tie up all the happenings here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Where are we gonna do that? We're gonna do that at the 8:05 post show. 8:05 post show coming up right after this.
You're watching the 805 post show. What a day for the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. We are going to go through some major highlights. What a run it's been. And once again, congratulations to Callum Robson taking the win in a very heavy final. All those guys with CT experience. It also included last year's runner-up in the world, Griffin Colapinto, Morgan Siblick, a standout this week as well at Pipe, and also Eli Hanneman officially making the tour once again. Thanks for being with us. This is the 805 post show. We've got an 805 team rider with us from Long Beach, California, Nolan Raposa. Good to see you, Nolan.
That would be me. Thanks for having me, guys. Always like being in the booth with you too.
Yeah, the good vibes are starting now. Mitchell Salazar as well. Mitch, it's been a really entertaining event, especially this finals day that brought us a lot of different moods of pipe and backdoor.
Yeah, and some unexpected finalists too. You know, you got Morgan Siblick, who was one of the most impressive surfers throughout the event, and Cal Robson, who was adjusting and adapting to the conditions out there this afternoon. You know, we did have a good intermission right there, and people were debating, are we going to run the final or not? They asked every single one of the surfers. They wanted to paddle out, and guess what? We got a clear winner right there with Cal.
Nolan, I loved your reaction to waking up in the morning and seeing pipe and backdoor, you know, just pumping. You were telling me earlier, like, okay, there's some real ones out there. You know, this energy at this event doesn't compare to anywhere else on tour, does it?
No, there's nothing like it here, man. Like, the last couple of days with the huge swell we had on offer, like, you know, yesterday I was like, please don't run us. You know, I was actually super scared, I'm not gonna lie. But today when I saw it on the Surfline webcast, I was like, oh, it's really good. And then I watched Morgan's first wave, which could have been a 12 maybe. But yeah, it was actually got my heart racing today, and I think it was good practice for all of us competitors. You know, we don't get to compete out here much.
I'm stoked you're in here with us because you're up close and personal with your peers, your competitors on the CS now for multiple years, you know, that you're always battling with. And you're mentioning early, too, the Aussies really made a statement today.
Yeah, man, it really reminded me of that movie Busting Down the Door. You know, like it was the Hawaiians, of course, you know, the core, but then it was the Aussies that were, you know, busting down that door. So, you know, Callum, he really showed up today. Morgan really showed up today. A couple others, like Xavier, I'd like to mention, really showed up today. And, you know, Jacob Wilcox, that guy took me out. You guy. But yeah, the Aussies showed up today, and it was impressive.
Yeah, let's see Callum's run to the final. He had a big quarterfinal heat earlier today. It was fun to see this one square off with Liam O'Brien, who is always a favorite. He advanced on with Callum in this one, but remember, he had Jacob Wilcox and also Ryaru Ito to deal with, Mitch.
Yeah, and this was a complicated heat. It was after, you know, quarterfinal 3 where people were advancing 17, 16 points. And Lobby was able to do it with a couple of mid-range scores, but he went out there, and as Nolan was saying, I mean, he competed on a daily basis, but Cal eventually, you know, got his scores going too, Nolan.
Yeah, dude, Callum, he really surprised me at this event. I knew he charged, but like to take home the title here at Pipe for the first Challenger Series, man, you gotta give him all the praise that he deserves.
Warrior status. Remember, rookie year, top 10 in the world, which included a quarter here in the Pipe event, also finaling at Bells Beach. He's got the magic now and moving up a ton of spots on the rankings. Numbers there for that quarter in the 5 range as conditions were changing. Wilcox always a threat in heavy waves, and Ryaru Ito eliminated. That guy had the biggest wipeout and some 9s in the lead up to action today, Mitch.
Yeah, and he had a chance right there at the end of the heat too. And Jake, you know, as you said, he's a charger, he's a threat in these kinds of conditions, and I feel like he's eventually going to requalify for the CT2, but both Callum and Liam right there were able to advance into the semis, a competitive heat, Joe.
Semifinal number 2, rapid fire. These guys stayed in the jersey all day, and this time Cal advanced on with Eli Hanneman. Hanneman was the all-star in this one, 6.67, 6.0, but Callum made sense of a troubling lineup once the wind came up and figured out what was going to work to Hanson underneath him. We lost Lobby, we lost Xavier Huxtable, one of the guys you gave a mention earlier, Nolan. Conditions drastically changed at this point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they looked challenging out there. I saw them all discussing, like, if they wanted to go out there. I think that was the great call, honestly. Like, girls hopefully will get really good waves tomorrow. There's still going to be swell tomorrow, and, I mean, it was a joy to watch today. I mean, I didn't have any sort of like downtime watching the waves today. It was an awesome time.
You could see Cal was like, okay, I'll take that one. 3-2, knowing that that was a more of a survival heat to make it into the final, and he had the long road on the rankings to try to catch up to these guys in the top 10. Eli looking like he was turning into the favorite at this point to go all the way before we started that final, Mitch.
Yeah, and especially as you said, with the conditions that deteriorated pretty quickly, but the 2 6s right there, Cal barely scraped through, and Liam, I mean, he was a 3-point ride away from making the final right here, Joe.
And I guess we're focusing on it with conditions and changing throughout a day. You've been in big finals day like in Bolito 2024 and many more, but you know, like, you can't expect the same waves in the quarters to the semis. Today was a big test of that, Nolan.
Definitely. I mean, this morning was all time, and then, you know, there was a little feather coming in for 1 or 2 heats, you know, and then it cleaned back up again, because I saw Billy talking to Eli after my heat. He was like, what do you guys think? Like, what should we make the call? Because the heat 6 was the call time. And then they're like, yeah, it looks still clean out here. And then sure enough, I mean, we knew the wind was going to come. So yeah, semis, it got onshore. But I mean, we watched the last pipe contest they had here for the QS, and Eli made it look like the funnest waves ever. And so I think that's kind of why he definitely looked like the favorite today, because he made it. He beat John out here, you know, like that's crazy.
It's so crazy. The final was stacked. Eli had regained his spot on tour, had a mini celebration party, but he got so locked in again with his coach Chris Gallagher and was ready to go back-to-back with his pipe wins. It was a big story for the Aussie, Callum Robson, taking out that win, but it was also Morgan Siblick with a big 13+ total, along with Griffin Colapinto, who was feeling the magic from his grandmother.
Yeah, and what was really interesting right here, Joe, is that we see something that Cal rarely does. He took to the air when he most needed to under pressure as well. Used priority on this wave, got one of the best scores out of the heat. And when it comes to adjusting it on the fly, and as Nolan's been saying, I mean, there's times where you're literally having minutes in between heats, and you got to keep your attention on the waves the entire time. So no easy feat, but he got it done right here in the final, Joe.
Good reads in the barrel, good rails from Caltex. Man, he was solid. A 2-turn combo is aggressive after a pit at backdoor, especially with those windy conditions. An emotional moment, 10,000 points in the second to last CS on the calendar. And I think every Aussie in the draw is down there to celebrate, Nolan.
Oh yeah, we were sitting right next to the Aussie. It's funny, there's actually 2 camps. Reynos was coaching a couple of the Aussies, and Bam was coaching a couple of them as well. And then there was the Aussie coaches coaching, I think, Callum and maybe Morgan. Maybe Bam might have been coaching Morgan, but yeah, you could hear them. They were screaming at each other after every single wave, and so you kind of knew the Aussies were going off when you could hear them screaming.
Yeah, what a run. You look at what Callum did on tour, and then kind of having that big rise to almost accidental stardom in a way, you know, where he just had this success. I don't even know if he knew he was going to be prepared for. Having a few years, having some big highlight moments, even a slab 10 in Portugal, and then going to the hard work of going, okay, I got to try to get back on tour again. And this has been his best season to date, Mitch, still with one event to go.
Yeah, and now the question is begged, can you do it at home? Under pressure with the major spotlight, especially with it being your last chance as well. So I think he's not the only one that needs to answer that. Fortunately for everybody else, they got to answer it too, Joe.
And also for Siblick, you know, today he got into the quarters. He was outside the top 10 coming into this event. So he took some crucial points and really gave Callum a run for the money. For me, Nolan, Morgan looks completely different in a better way, even after he finished 5th in the world back in 2021.
Yeah, no, he looks locked in this year, definitely. I think there might have been a couple bumpy events, you know, for everyone always has a bumpy event, but like this event, you could see that he was really focused. I mean, even watching his first heat this morning, he was balls to the wall, just went on that first wave, and it could have been a perfect 10 right off of the gate on the first heat. And then after that, a minute later, he's back in the lineup, drops a 9. So, I mean, you kind of knew this guy was unstoppable today, and I think, yeah, he made a strong performance.
It's interesting, Mitch. We want to know who the rookie class is. We want to know who the comeback stories are going to be. And I mean, if there's any theme to this, sticking with Nolan's bringing up, this Aussie surge, you know, from George Pittard, Jacob Wilcox, Morgan Siblick, Callum Robson, you really feel it at this event.
Oh, yeah, and I think it's a testament to how strong the region is. I know Nolan can attest to it, but us in North America, there was a while where a lot of surfers from the region qualified for the championship tour. They had the debut. Griffin, last year's runner-up as well. Brazil obviously had their moment with the Brazilian Storm. It seems like the Australians are on the comeback once again, and they look strong and fired up, Joe.
Yeah, trying to get more threats into the world title race. You know, lately it's been about the Brazilian domination for world titles. Iago Dora throwing his name in the mix. John's the only one that's gotten a few in there in the last 12 years. Where you're looking Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson, the Aussies are hoping for more backup for world title threats. They might get them this year, Nolan.
Yeah, no, definitely. But I think there's one guy we might be forgetting about today, and I think he might not be the winner, but he is the local winner, Joey Johnson.
Yeah, Joey.
That guy is the MVP today, and I mean, you should have seen it over at the boys' house, champagne showers for his semis. He was looking for his check. I mean, that guy's going to have a fun time. So hit up his phone if you guys are looking to party tonight.
Well, his maybe unofficial coach, Daniel Lee, is also a bartender at Hollywood Joe's. Look out.
Really?
Who knows what's going to happen.
I'm a little preoccupied about tonight. We might have to steer away from the streets here on the North Shore, but no, Joey's a great friend of ours, and seeing him growing up with him, and especially with a couple of other close friends, it's really amazing to see him surf from the locals round into the semis. And I think he proved to a lot of people that when pipe's on Joe, he's one of the best surfers out there.
Oh, it was a big performance. And people surf for big causes. And he had the Kalani David hat on in his post-heat interviews, surfing in memory of one of his best friends. And he got to do it in front of his hometown crowd here at Piping Backdoor. Hats off to Joey Johnson, Benji Brand. You guys made a statement here at the CS, but it's now time to check out the updated rankings. One event remaining heading into Newcastle. What really catches your eye, Nolan, as you look at this top 10?
I'm looking for my name. Where's my name over there? Let's go down to the next one, maybe.
Hey, 25th, man. That's still a shot. A lot of points
Moved
left.
up one spot. Let's go.
Yeah.
It's a plus here, but I mean, yeah, a lot of guys fell down. I mean, Sammy actually stayed up pretty high. George Pitar made a huge push as well with Kaoli. Obviously, congratulations to Eli for qualifying this event. But look at all the Aussies, man. They're right down the line right here. So, I mean, it's going to be fun to watch in Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, the women have a European force happening on their top 7 rankings. The Aussie making it clear for Jacob Wilcox. I mean, even though he's going to have a feeling of a defending event champion the same season heading to Newcastle. That's a really vulnerable spot to be in at number 10.
Oh, no doubt. And point totals right now, I mean, under 20,000, but I think Luke Thompson still, in my opinion, I think not only is he going to qualify for the championship tour, I think he's going to be dangerous once he gets there too, Joe. I think it's going to be an amazing year. A lot of former CTers right there in the top 10, though, I will say that. So experience has definitely prevailed.
Oh, a lot of fun still to come on the 805 post show. We are preparing for a big celebration on the podium to congratulate officially Callum Robson on a huge win here at Pipeline. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the 805 post show. We had a big final go down just moments ago, and Callum Robson, the Australian, taking a huge Challenger Series win. Not the first time he's done that. We've seen him explode at Snapper Rocks. We've seen him just compete at the highest level in the world, making finals like at Bells Beach that brought him to a top 10 finish in that rookie season. Everybody in the final today with CT experience of some kind, and it was fun to see Callum switch gears, getting really barreled. We know he's great in slabs, and then when it came down to messy, just high performance ripping, he delivered multiple combinations when he needed the most, Mitch.
Yeah, he definitely did. He brought out, different styles of surfing too, barrels, airs, which we don't normally see from Cal. And, I think the explosiveness was a big factor in those chunky waves out there. You can't be too light on your feet this afternoon. Backdoor pipe, they're heavy waves, Joe. Even when it's tiny like this, you got to go out and try to match its power.
Newcastle's coming up quick, Nolan. When do you fly out of here? How are you going to start preparing for the last event of the season?
I mean, I got to go hit the gym, right? I'm going to go, do some workouts, surf. I think there's a lot of swell back at home. So, I mean, definitely reset, get the new boards, and probably go over to Oz beginning of March.
Yeah, March 9th is opening day. So how much time do you need before opening day of a waiting period? What's your happy place there?
At least 5, I'd say. If you go any later than that, then it takes a little while for the jet lag. It takes a good 2-3 days to really acclimate to a time schedule there in different international places.
Yeah, it's interesting when it comes up the last event of the season. There's different energy there because there's a lot on the line for people close. Nolan, how are you feeling personally heading into that event?
I feel the same as always, honestly, no pressure at all. I've been in the same exact place the last 4 years now. So, I mean, I'm just scratching the surface, and yeah, honestly, I don't feel any pressure whatsoever, and I'm excited to go back to Newcastle because I felt like I left some meat on the bone there at the beginning of the season, so I'm excited to go back.
Oh, psyched to watch you, Nolan. Remember, guys, we haven't finished the women's event yet. We had one heat in the round of 32, and that was the one Molly Picklum just ran away with it. We'll get a little bit of a preview. It's not the whole rookie class, but we've got Yolanda Hopkins and Tia Zabrowski matched up in Heat 2 along with Anat Lelior and Vahine Fierro, Mitchell Salazar. Where are we going with this thing?
That's not an easy heat right there. Yolanda's been putting in the work. She's actually been the first surfer out at dark most days. And Tia Zabrowski, a phenom. Demishi's going to be Rookie of the Year on the Championship Tour once we start the season. Not Lelior, she's no slouch in these types of waves. She's putting in a lot of time too. Of course, Vahine, we can't talk about the Polynesian queen out there without mentioning how good she is in these types of waves.
Vahine doing extra work with Ross Williams the last few weeks on the North Shore. And then how about Heat 4? Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Annette Echebari. We've got Vahiti Inzo and also Moana Jones-Wong, the queen of Pipeline, Noah, and that's a huge one.
Yeah, that's a local heat right there. I feel Annette, she could be the sneaky little wild card in that heat, but you cannot look past Moana Jones. If it's barreling out there, she's the queen, so, you got to give it up to her. But, yeah, Betty Lou and the Heaty are definitely sneaky as well, so
yeah,
it's going to be a fun heat to watch.
Gosh, Betty Lou is so fired up. Coming off her best season to date, 2 big wins, beating Molly for the first time in her career, and she'll get to play that home court role as well, Mitch.
Yeah, top 5 surfer last year, as you're mentioning, but I think she just has a lot to prove to herself out here, too. If she can get the reps in, especially before the season starts, it would be beneficial to her.
Time to check out the Surfline forecast to see what it might look like tomorrow morning for the women out there, as we've already wrapped up the men. Big thanks to Kevin Wallace and the crew. Nolan, you still got your premium membership, or do you need us to help you out?
Oh, I still got the premium membership.
Oh, there we go. Great.
You can't be a professional surfer without a Surfline premium membership.
You need it. Yeah, let us know if you need some help there. We know that Billy was talking to all competitors closely, using these maps, going, what do you guys want to do? I think the hope for tomorrow morning is that we'll have clean conditions to start the round 32 back up again, Mitch.
Yeah, and 6 to 10 feet, side on shore, that's still doable. I mean, the afternoon might get a little messy, but way better than Saturday. Side shore, side offshore. Sunday, potential right there, but Monday, it gets difficult again, and that is the last day of the period. So I feel like tomorrow, early thing, get things going, and see how the rest of the day pans out, Joe.
Big thanks to Surfline. We definitely have had an interesting winter here on the North Shore, and you think of all the events we've had, we definitely have been very grateful to score some of the best moments. Bombing conditions that have been clean, but then tested with Kona winds and on shores, so it's definitely been keeping us on our feet, Nolan, and never know what to expect on any given day.
Definitely not, no. I mean, it's been tough to even find waves on the last couple of days because it's been so big. But yeah, the winds have been changing, and that's the problem this season here in Hawaii, is that it seems like there hasn't really been like predictable winds. It's been a lot of different like trades and Konas and onshores, offshores, you know, so it's just like you kind of got to wake up and just see every single day. And like today, I feel like we kind of lucked out.
It's always a fun day when we figure out who made the top 5 of the 805 post show. If you're a part of it, congratulations. Let's roll the tape. Coming in at number 5, hard list to make. Let's kick things off with the warrior from Meriwether Beach. All pipe dreams for Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, and what an impressive performance from Morgs. I think the best way to really capture his essence at this event is no fear. He went out there, and especially after that first fall in the first heat this morning, he proved to himself what he's capable of at this wave, and pipe dreams for a reason. He got pitted at this event, Joe.
9 and an 8.5, 17.5 total. There's a lot of great performances from Morgan over his career, but this is my favorite I've ever seen, and well-deserved 5th spot. He's feeling it. Nathan Hedge firing him up. He's stoked. Number 4, Nolan. George Bitar getting on the map here.
Oh, this one fired me up. I was claiming 10 from the start, man. I don't know if there was a better wave today. This was the one. I think the judges could have gave him a little bit more maybe, but man, George, that must have felt good.
9.77. I was next to Ross on a break when we watched this from down the way. We were just like, 10s.
I thought so too, and I even said it during the broadcast. I was like, give it to him, but 9.77 still, and barely made that heat. Seth Moniz was in control of 2nd place, and GP making it into finals day right here, Joe.
Number 3 on the list, man that's already gotten a shout out from Nolan today in the 805 post show. Xavier Huxtable getting on the list.
Yeah, man, he was a surprise too. I mean, it's tough out here when you're free surfing. You can't get many good waves, so you don't know who's standing out even before the comp and stuff, but you know what? He showed up today. He really did, and he impressed everyone. I mean, look at that. Just look at that. He surprised himself, I bet. So, like, yeah, he's going home very happy, I'd say.
We've seen what he does at Bell's. Look what he does at Backdoor. Number 2, Elijah Hanneman, qualifying once again for the tour and doing it in style.
Yeah, Maui no Ka'oi right here for Elijah, as you said. Big moment in his career. Back-to-back finals at the Challenger Series level 2. That drop was insane by Eli right here going lap 2. Late one, took off under the lip, and it was this heat right here that got him back on the championship tour, Joe, and for good reason, deserving of it.
And a party will be happening very soon for Eli, because he finally got the message officially that he's back on tour. Everyone so proud of this guy's hard work, and that's what this one came down to, the work ethic, and winning the 805 post show, winning the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Callum Robson, Nolan.
Wow, dude, I couldn't believe he pulled this. I've seen it on his Instagram. He's been training really hard. If you follow this guy, you know he does not sleep at all. So yeah, he really did well today, and I'm super stoked for him.
What a run for Callum, showing that he can adapt on the fly. He had a quick chat with Billy before the final, and you could just tell he's like, I'm ready for anything. If everyone wants to go, I'll go.
That's the attitude to have right here at this level. It's a Challenger Series. You can run in, 2-foot slop and the perfect waves out there that we saw this morning too, but I think he adjusted very well, and there's a reason why he became the champion at the end of the event right here, and adds his name to a very impressive list of champion right here at Pipe 2, Joe.
Yeah, look at this chair from all your best friends. Maybe the best ride after all the rides you've had throughout this event. Callum Robson, feeling the love here at Pipeline, and he'll always be remembered for big performances throughout, big barrels, and then a scrappy final with a lot of CT experience. Really cool to see how that played out for Cal, and now he is going to have a bigger target on his back with this momentum, heading back home to Australia and competing at Meriwether Beach, Nolan.
Yeah, I wouldn't look past Callum over at Newcastle, man. He's going to work his butt off over there. So, I mean, Yeah, all the Aussies, they're definitely, Jacob, he got second or first there the first event too, right? So, I mean, all the Aussies are definitely a threat, and you definitely going to have to keep the head down when you go over to Newcastle.
Nolan, great hanging out with you, my friend.
Hey, thank you, guys. I always enjoy being in here with you, too.
Yeah, when are you taking off?
Well, we'll see. Possibly tomorrow. There's waves back at home, too. It looks like the spell's dropping over here, maybe. But, I mean, I'm going to come support my girls, Arena and Sanoa, tomorrow. And, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Can't wait to see you in Newcastle, my friend. And Mitch, great job today. We'll see you guys in the morning for the call. If you're waiting for the presentation, it's not happening live, but stay tuned to WSL socials to get all the highlights of the award presentation. Callum Robson takes it. We'll see you tomorrow morning for the women's call at 7:30 local time. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.